Welcome to a new kind of tension all across the alien nation, where everything isn't meant to be okay. Television dreams of tomorrow. We're not the ones meant to follow. There, that's enough to argue.
I have a question.
Welcome back to another episode
Hold
of
on a second.
Fantastic Friends.
First of all, why is it Family Guy? Second of all, why is our intro American Idiot, by the way?
I only made that specifically after the election. I thought we were going to use it as a one-time deal, and then we just kept doing it because it's
so good.
Never changed it back.
This is the Trump era intro. I'll make another one in 4 years.
Oh,
Well,
that is it.
I'll make another one in 6.5 years.
Anyway, welcome to
Great way to
Weezer.
start off. Anyway, we're talking about the mountain goats.
Who's ready to
do
mount
love
some
how
goats?
They showed a recent clip, a clip from a recent concert where Green Day performed "American Idiot," and they didn't. They changed the line from "Redneck" to "MAGA." And I was like, ballsy did not change the F slur line. But
Well,
changed
Billy
the
Joe
next
is
line.
Billy
He's
Joe is
bisexual.
bisexual.
Yeah, I know. I still think it's funny.
Is this?
I
I think
didn't
it's funny
know.
that people had a. Yeah, I thought it was funny that people had a problem with the crowd saying the F slur, and it's just like, what do you expect?
What's the word?
They've been a bit longer than some of these people have been alive.
I believe we can't watch it because of copyright. One of my favorite videos online right now. It's from like a couple weeks ago, and it's top 5 Green Day slurs.
The top 5 one. That's a pretty good one.
It was
The
number
F slur
2.
and American Idiot. What was number 1? I don't know that
I
much
don't-
Green Day. What was it?
I don't remember, sadly. I'll look it up now. Hold on.
Another turning point, a fork stuck in
I-
the road.
I can perform that for my elementary school graduation.
Yeah.
That's wild.
So every graduation, it's either that or that one Vitamin C song. That's pretty much all you got.
Yeah, but a bunch
Sometimes
of
the
kids.
song from Wicked.
We hope they had the time of your life.
Wait, Green Day was in Wicked?
Nemesis made a bad financial
Yeah,
decision.
Green Day was in Wicked.
No, that's a good financial decision.
Sometimes
Don't
a bad
listen to
financial
Ash.
Oh, the Def Loeb Hulk book was the bad decision. Wait, what do you mean you saw Ed McGuinness? You just saw it?
The artwork, I think.
Yeah,
they meant.
Oh,
He was the one doing the art.
I thought you just looked at him and went, ooh.
Oh,
$400?
Auga!
Jeez.
Ash, is that how much
$400? What?
Nemesis, you gotta stop listening to Ash. Don't listen to Ash's
how
decisions.
many issues and for how? I need to know. Yeah.
On one issue, the first
On
issue.
what? The
Number
first.
one,
Do you really want to? Do you really want to taste it?
number one was Bang Bang Goes to Broken Glass.
Here's the thing.
Kill the
Because
Factory,
Oh yeah,
from Holiday.
yeah, so
that's a good
because
song too.
because I know why it's priced that high. People overestimate how many Peacemaker. Oh wait, 1967. No, it's still too much.
Yeah.
Is that his first appearance?
Yeah, it is. Or no, it's just the first. Yeah, that is too much. Yeah, you fucked up, Nemesis. Nemesis,
you got
before you make more
scammed.
comic book purchases. Hit me up. I will tell you.
You got duped and scooped.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but like the 1st issue, the first appearance of Black Panther is a solid 600. 200 less for Peacemaker feels like you're getting ripped off.
I love that I know the reason why Ash knows that is not because it's the first appearance of Black Panther, but because it's a relevant appearance of Wyatt Wingfoot.
Like,
Yeah, okay. Look, I think
like the first appearance of Peacemaker is in the Fightin' 5 number 40.
I paid $250 for a first appearance Asbestos Man I didn't know
Ayaan,
it was
pull up
the
eBay
second
and see how
appearance
much the
Doctor
first-
Strange.
The first issue of Peacemaker is going for.
Oh, let me try the eBay one.
Here's the thing: it is getting overpriced because of his inclusion in James Gunn's series. But like $400
Cena.
is ridiculous.
Cena.
Like that's close. So there's a crossover comic I bought after Peacemaker where it's Peacemaker. It's an issue of Vigilante, and it's the only one that features Peacemaker.
Oh,
I only paid like $100.
Nemesis.
for
Nemesis, you could have gotten. You didn't need 400. Nemesis,
yeah.
at least 2. Look,
I feel like
it's
we're- I feel
Nemesis.
like we're rubbing salt in the wound here.
Yeah, let's not insult our audience real quick.
No, it's Nemesis.
We're mourning Nemesis's loss.
Fantastic Four. Wait, which one was Fantastic Four? Oh God, babe.
It was empty.
Nemesis.
Yeah.
No, it spilled on me.
Nemesis, was this an online purchase or something at a comic book store? I feel like you could
Oh
still.
God,
I'm
Like, is
assuming
it
that-
still in the process
I'm
of getting
assuming
to
they're
you, or
talking
do you
about
already
going to
own
free.
it?
everything's wet.
Catch me dead before you catch me buying spending $400 on a comic.
Hang on, what's Fantastic 435?
I'm
I keep
assuming
on
this
being
was
like,
Oh.
a free book day purchase.
Oh, Calamity on Campus.
Oh,
Yeah, no, Calamity on Campus isn't that much, surprisingly.
You know, Nemesis,
No one
you,
appreciate it.
you could still sell that book.
I'm gonna go get you a dice.
You could sell it, maybe get half what you paid for it.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, you would just, if you want to get another Peacemaker #1, you would pay the half that you got. So really, Nemesis still, at best, Nemesis will get $20 back.
And that's profit, baby.
Yeah, no, Fantastic Four #35. It's one of those books that nothing really happened in, or because Dragon Man hasn't been adapted ever. No one notices that.
Is it graded?
Speaking
I
of
have
John
to ask,
Cena,
wait, hold on. Is it graded? Because, like, if it's like a good grading, then I think, like, yeah, that's fair enough.
No, I think comic book grading is scam.
I think
it
so
is,
too.
but that's why it would be more if it's slab.
That's why it would be more. Nemesis, was it ungraded? God damn it, Nemesis.
You know, that's pretty sad. But you know what
Nemesis-
helps? You know what helps for a sad mood? The good old the dulcet tones of the mountain
know what?
goats.
You know what? Sometimes
Here.
supporting local businesses is worth it. You know, sometimes you got to pay more, and that's all right.
I
Support
understand that,
comic
Nemesis.
shops.
I spent $200 on Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash's trade paperback book, and it's not a good comic.
Whoa.
I fully admit I wasted my money there, and sometimes that just happens. Like, I spent a lot on
Speaking
Batman
of
Eternal.
John Cena, fuck the WWE. Fuck
Okay,
you,
Daystar.
WWE. You suck.
We wait for Stack to figure. I don't know where Stack
Very
went.
funny for Daystar to get into something, and then a week later, it already bites them in the ass.
Look, I wasn't expecting much. I knew what I was getting into, okay? This is not like I'm not blindsided. I'm just a little disappointed. You know? They
I'm
released
not
like all of
surprised. No,
all
I'm not
women.
mad. Not mad.
I'm
Just
not mad.
disappointed.
I'm just disappointed. Exactly. I am mad though. Definitely mad is the thing that I am. If you go, maybe if you can you like work up a tear if you start crying?
I was more.
I mean, it
worried.
depends on the comic book shop owner. If you were, like, I don't know. I've never returned comics before, so I wouldn't know.
Returning, you can't do that.
I don't think
Yeah.
we can do that.
Yeah.
You can beg.
What you can do is you can sell it to a different shop.
You can sell it to some different idiot for $500.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
Sell
have to
it-
find another sucker.
Yeah, you just gotta find people who watch HBO and don't know how comic book pricings work.
You gotta hold on to it until season 2 of Peacemaker.
You have
And
to
then
find
sell
Logan.
it.
Nemesis, what you have to do is you have to find Logan Paul, all right?
Find Logan Paul. Find John Cena, get him to sign it.
Yeah, find John Cena, have him sign it. and he'll sign a
Kidnap
lot
John
of things.
Cena.
Step 1. Kidnap John Cena.
Next
him
time
these
John
on.
Cena's doing a thing, get a ticket to that, have him sign that comic, and then you can sell that shit for $1,000.
Exactly.
as business, baby. And also get, how much does it take to get a comic graded?
I wouldn't bother
ooh.
with the grading.
Yeah.
Because if you
Like
do that, you
35?
can sell it for $2,000.
Yeah, you get it signed, then you get it graded. $2,000.
Hold on, I gotta go free my cat.
This is a perfect plan.
Perfect plan, no flaws, no complications.
But so the WWE, like the women already make up like less than half of the whole roster, which is like fine, whatever. I get it. People just care about the fucking dudes. But they did all their releases, and there's still more names coming out of the releases, and it's pretty much just women. Like there's some dudes in there, but it's mostly women that are getting released from the WWE. And I've been frustrated. I've been seeing them rolling on Twitter, and I'm like, what is wrong with the worldwide? And then the people that they're keeping, they're like all MAGA weirdos. What the hell, Ayaan? You can't put your fucking headphones on.
No, I love it. People
Oh,
ask for us to
Nemesis, don't cry.
Don't cry.
Don't cry. Trust me, this happened. It's not as bad as my cousin paying $150 for a reprint of the first appearance of Moon Knight.
Oh,
What?
when was it
No.
reprinted? Like reprinted
Last
in,
Tuesday?
Like,
No, like they're fairly recently.
oh, your cousin's dumb.
My cousin, well, no, I felt bad because I didn't check the back for him to make sure that it wasn't a reprint. Because I was also flipping through boxes, and when I, you know me, when I
you
flip
turned
through
around.
boxes. Yeah. I forgot to turn around the graded comic to see. He still likes it though. But also the funniest thing I've ever had him do was I was buying comics at a con, and he was like, "Oh, you know, I should really get the first appearance of Ilyana Rasputin because he really likes magic right now." And I turned around and I looked at him and I went, "Giant-sized X-Men #1?"
That's her first appearance?
Yes,
Ooh.
it is. And he was like, "Yeah, how much would that cost me?" And I went,
CM Punk knows the answer to that one.
CM Punk knows the answer thanks to Danhausen.
My card got taken, and I just got a text about fraudulent transactions that I need to resolve.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
This is perplexing.
Nemesis, do not feel bad. It happens to everyone. I have paid incredible amounts for vigilante figures.
Yeah.
I think it was like $150.
Take it from me. I spent a lot on comics. You know how much I spent on getting all those Ultimates books, the Mark Miller Ultimates?
Why?
Yeah, why did you do that?
I'm trying to cheer up a friend here, all right? We're not here to judge my decisions. We're here to say that it happens to everyone.
No, I think that'll cheer Nemesis up if we shit on Ayaan about his dumbass choices.
I won this hat, by the way, a while ago last summer. Well, all right, Nemesis, let's not take it that far. I said it as a...
I'm putting you on blast, Ayaan. Be friends with Nemesis. Oh, and Cowboy Potato.
What? Oh, we got some blind boxes.
We got
today.
blind boxes. I already opened the Godzilla one, and then
I am
forgot.
kidding, though, Nemesis. We're not super close friends, but you're very
You're
what's the right
ooh.
word? Not
Online friends.
Hey, you know, I don't.
Wow.
I don't.
Is
I
that
don't.
Nemesis?
Oh, it's getting.
I haven't seen your Twitter. You need to be following some normal accounts.
Yeah, all you follow is porn accounts. It's weird.
I don't. That's not true.
Sure,
not
it's
true.
not.
It's not true. It's just that a lot of people that I follow also follow counts.
You need to make better friends, Ayaan. Like Nemesis.
Can I open one?
Okay.
You
We're gonna
still got-
open
Blind box time. What are
blind
we
box
looking at?
time.
Hold on.
Oh, this is. Oh, well, it's about WrestleMania.
I think no, it's about who got released from wrestling, and it's mostly women.
We got
Dakota Kai. We were talking about this in the group chat. I think that like they're gonna put all their chips in on Io and Rhea, which means that Dakota Kai is gonna have to be, you know.
I hope she finds work in AEW. Anyway, look at my Don. Look at my Don. He hides his face with his little hat.
This is the lesbian we were talking about.
Show off Hello Kitty.
Oh. We also have a Hello Kitty who's hiding her face in a giant bow.
Yes.
Love.
Bunch of nonsense.
I love him. So glad we got him.
He has a little removable hat.
Thank God we still have John Cena, though. Am I right, everybody?
I mean, he's out by the end of the year.
He's
Yeah,
out.
He'll be gone soon.
But also, like, who's to say some of these cuts aren't because of how much they have to pay John Cena?
I mean, when John Cena said he's going to ruin wrestling for everyone else.
He meant that shit.
He meant that shit. Oh, did I already get the toothbrushing one?
You did.
Oh, that's fine.
That's fine.
I
We
like
can have
these.
matching ones.
Exactly.
I like the effect this hat is doing, where you don't see my eyes.
Done.
Oh, we should do the Sanrio character voting. Everyone do your Sanrio character voting.
I'm gonna be honest, I never voted in any of those.
That's okay.
Oh my god, I can't believe you hate elections, Ayaan.
Exactly.
I am lazy about voting.
You can't force me to vote for a candidate that I'm not comfortable with, all right?
We're not asking you to vote for Cinnamon Roll, who is racist.
What? What do you mean cinnamon rolls racist?
Anyway, I really hope I get my cowboy potato.
I feel like you could get into Choco Cat. We're not
Yeah.
pro through Twitter.
I could get into what?
Choco Cat?
Ah! Look at this little mushroom with the cowboy hat.
All right, so like this is the Hello Kitty universe.
Yeah, there's a Hello Kitty.
Turn it off when I pulled up the gays. Interesting.
We can't just be on Twitter. Here, he's a butch lesbian.
I was showing the gays.
This is Hello Kitty's girlfriend.
Jerry,
Well, it's no.
It's
Dear
how
Daniel is
You're on mute.
Rena,
Rena.
you muted.
boyfriend.
Hello Kitty's boyfriend, but
Jerry on top. While I was on the phone, my face was so sweaty it accidentally deleted one of my Bumble photos, and I don't know which one it was, so I had to re-upload it, which is just like not a big deal.
I thought you were on the phone with the bank. Why were you on
I
Bumble?
was on the phone with the bank. I was,
What's the
and
big
but like I was on the phone with the bank, and it minimized the phone app, and then my face was just pressed to the screen. But I was on the bank. I was on the phone with the bank. I don't have a debit card right now, so that's
Oh,
fun.
no.
I feel like I could get into
That's
Choco
a
Cat.
bad-
Squid is correct.
I do have
Did
a
you get
Choco
them
Cat.
to
In terms
take
of
back
that,
the
I have a
charges?
black cat.
As I'm saying.
It said I currently have temporary credit. I'll have to figure out what that means.
That being said, my Lovecraft is so cute now. Like I just hold her and she just sleeps in my hold.
Aww.
You
This
cur-
is one of
cured
my
her
personal
racism.
favorite Sanrio characters.
Yeah, it looks like getting fixed cured her.
He's a lazy egg.
That's the cure to racism. Just get your ovaries cut out of your body.
Yeah.
What?
Right.
Ovaries is where the racism is stored.
What are you talking about?
The House Republican account put pray for our president. We might be. I don't know. We might have to change the thing sooner than we thought.
It would be really.
Get ready for our third Catholic president, folks.
JD Vance, President JD Vance. Fuck Fuck me.
I feel like that would be worse because at least Donald Trump is going senile.
And that's the thing. Francis is gone. He's not even like he would have probably excommunicated JD Vance. He hated that dude more than he hated Biden.
Yeah, I feel like you can't abuse the excommunication thing. That's for like probably individual bishops.
It's not no, it's not abuse. It's very much the point of it.
But I imagine that's what Francis was thinking.
Francis was he was more diligent than most posts when it came to excommunication. He was excommunicating like all the mafia dudes and stuff, and they were so fucking mad at him in Italy.
That's actually really funny.
Baba Booey.
Like,
Just like
organized crime will no longer be associated with Catholicism.
yeah, people were pissed. It was rough. But I'm like, I kept being like, Francis, you gotta excommunicate Biden. He kept like shit talking him, being like, oh, Biden, you be cool, stop bombing people and stuff, Biden, with all your friends. And Biden was just like, ignored him, left on red. I'm like, you gotta do something, Francis, and he didn't. So here we are.
We should excommunicate everyone.
Excommunicate everyone.
Just the accidental delete all history browser.
I mean, I think specifically you should excommunicate most heads of state. Because if you're a head of state, you're evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just realized I did not finish my album. I listened to the whole thing except for the last song, which is the title song.
Do it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I uncool yourself.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Whoa.
Your album.
You can't say that to someone with the hat on.
Look at his silly little hat. You can't do himself.
You think I should tell him more?
Would you tell a child in a propeller hat?
It would be kind of funny.
Okay, so my album was Getting Into Knives.
Getting into
Okay,
knives.
so we're gonna go in release order. So I'll go
Let's
first.
do this later. We don't.
We'll do this later. Let Ayaan listen to his song.
I'm currently listening to the song "Bleed Out" by Mountain Goats right now as we're having this conversation.
Just
God,
leave
you
the.
got the album I like.
You can just leave the stream for a bit, you know.
No, he's vibing.
No,
let's
let
let
him go.
Bible.
I kind of feel bad about telling him to kill himself.
You should.
Kind of. Not really.
Well, alrighty.
You can't tell a dancing man in a stupid little hat to kill himself.
All right, to anyone watching, just play the song "Bleed Out" by Mountain Goats. If you're watching the stream on like a separate device, and you'll see like me
was
doing
not-
my jigs, my funny little
I
dances.
listened to my album twice. I listened to
listened to
mine
it
last
once.
week,
I
and then we
also-
didn't do it.
Nemesis, you didn't get scammed. You got price gouged. There's a difference. Price gouging is when the person who did that is an idiot, not you.
Hi, Squid. Pom Pom Pern's my favorite too.
That's because you like yellow.
And I like his little butt.
He shits pancakes.
He doesn't
Whoa.
shit pancakes.
Why did they put the pancakes near his butt?
Cute.
Because he shits pancakes.
He shits pancakes. Am I wrong?
Yes.
Yeah. We should do something.
We talking about Kate Kane.
Mhm.
I posted a silly little bit on Twitter.com, and I did post it as a joke in the group chat before I posted it. I'm like, you think this will get me canceled? And then I got canceled for a completely different reason than what I thought was going to be the problem.
What did you think was going to be the problem?
Canceled for.
What did you think was going to be the problem?
I thought that me
Calling all
saying
these
that,
guys lesbians.
no, I think just like being like very pro lesbian in regards to lesbians were in a bit of hot water this week on DC Twitter. So I
Yeah.
was like,
When aren't they?
I felt like people were going to call me biphobic for calling everybody a lesbian. And I thought that was going to be the problem. That ended up not being what the problem was. The problem was me saying that Kate Kane might be a little bit racist, a little bit, you know, You know how it is. And then
Could it be
the
possible?
Asian fans.
Could it be
Asian
possible
fans
she
are mad.
reformed her racism? You know.
Would not be nice if that was true.
I mean, like, hear me out, okay? Every superhero has a little bit of a racist period.
Yeah.
I mean, Booster Gold saved Ronald Reagan, so you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hold on. Pausing the song.
Booster Gold.
No, don't.
I'm
just
just.
I want to
I
participate
mean-
in the conversation.
That's why my suggestion to fix her was to make her not racist.
Yeah. I
Just fix it. Just not
yeah,
do
just you know what? What if I just pitched the most tropey worst thing ever? So we
Hmm.
give her an Arab girlfriend, all right? And
it. Look, it's happened before. It didn't work out great. It's just, ended up with her being a landlord.
all right. But this girlfriend is also an anti-hero. I was going to say supervillain, but I'm shifting more to anti-hero.
Anti-hero.
Yeah. And she calls Kate out on her like you know,
She fixes her.
yeah, she fixes her essentially.
Interesting.
And they could be fun little lesbians together.
Fun little lesbians.
Yeah, with
So,
like
okay.
emotional drama. You know, Tim Drake recently cheated on his boyfriend and everyone's
Is
cheering.
Kate? Well, that's not really what happened, but okay.
Wait,
Wait, he cheated on Bernard?
Not really, but
I don't read the Batman books. I just heard on TikTok.
somebody kissed him and then he got accused of cheating. So it's
We're back to
He didn't
messy
really
Tim.
kiss
Dra-
them,
We're
but-
back to messy Tim Drake drama.
I did get one Tim Drake fan that was mad in the whole mess of it because I took like the thing that was going around because someone posted like a thing that had a bunch of Batman characters on it, and then like this is my fixes for the Batman universe, and they were all stupid, so that people were making fun of them. But I did take the original picture and I just like cut out the last row because I didn't care about any of those characters. But one of them happened to be Tim Drake, I think. So I ended up just cutting Tim Drake, and someone was mad. It's like, "Where's Tim?" And I'm like, "Oh shit, I guess I cropped him out."
Like, I also don't care.
You
About it.
didn't even think about him
Because you
enough.
put, I don't care on Dick and Jason, so I assumed it would also be about Tim.
I
Don't
said
care
kill
so.
Jason.
Keep
Oh,
it
right.
going.
Jason's dead. That's the fix for Jason.
I
Take him
like
out.
show me that image. I want to see what I want to do for my fixes.
Do you want my
Okay.
image or the original image?
I do have to ask, is everyone getting like a weird amount of Thunderbolts on their like Twitter feed?
it's not weird. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's just a popular
new
movie
movie.
that's coming out.
No.
I think
No.
it's crazy.
I think
I'm
Marvel's
concerned.
I think Marvel has a bunch of fake accounts.
I don't think
I
it's
don't-
fake
I don't think
accounts.
it's necessarily that. I just think that people are being. I think that like Marvel has sort of rebooted its whole thing, and they're starting over from square one, and people are like, "Finally, we're back to the real Marvel."
Okay, I
And
can
it's
explain
like,
this because this has happened to me several times watching Star Trek, where I will go through dog shit seasons. So when I get to an okay episode, I'm like, huh, a crumb. Like,
It's like, okay, I think it's just
Who knows?
and like people, I think
you-
I
the
think from what
bar
I've
for
seen,
you is actually just really low.
I think yeah.
yeah, I think people saw Marvel was looking at enough of its own criticism, and it's like we'll try and skirt away from overly relying on green screens and just do what people like us best when we're doing, which is just like spy shit and Captain America stuff from the Winter Soldier. Like, all right,
that's what I'm saying. Like they just reset it, and people are like, "We're back. Marvel's back."
Yeah,
baby."
because I made a video like 4 years ago about how I don't think Bucky should be in Captain America 4, and I'm still right about that. But also Captain America 4 was a shit movie, so who cares?
Why did you think Bucky shouldn't be in Captain America 4?
okay.
I just think
so
that Sam
here-
needed to
Here's the
have
other
some.
picture.
Yeah,
I don't want to
Here-
look at this ugly ass Huntress
Anyway,
picture.
anyway.
okay. Just I'll do my bit.
Hold on, Ayaan, wait. But like, here's the thing. But then people were commenting, "Oh, this video aged poorly because Thunderbolts was great," and I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Go watch Sinners.
Like, people say that about the Avengers, and that
a
movie sucked.
Zionist, at least go watch Sinners.
Question: what was the one with the original like picks? Like, what was the guy's like suggestions?
It
He
was
was
like
saying
most-
like,
It was like kill most of the women.
It was kill most of the women.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Also put not family over Helena
he said
Wayne.
make. Yeah, he put not family over Kate Kane, and everyone's like, that's literally his cousin.
Yeah. Very funny that they cared enough to put Gotham and Gotham Girl on here.
I really
That's
need to
crazy
see I need to see the original one. Hold up.
Find the original one, Ayaan. Computer, find the original
Daystar,
one.
Daystar
Oh.
gave me these.
Hold on. I know that the person I interacted with the person who posted it. I can try to find
Okay, in the meantime, I want to do my own.
it that way.
So-
But do your thing.
Okay, so Alfred, I'm fine with him staying dead. I like that character beat for Bruce. Azrael, don't know enough about him. I made Squid read his books, and Squid really liked him. So I have him around, I guess. Jason, might have to agree with Daystar.
I think
What?
Jason should be dead, or we should go back to him being like a crime lord, but like
Being
I-
separate from
I-
the Bat family.
I remember I made a skit a bit ago where it was Jason Todd saying, "Hey, can I be leader of the Teen Titans for a bit?" It's like, Jason, you're not a teenager, first of all. And second of all, you were on the Titans. Like, yeah, but I was never like a leader like you and Tim were. I want to be like a leader. It's like, I don't know if I can trust you after that Red Hood business. And he's just, for the last time, that wasn't me!
Okay, here's the original if you want to pull it up.
All right, sure.
I'll come back. Just to know where this all started.
Dead, not family, despite her being the actual cousin. Dead. Why Flamebird dead? What the hell?
You don't need to use her. I feel like bringing her back to kill her is like too much work.
Why did you include Flamebird in the first place?
This is not they didn't take this. They just Googled Bat Fam and then grabbed a
Yeah,
picture
no,
that
because
had
I know
a
the
bunch
one
of characters.
Flamebird, the
Wait.
one Flamebird stan on Twitter.
Hold
was
on, who's
pissed
this one?
About it.
That is Julia Pennyworth.
All right. Fair enough. Terry being dead is an interesting one because he's in the future. He's not even.
He doesn't go here.
You can just not use them. You
I
just
think, yeah, you could have said aborted. That would have been
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
you could just not use them. Like these are characters that you don't need to bring back.
All right. Batman and Damian stays. That's fuck.
It would
Yeah,
be very funny if they wrote dead for Batman.
that's dead for not family for Batman's on again, off again girlfriend.
I think they
Flash.
mean like not Batman family.
Like not considered fully Bat fam.
It's weird that they're
Weird to put the two Helenas
it's
there.
weird how they're like two modes are like killing someone and keeping them.
Yeah. And Helena Wayne, his daughter, not family. Yeah, Helena Bertinelli, not
She
family.
also doesn't go here.
Yeah, I can get behind this. Like because I like Hunter
Hey.
Solo books. I like the one that from the 80s. I like that one. So Duke Thomas stays. Fair enough.
Killing Team Drake's one. Like death is a story device. Like you don't like you shouldn't kill someone unless you have a story to say about them being dead.
Hold on. When I'm done with this, we'll pull up Squid's thing that he said. All right, Nightwing dead. I disagree. Or Babs being Oracle. Fair enough. Cass stays. Harper. Why Harper dead? What did Harper?
No
do?
one even remembers she exists.
Luke. This is Luke Fox or Tim Fox?
I'm not sure.
That is Luke.
All right. Gotham being dead. That's already canon, I believe. Tim. Why Tim? Why are all the Robins except for Damien? Who did this? Was this Dan
You
DiDio?
only need
Did
one
Dan-
fucking Robin. You only
Did
need one
Dan
at a time.
DiDio make this list personally?
You only need one Robin. The rest of them, take them out.
Yeah.
Dead weight.
Stephanie dead. I assume to give Cass like character motivation. I guess. Gotham
Yeah.
Girl dead. Okay. Clayface also dead.
I like that
let me
Clayface is here for some
Let me
reason.
share what Squid's fix is going to be because I think it's a really interesting idea.
Grundy time.
That was really quick.
Solomon
Squid.
Grundy.
All right, Ayaan, go back to yours. Go back to
All
your,
right.
your sins. Do you want to
Okay,
show
so-
mine? Do you want to show
Oh
what
yeah,
my
we'll pull up
response was?
Daystars. Yeah.
Because it's been scrubbed from the internet. Because I got canceled.
Why? This is.
I deleted it,
Daystar,
'cause I was-
You gotta be strong. I
No,
would never.
I was
delete
sick of.
the internet.
I was sick of people messaging me about it.
Lesbian.
I would never
Yeah.
delete the internet.
Why Asriel lesbian?
Everyone's lesbian. If I couldn't
Okay.
think of a funny joke about them, I just put lesbian.
The Pope for Asriel. Dead.
No, he doesn't want to be the Pope.
Not
so.
racist. Good.
I feel like that
lesbian.
was a good fix, but apparently Kate Kane's fans are really, really holding on to the fact that she's racist. That's like their favorite thing about her.
Hey, that's my comfort racism. Betty Kane being lesbian.
Mhm.
I don't care about her.
Hey,
Uh,
hey! I sit in a love triangle with Elena and Renee.
Who is that?
Okay.
It's Pennyworth. That
Julia
is
Pennyworth.
that's Alfred's bisexual daughter that
Yeah.
hates him.
Yeah. I don't. You say you don't care about Terry. Lesbian.
care.
Buzz cut for Selena. Never existed. Batman.
The leader.
Lesbian. I don't care.
I don't care.
Lesbian alive.
I also
It's
did you notice
very
I
funny.
changed? Did you notice that I changed a couple pictures around?
Yeah. You went. You did the good huntress suit.
Mhm.
Lesbian alive. It's not even in the Bat family. I think too.
She's in Gotham. She's included.
Yeah. But
If we're putting Huntress in there, then like it's fine.
all right.
She hangs out.
I-
She's
I
like the fun
consider-
aunt that shows up every once in a while.
Yeah, I consider her more like JSA JLA family type.
She's friends with Bruce.
I know, but like that's also
Let her come hang out.
Why isn't Booster Gold on the list, Daystar?
Yeah, Booster Gold's from Gotham.
Why
and
would-
friends with-
Why would I put Booster Gold? You don't want to know what I would say about Booster Gold. He was on
all right.
my-
Married. In Catwoman.
Yeah, I'm
in that-
marrying Poison Ivy and Harley
Wait, is that-
Quinn. Suck
Which
it,
one is
losers.
this? Is this Shiva?
No, that's Ieko. That is Catwoman's ex.
All right. In Batman. Not a cop there.
I
Wait a
like
minute.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. That's not a Bat character. That's
I
a
know.
super
That's why
character.
I'm fixing it. I'm putting her in Batman because no one's doing anything with her.
What kind of
I can put her wherever I want.
sports trade is this?
I traded Natasha for Tim. The supers can have Tim.
You traded Clayface for Natasha.
No, I traded
Clayface
Tim.
is
I
just
traded
going to
Tim.
be Clayface is just going to be like doing the role of a lifetime, which is just pretending to be Natasha. Like, it is I, father. It's me, your daughter. Natasha
I need her
Steele.
somewhere. We got like one lesbian that's chill.
It is I, father. Natasha Steele. I'm doing the Harley Quinn animated series Bane. Or Clayface.
Haven't
All
seen
right,
it.
so it's
So-
funny. Alan Tudyk voices him. So my fixes for this second row, Terry, keep him in the future. I guess. You know.
Is he even in any comics?
Yeah, he has his own comics. They
Well,
were
no,
mostly-
like right now.
No, I don't think so.
No, I mean
Uh,
like, does he have his own comics? That's like one of the like weird out of universe things, or is he actually
Terry?
in?
So
Oh wait, hold on. Terry is gonna be in comics.
Terry is going to be in a comic. He's going to be in Justice League Dark whatever.
He's gonna
right.
be in
God
So the
damn
thing
it.
is, he's
he's-
kind of. It depends on what DC is going for. Sometimes it's an alternate universe, but a lot for like main DC AU or sometimes in the New 52, they consider what was going to happen with Terry, like that was going to be the end. That was going to happen for the DC's future.
I feel the same way about like the Helena Wayne. I'm like, who cares?
Yeah.
I
It's about the
do
future.
remember. I do remember. Fucking Miranda hates Batman Beyond.
I like that show.
I think her problem with it is that it treats everything that it treats everything that all the characters she likes from Batman as useless. Like they all just like couldn't get Gotham to even be a little bit better.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's just Mr. Gold.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things that is a good point of what the themes of Batman Beyond was the Mr. Freeze episode, where it's just that Mr. Freeze was just a head by the end of Batman the Animated Series that could talk, and so they decided to transfer him into a new body, but like he was slowly going back to his old ways, and then by the end of the episode, it was just the whole thing about how like it's time to just let this past like go. Like it's time that the old things are starting to die. It's time to make a new slate for what's to come next.
Why was he
Amen.
ahead? And was his wife alive
Yeah, she left him.
when he
Ha.
was just ahead?
Like I think this was the Batman Sub-Zero movie, where it was tied to the DCAU. What happened there was Mr. Freeze's wife came back. He cured her, but she was like appalled by his actions, and so she left him. And then his disease left him nothing but a head and a robot body.
Damien?
Damien, Muslim.
Yeah.
That's just a me thing. Batman, Muslim. He converted.
Converted
No.
for his kid.
Yeah,
He converted
actually,
to be with Talia.
Batman for me, I feel like I want him to be what he was from the 80s and 90s personally. Like just like doing cool dark detective stuff and not over the top thingies. Catwoman,
Mm-hmm.
entering Batman.
Ayo.
Helena Wayne, Earth 2. We'll just keep her over there. Helena Bertinelli, in Chicago, wearing full clothes.
Wait, is she moving to Chicago?
I forgot where she was. I forgot where that original.
She's from New York.
That's
She
just
moved to
across the
Chicago,
road.
though.
We'll split the difference. She's in Baltimore now. She's in Baltimore and she protects the women of Baltimore. It's really cool.
Was there a big Italian mafia scene in Baltimore?
Could not tell you off the dome.
Uh-huh. I feel like New York or Chicago would probably be your best bet
New York.
for the mafia princess.
Duke Thomas, he's around during the day.
That's a bad
That's
idea.
his bit. That is his bit.
Just
He just
gay
does
Batman.
he does the Batman stuff, but like during the day. That's why he's the signal. He's the light in the dark.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's why he doesn't do anything.
This sick ass metal Batman, I'm pretty sure is either Tim or Luke. I do not know. We're gonna have
It's gotta be
him.
Luke.
We'll have him pose for Playboy, I think.
In the
which-
suit.
Yeah, which leads me to my next one. Put him back in the costume.
Put him
back
what?
on.
Put him back in the disco wing, his original 80s costume.
The disco suit.
Yeah. Babs.
Make it gayer.
I
Don't just cut it off. Do the cutoffs. Tits out, ass out.
with Babs, she's Oracle.
Mhm.
I think also dating Ted Cord, perhaps, maybe. Still, he's still her Discord kitten, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only if it's Discord kitten.
Cassandra
I
Cain.
want Pet to be her Discord kitten, and then she has a real life girlfriend.
Cassandra Cain, I just want her. Well, she already has a book. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty satisfied where Cass is right now.
Yeah, Cass is doing great. Shout out to
Harper,
girl.
do not know her
Did
deal.
Batgirl get an extension or did it end?
It's going
It's
for a couple
ending
months,
soon.
for sure.
Yeah.
It's 12.
It's going to.
Yeah, they're gonna wrap up at 12.
Yeah. Harper, no idea.
It's great.
Tim,
Mhm.
no idea. Gotham, he's a Tom King character. I don't care about him.
I think he's dead,
Yeah.
right?
He's dead.
I
Yeah.
don't even know who that is.
He was in the first arc of Tom King's Batman run.
I read that and I didn't even know who that is.
Yeah. Tim. He sure.
Cassandra Cain is out of the hole that Kamala Khan is currently in.
Oh.
I believe they call that the key.
Okay, at the very least, Cassandra gets a respectable.
Yeah, she is
Yeah,
out.
At the very least, Cassandra gets a respectable series that knows her character and
That's
like.
why she's out of the hole.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Daystar? They call that the what?
I said they call that the Kia Asylum.
Tim, just have him lead Young Justice. Just have him hang with his little buddies.
Is Young Justice a thing anymore?
He's too old to be leading Young Justice. Let it
Then
go.
call him Justice. I don't care. Just have him hang with his friends.
Such a bad
It's just
name.
like the weird. Yeah, you have to change Old Justice.
Well,
Well,
they
just-
actually have that in the original series. It's a bunch of old Golden Age heroes who have aged out.
Well, guess who's the Old Justice now?
Yeah, and you know what's funny? Including that, Jay Garrick's little like little buddy, who or no, not Jay Garrick. It was Alan Scott's little buddy who was like supportive of him being gay in that one series.
Doiby Dickles.
Doiby Dickles
Doiby.
was part of Old Justice.
I
His
hate
name is
Doiby.
Derby. His name is Derby. He just has an Irish accent.
The problem is other people call him Doiby. Like no one says
Doiby?
Derby. Like when other characters are talking, the speech bubble is Doiby.
Yeah. Gotham Girl. I don't know. I guess she's around.
No, don't put her around. There's no tongue being allowed.
All right. She's freeing the children of Palestine from oppression.
Hell yeah.
Good
I
for
want to
her.
do that specifically to the Tom King characters.
No, you're right.
What
Oh
about
wow!
Kate?
Ion's creating some white saviors over here.
At least they have someone.
She could do it off panel.
What's
Played by me.
Oh,
Here's I,
you're who?
Clayface.
how are you gonna play
Okay, no.
Clayface in a comic book?
Played by me personally.
You have to anytime anybody needs a Batman book and Clayface shows up, you have to show up at their door and be like, "Hey, it's gonna be a little bit weird, a little bit unconventional storytelling here, but I'm here to play Clayface."
You do the thing they do whenever they want a real life cameo, where they have like a really ugly image of the person that's clearly like scanned or whatever, you know? Like you know what I'm talking about in like the Hellfire Gala where they have Kevin Feige there for some fucking reason.
Yeah, or that one Dan Moore, James Gunn Superman cover.
Yeah, and
No.
it, look,
I'll pass to that one just because it
It looks fine.
like
it looks better at least. Like the ones inside are like this looks nothing like the art style of the rest of the book because you had to make it abundantly clear that it was a famous person.
Yeah, it's like that Star Trek, Star Wars, or no, that Star Trek X-Men crossover book where the X-Men look like X-Men, but like edgy, like 90s comic book characters, and the Star Trek characters just look like people.
Like
It looks like the original, like the 70s Star Trek. You've seen the 70s Star Trek comics where the artist had, because they took promo photos, right? That was what he was drawing, like the characters from. So he had a perfect likeness for all of the characters except for Scotty, because they didn't have any promo material of Scotty. So it was always just like the very obviously regional cast and just some guy named Scotty who looked absolutely nothing like Scotty.
I do like how it was the famous people. I can tell that it's someone I should recognize even when I can't recognize them because of the ugly art.
no, like here's the thing.
Like-
At least with, like the James Gunn one, A, it's only a cover, and B, I can kind of get it. If I was the head of the movie studio, I would try and put myself in a comic book.
Like the Star Trek people look like, why is the scan so horrible? What the hell? Anyway, the Star Trek people look like people, and then the X-Men come around.
They look
They
like
just-
X-Men.
Yeah.
Pull up the original Star Trek comics.
Me and my friends, this is a good Wolverine. Me and my friends were talking about like my Kitty Pryde and how she's racist.
Yeah.
Like this
I
is
need
just,
to get Rena to a con that Chris Claremont's at.
here's Spock Vulcan nerve pinching Wolverine.
Kitty's allowed to be racist. I think it's funny that she's racist, okay? She should be racist more.
Hold on 1 second.
Is she the Kate Kane of the X-Men?
Yes. They even start with K. I think Kitty should say slurs again.
They're both named Catherine.
Yeah. Kitty should say
Maybe
slurs.
it's a problem with Catherine's.
I mean, Kitty technically goes by Kate now. I don't call her Kate because I'm not a loser.
I think she's back to Katie.
Okay, that I feel conflicted
I
about.
think they took the note on that one.
That no one was doing it. Maybe don't change the name of the character with the most code names in the entirety of the X-Men. Maybe don't do that. Maybe the one character that we have to refer to by her actual name should have a consistent name.
Well, that was like a big thing because like Jewish fans were like, it's a Jewish name. Like her name is Katie. Like that's like a big Jewish name. And then they were like, oh, and like framing it like she's growing up, so she's changing her name to Kate now to prove that she's grown up. Is people were like, this is a little weird.
Especially because I think they started straightening her hair.
I mean,
They did that. Yeah, they did. They started straightening her hair. This is all in Dugan's Martyrs one, and then they also had the weird thing where they fucked up like her funeral, like they burned her body, and it was just like, whoa, there's a lot going on.
In Kitty's run, so I will say in Dugan's run, the curls were more pronounced. I would say Kitty's hair is straightened more before Krakoa than after. Like it starts out straight, and then, or maybe I'm just thinking of the Steve Orlando run where it's really curly. But
I think just sort of in general, I think like it's time periods, right? So like curly hair was really in fashion in the 80s and then went out of fashion in the 90s. So that was just like how they grew everybody. Like everybody's just got straight hair now.
Well, yeah, the 90s and 2000s are like peak, same body type, same face for everyone, you know? We're like, and like, which sucks because Kitty's hair is like notable. I remember when I was running a Marvel tabletop game and what's the word? We had Kitty Pryde as an NPC, and the running bit was that she was racist. Like,
it's really funny when we were doing that whole bit where it was like making a our own X-Men team, and I was like our own Avengers team or something like that, and I put Kamala Khan there as a joke, and then I was thinking about putting Kitty on there, so they're like, oh, I don't know if I feel, because you know the implication. And Squid said, yeah, it's just the idea that Kitty Pryde just like shaking at the idea, like holding herself back from saying a slur.
Well, that literally is what ended up happening in the books.
Oh.
Disturbing the peace. Look into my eyes.
we also talked about how NYX had a white woman essentially call a queer black mutant an Uncle Tom. That was fun.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck me.
She kind of did something similar to Kamala in the last
kept on
issue.
Fighting me about.
I don't want to talk about hive mind.
The white
Well,
woman doing racism to people of color.
Look at the books I have here.
You know who Hive Mind wrote before NYX most recently?
What?
Miss Kate Kane.
Oh, so they just suck, huh?
They do.
Oh, they've sucked for a long time, and they're just getting even worse, like each time. Like they're not like it would be one thing if they were like getting better and they were, but it's just going downhill, and it's just like
I
guys.
should give Vita Ayala more books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I've done this bit before, but this is another bit from old Star Trek comics where they went to this place where they thought it was heaven because there was a bunch of
Show the panel where they think it's heaven and then they see Hitler.
Yeah. But the first thing is George Washington is here, and there's also Captain. May I present Nero, Emperor of Rome? A pleasure, I'm sure. This gets more confusing by the minute, and I'm sure you'll recognize Anton York, 45th President of the United States, Mr. President. Some new additions.
Oh,
It'll be nice to see a new face. Welcome aboard. I can't do a Trump voice.
You really
Why
can't.
are you trying?
I
He's
think
the president.
how do you not have a Trump?
Also, why does he kind of look like him?
He does not.
Kind of nails it a little bit. Yeah, they've kind of got him.
He's too skinny. Show the panel
It's
where they
kind
think
of
it's
like, kind of like if Reagan and Trump fucked. That was what would come out.
We found heaven. Somehow, Bones, I don't think so. Take a look. I see what you mean. But in that case, there has to be some logical answer. If there is a logical answer, a logical explanation, our Mr. Spock will find it. Which reminds me. Kirk to Spock. Report. Mr. Spock. Yeah, so this bit's going on.
There you go.
They kind of messed up her hair here.
No, that's what her hair looks like.
No, it's different. It's bigger. It has more. There's like a shape thing.
anyways.
It depends on the episode. Janice was the one that had the big basket hair.
Yeah,
That was pretty fun.
they planned on eating Spock's brain again in this issue.
Again?
It happens. It happens.
If I'd want to eat anyone's brain, it would be Spock.
It's probably the biggest.
It's simple, Spock. Incredibly simple. All I want from you is your brain.
It's Ra's al Ghul.
Maybe. Hold on.
Lazarus Pit. Did I see Lazarus Pit?
Legacy of Lazarus. Shit.
The question is:
Mm.
Ra's al Ghul?
Is Ra's al Ghul older than Jesus?
Maybe.
I don't
No.
know.
Vandal Savages.
Well, yeah, no duh.
Ra's al Ghul isn't.
Because I was like, why is it named the Lazarus Pit then?
Disturbing the peace. Look into my eye.
Do you think he knew Lazarus?
Nah.
Probably. I don't know what Lazarus is.
Oh,
He's a character from the Bible.
yeah.
What's a Bible?
Shut up.
Okay, you know what a Bible is.
I do know.
I feel like you also know what a Lazarus is.
No, I don't. I
Lazarus,
really don't. I just got the TLDR of Bible
Well,
study.
You know the
Think about what the Lazarus Pit does.
Makes you not old and makes you crazy.
Well, it
I
makes you
see.
not dead. Pretty.
Oh yeah.
Lazarus was brought back to life by Jesus. That's the whole thing.
Oh.
after
One of
3
them
days
miracles.
and a foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Foreshadowing is a narrative device.
Foreshadowing is
Hold on. I got a call. I'm ordering dessert for my family.
Ordering dessert. What kind of dessert do you think Ian's getting?
Ryan, we can't even see your face, just the hat.
Did you finish your song yet or not?
Oh yeah, I accidentally clicked out of that. I was halfway through it.
Nigga, like,
Oh.
Why is your hat? Why is your hat like that direction? It should be directly over you.
He's trying to wear his headphones around it. I think it's
I think it's fucking me.
Interfering.
I think it's fucking.
You're-
It looks cool.
you're cosplaying that thing that you used to play at like at gym class in middle school with the fucking parachute.
Mm.
That was a fun time. Those parachute things. Rena, you're muted.
there's an episode of Abbott Elementary where they try and explain parachutes to like a rich guy. And like, and you go in and you go, ooh.
Do rich kids not have parachute at gym class?
I don't think so.
I think this guy, he also ran a golf course, so he has no joy or
Yeah.
whimsy in his heart.
Damn. I guess if you have like private tutors and stuff, you don't go to school, you don't get to parachute. You can't have a one kid parachute.
Disturbing the peace.
Just
Look
parachute.
into my eyes.
You tell me the things you blab and be happy behind my
Yeah, he can literally go parachuting. Like he can go skydiving.
Yeah.
And then, yeah. But what should we do now?
Goats time. Goats time.
Oh, not
What
goats.
order is the is the release?
I was gonna go
We're doing
and
by
release.
release.
Hold on. We don't have to talk about the goats now, but I will establish what the release order is. So this is every Mountain Goats album. Well, this is not every Mountain Goats album because they have several live albums and they also have stuff before 1991.
We've been going since
1994 that's-
1994. What the fuck?
How old are these goats?
These goats are pretty old.
This is
And there's
older
also only one guy. The Mountain Goats is one guy. It's John Darnell.
What?
What?
What was the four people on the photo?
You're not allowed to call yourself a band if you're one guy.
Well,
Fucking-
he's usually collaborating with people.
Get this
like,
your ass out of here.
Like, we'll get into it, but the earliest one I assigned was Tallahassee, which is the one I wanted to do because it's probably the one that most people know,
Uh-huh.
or they at least know one song from it.
Mhm.
I feel like you overestimate how much of the Mountain Goats I know.
What song is it?
You are coming down with me. Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Remember when that was a TikTok trend? We all know this.
Yeah, I remember.
yeah.
I've read Iron Man
I
before.
think you shared one with Spidey Born.
I'm sure. Anyway,
Spidey porn?
something.
No.
Spider-Man porn? They got Spider-Man porn in TikTok?
No.
Oh yeah, they do.
Hardcore, okay?
And then I gave Daystar Life of the World to Come. I did consider giving Daystar All Hail West Texas, but it
You're allowed
sounds like
to waste money, okay? Don't feel bad about spending money. It's fine.
Heretic
you
Pride
did
sounds
not-
like something I would also
You did
like.
not.
Or Goss.
It's not a fuck ass book. You didn't really waste money. You just went to a shitty comic book shop. It happens to the best of us.
Supported a local business.
You supported a local business, and that's the most important thing.
And then I gave Rena
The
Transcendence
economy.
Youth, which I think is a really good album. Maybe I should have given that one to Daystar.
You
And
know
then
what?
I gave Squid Beat the Champ, which honestly, can I be so for real, y'all? I came up with this stream suggestion simply because I wanted Squid to do a PowerPoint presentation about Beat the Champ because it's a lot of wrestling history in there, and I need to know more about it.
I thought like they haven't really taken a whole lot of breaks. They just kept making music.
Yeah, he's like that. And then I gave Ash Getting Into Knives.
Oh, my friend had Jenny from Phoebus on vinyl at the shop. Like when I was hanging out with them, they had it on the player.
I really like this album. I think it's really good.
Do you want to go to a record store?
No, I don't like collecting vinyl. And then I gave Ayaan Bleed Out because I feel like Ayon's the most likely to enjoy a satire of action movies, which is crazy. Oh, and then one of my favorite albums that I didn't make anyone do is Goss. It is both about Mal Goss and
Sorry.
the people who sacked Rome.
Cool.
Do you know who would have been perfect for that?
I think Daystar could get really
I
good
know.
Mountain Goat albums. I really wanted someone to do The Life of the World to Come because it's my favorite Mountain Goats album. I wrote a philosophy paper about it. It's great. If you don't get too in your head about the Bible verses, it's fine.
Oh, I got completely in my head about the Bible verses. It's the only thing I focused on.
God damn it.
I did this thing where I was listening to the lyrics. I was trying to see if this is another one of those things where you secretly gave me homework and I needed to analyze the deeper themes of the album. And then
Your vibe.
Secret was pretty explicitly homework.
yeah.
I just asked you guys to listen to them and like share your thoughts.
Yeah. Essentially, I couldn't analyze it. All I did truly was think what characters could I edit to this song?
And you know what? That's what Mountain Goats music is for. Especially Bleed Out. And especially any Alpha song, but we'll get into that. Anyway, so I guess, like, okay. So the Mountain Goats.
What's Heretic Pride about?
What?
What's
Which one?
Heretic Pride about? Heretic Pride?
I haven't listened to this album all the way through, but I really do like the songs that I have heard from it are very, very good. Like my favorite is Autoclave. This one I listen to all the time. Lovecraft in Brooklyn, also very good. But I haven't listened
on Wikipedia page.
How to Embrace a Swamp Creature. I should listen to that one. But yeah, I've heard good things about this album. But it is
Swamp Thing edit.
Swamp Thing edit. Swamp Creature. Anyway. Okay, so the Mountain Goats. So the album I assigned myself was Tallahassee. And the reason I did this was because everyone knows the song No Children because it was a TikTok meme a while ago. And I feel like a lot of people think that that is what Mountain Goats sounds like. Like if you only listen to No Children and you think this is the sound of the Mountain Goats. Like, it's frustrating. I don't, like, there's other, listen, okay. Look
I
at
do-
My album sounds like.
I do
This
want to clarify, when I walk off screen, I can still hear you guys. I'm not just leaving.
Yeah, we know. But, like, okay. So
We're used to you wandering.
this is Tallahassee on Lyric Genius, and you can see, like, how many times people have viewed each song. So you have, like, it's hovering around, like, 30K to, like, 20, 15, K. But then you get to No Children. It's fucking bullshit.
And an unlovable hen, and I hope you die. I hope we both die.
Why are you singing it so squeakily?
He sounds like Weird Al. I don't know what to tell you.
So Tallahassee is the first Mountain Goats album that is like actually where they're signed by a record company. So this is when John Darnell signs with, I think they're called like 4AD. And so like that's the record company. Yeah, it's right here. That's the record company that they're on, and it's also the first one where like it's officially fully instrumented. Before this, it was just John Darnell and like a friend who would maybe like do other music stuff with him, and they would record it all on like a boombox or something like that, and it was excellent, but also impossible to listen to and impossible to get anyone into. So Tallahassee is kind of their first album that sounds like music. And it's great. But before Tallahassee, they did have this like kind of running bit where if a song started with Alpha, it was about this fictional couple who hated each other. Tallahassee is like, so before that, like they thought like, oh, we're done with the Alpha couple. Like they had like a nice send off. Tallahassee is a continuation of the Alpha couple story, and it's about them moving to Tallahassee. And just this entire album is about two people who hate each other so deeply, but kind of have run out of steam on that hate. So they don't really do anything about it, but just like simmer in that. They want a divorce so bad. And that's where like
I can see why you like this band.
they have moved.
Immediately gloss over that stray.
John Darnell is happily married. He is in a great relationship.
Are we sure about that? Are we sure about that?
He has very lovely things to say about his wife. His wife helps with a lot of like newer albums. Like they seem cool in interviews. I don't know. But like John Darnell's parents did get divorced.
There we go.
So that's
Good
probably
for
where
him.
a
Is
lot-
that why this song was in Moral Oral?
This song was, yeah, there were 2 songs on this album that were in Moral Oral. I think one of
How
them
did you
was No
know?
Children.
Huh?
No Children was an Iron Man.
Oh, of course you would like moral oral.
Yeah. I'm a predictable person informed
Do
by
you
my
think your
experiences.
father is gay?
No.
Do you think my father is gay?
Yes.
Interesting.
Do we think I'm gay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Ayaan, we've been over this.
And so anyway, but like
I'm
what's
not.
fun about this album is even
Sure.
though
Good for
not
you.
all of the songs start with alpha, the last song starts with alpha. So that's
Iron's coming out as straight.
Yeah, I say this is my brave stance as I wear this rainbow hat. Just like I'm straight.
Good for you.
Anyway, I think No Children hits so much harder if you actually listen to the whole album because it's like building up to that point. Like this is just them kind of explaining where they're going. You have like basically this line sets the whole tone of the album. Like prayers to summon the destroying angel. They have moved to Tallahassee specifically to make their lives worse so that they will divorce each other or kill each other or die.
Is this like your potential breakup song?
No, this is like, that is the thing. There is no breakup. It's we're still together.
Oh, I thought you meant.
I'm
I
saying
thought
'cause
they
it's
said-
like the
this is
one
what
famous song that
potential
you
bre-
hate.
Yeah, this is what potential breakup song is to Ali and AJ and Rena. What? Wait, no, I messed up that
Yeah.
sentence.
Oh yeah, I get what you mean. Where it's like, what? Listen to A Touch of the Beat Gets You Over, Feet Gets You Out, and then Into the Sun. It's a good album. Okay.
It took too long. It took too long. It took too long for me to come.
Shut up!
This
I'm
is me
so
with
fancy.
Killer Queen.
You
This is me
already
with
know.
Killer Queen by Queen. I can't stand that song. I've heard
You
it
don't like
too
that
many
song?
thousands of times.
Also, Killer Queen is not. Killer Queen is not that for Queen because Killer Queen is no way the most popular Queen song. I would.
It's one of them. I mean, other than Bohemian Rhapsody.
I
But
would argue it's like maybe top 3 because also there's We Will Rock You.
We Will Rock You is just the one they play at sports games, though.
Yeah, the one
There's
people know.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
I'm trying to think what's
Like,
like.
Under
Great people
Pressure.
know.
I'm trying to think what's the David Bowie equivalent because I think it might be Space Oddity or because he got a lot of bangers.
Rocket Man.
Rocket. I was thinking.
No, that's Elton John.
Yeah.
That's why I stopped myself. I don't really listen to.
There's a starman waiting.
I really
in the
just
sky.
know the one that he did with Queen. I don't listen to a lot of David Bowie.
Pressure pushing down on me. Cause love's such an old-fashioned word. We're doing mountain goats. I gotta get focused.
Yeah, we're going.
Yep.
This is another really fun song. This like the whole album is fairly upbeat, except for like a few songs. Like this one's really fun. I wish I could sing so I could give you guys.
I like you like No Children by the Mountain Goats. You might also like Meet the Grams by Kendrick Lamar.
This is not No Children. This is First Few Desperate Hours. We do not play the whole album with No Children, although it is a fucking banger.
It's a good song.
The House That Dripped Blood is crazy. That's a good title.
Good title.
There's okay. So let's talk about No Children. It's fine. Like it's fine. Like this is basically the song that it's like I hope like that like people will like I like the opening first part of it. Like I hope our few remaining friends give up on trying to save us. Like there are people in this couple's life who is watching them and like trying to fix the situation, but they're like they want it to be terrible. And it's really good.
Break the fuck up. I hate you.
This is exactly the ship dynamic that you love, Rena. So don't even start.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't stay together. They don't.
Heck, I'm pretty sure the whole point is they're not actively together. They're-
Some people like enemies to lovers. Rena likes lovers to enemies.
Rena likes two people who won't admit their feelings for one another and express it through absolute hatred.
Rivals to enemies. That's the dynamic I like.
Rivals
Okay,
to enemies, and they're a little horny about it.
Yeah, I pitched Smallville like Lex and Clark, but then I just found out Clark Kent, this grown ass looking man in season 1, is supposed to be 14 or 15 years old. Meanwhile, Lex is 21. This Tom Welling looking man who's clearly 25. It was like that's that bit where you realize how did his classmates not put 2 and 2 together that he was Superman? This 14-year-old who looks like he should be graduated.
Yes, I'm a little boy.
Hey guys, it's me, Clark Kent. Just an
I'm a
average
little
peer.
boy.
I'm a little boy that no one understands.
I like to believe the reason why he's listed as 15 is because they saw this full-grown toddler and still adopted him as if he was 1 year old.
He's always been big for his age.
Because like in the like opening you show us, he's like grown. He's not like a baby. He's like
a 2-year-old.
a big 2-year-old.
Anyway, back to the mountain goats. I'm so sorry I'm doing
We're
this.
derailing.
Anyway, halfway through the album, we get the song "Old College Dry," which is about we do hate each other, but let's give it one more shot because we've made it this far, which is crazy work. you have this line like this is I will walk down to the end with you if you will come all the way down with me. So it's like we're gonna be terrible and toxic, but I want to ask your permission to be terrible and toxic to the very
Liv
end.
Morgan and Dominic Mysterio. Dare I say?
See, this is what I'm saying. The mountain goats,
A lesbian and a gay man?
the mountain goats are so specific with such strange emotions that you can really apply to them to so many characters.
This could
There is a
be
mountain
about a
goat
lesbian
in
and a
every
gay man.
situation.
That is true. Since Dating Stack, I've now put a Mountain Goat song on Alex's playlist.
Yeah, like
On
basically
Wyatt.
every playlist you have is a mountain goat.
There is a Mountain Johnny's.
There is a mountain goat song for every situation.
Yeah.
Well,
mean, you
yeah,
make
if
enough-
you make like 20 fucking albums, there better
Yeah.
be.
There could be a David Bowie song for every situation for all we know. He made a lot-
Superman.
Yeah, I really like this song because it's just so strange. Well, guy in a skeleton costume comes up to the guy in the Superman suit, runs him through with a broadsword.
Superman.
What is
I
that?
got you.
You know, that happened to my guy, Johnny Lawrence, once.
I'm pretty sure that was just the atomic skull.
Was it just like something he was watching on television?
Yeah, I think so.
Huh?
Yeah, like it is. It does start with just like, and then the next line is I flipped the television off. So, not what the song
What
is about.
is he watching?
Probably an episode with the atomic skull. I don't know.
Yeah.
He was watching He-Man. I'm just confused.
You got Fancy stuck in my head now. I don't even like that song. It's like Charlie's worst song.
Bum, 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 bum. First things first.
Shut up.
Anyway, this song is about fucking nasty on the floor
Oh,
after putting out a cigarette on each other. So you know.
wait, Superman and Skeletor fuck nasty on the floor?
Yeah, Superman.
Yes.
Now that I've penetrated you, you must in turn.
At least they're reciprocating.
Like this one, like the alpha couple makes me insane. I love them. They're awful to each other.
I don't mean it when I tell you that I don't love you anymore. Yeah.
That's it. Like that's a banging line, and it's not about real people. Like you can listen to the Mountain Goats, and just like they'll make up a little guy in your head, and he's in situations.
They're all wrestling girls. This is like a dynamic that the wrestling girls have a lot. Now let's talk about alphas and nesting.
What?
Alpha rat's next.
Okay, so
What's an alpha rat? I know that alpha wolves. I know that that's a thing with straight people. What's an alpha rat?
So on previous Mountain Goats albums, they would have a few alpha couple songs. And the way to show that it was an alpha couple song was just putting alpha in front. That was the Mountain Goat's way of saying this is a fictional situation between a fictional relationship. The entirety of Tallahassee is from the alpha couple's perspective. But
these are my OCs.
These are John Darnell's OCs.
These are my Omegaverse OCs.
No.
This is my first video on Instagram.
And
wait, hold on. Why can't you do a good Brendan Urie impression? Now I'm concerned.
A good Brendan Urie and a terrible Trump.
Yeah,
The duality of man.
this feels odd.
I also really do like this song. It has some fun musicality to it. It's very peppy, even though it is kind of a little depressing.
Musical.
Oh, they're sucking?
Yeah, they're sucking.
Wait,
We do
where's
our
this?
best vampire routine as we suck the dying hours dry. The night is lovely as a rose. If I see sunlight hit you, I'm sure that we'll both decompose. It's very good. Sing for the damage we've done and the worst things that we'll do. Crazy work. Anyway, it's fun. This is kind of like the big part of the alpha couple. We don't have as many alpha songs past this. This is the end. This is the send-off for them. And the send-off is they're in Florida making each other miserable, but maybe they're also in love again. And maybe that's worse. And it's just fun and it's creative and there's a lot of really good songs and they're not just No Children. We can't only listen to No Children. We need other Mountain Goat songs. They don't have to be from this album. But there's only 2 Mountain Goat songs everyone knows. No Children and This Year.
I don't even know this year.
I don't even know this year.
It's like you might hear it like at like towards New Year's or like after New Year's, where it's like, I'm going to make it through this year if it kills me.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to make it through this year if it kills me. That's from the Sunset Tree album, which I think
I don't
is
think
very
I've heard that one.
All right. I think.
Anyway, here's a timeline of who's doing what on the Mountain Goats. So as we can see from the very beginning, it's just John Darnell. And then we get Rachel. And then we get Peter. And then Peter comes
There's a
back.
girl on one of these?
Yeah, Rachel's on... I'm trying to remember what album. She's on the earlier stuff, just like in the 90s.
She plays
Say
but like
his name and he.
the 90s stuff is a little hard to listen to, but I like it. I like it. But there's like, here's all the previous members. Like there have been women on here, but like right now it's just John Darnell, another John, and Matt.
I'll be right back.
Anyway, so next up, if we're going in chronological order, is Daystar.
I'm next. Okay, let
If
me.
you want to talk about
Oh my god, I'm last, aren't I?
Yeah, I gave you the most recent one. Well, Jenny from Thebes is the most recent one. I like it a lot. But it's a lot of Greek mythology references.
Wow. Wow.
By the way, I'm writing a Wonder Woman TV show.
You can use Jenny from Thebes as the soundtrack.
Okay. I don't know if should I go through every song? I was just gonna say I had
If you want.
3. I had 3 that I had notes on.
Okay.
Okay. This one's probably my favorite one. This is Genesis chapter 3, verse 23. Which the actual Bible, I have I made it in my notes app. I put all of the Bible verses that corresponded to the titles, which like can I show my Spotify thing? I'm trying to every song on the album is just a Bible verse. Like that's what all the titles are.
Yeah, it's great. It's interesting.
How can I?
The album's called The
share a
Life
window, I guess.
Still to Come, which is a reference to the Nicene Creed. For context, John Darnell is not Christian. He doesn't follow any. He's not part of that faith in any way.
So what's going on with the? Okay, well, interesting. Okay, I can just show my window, but so I have this. This is probably my favorite one. The Bible verse that is associated with it goes like, so the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he had been taken. It's about Adam in the Garden of Eden because he got kicked the fuck out. But the song is kind of like the whole album. He's kind of like paralleling himself to different Bible stories, or like character. I don't know if it's like a character, or if it's supposed to be just like kind of just the singer, you know. But this one is it's like Adam coming back to the garden and like kind of being like I used to live there is the or I used to live here is the thing that keeps getting repeated, and it's just like I don't know, like the feeling of like nostalgia for going where you came from but you don't belong there anymore, and having that kind of sadness of being like other people are here now and it's different and it's not the way that it was when I was here, but this is still like where I'm from and where I belonged at some point in my life, and just kind of like missing that I was like this one's, I like this song. This was my favorite one on the album. Pictures on the mantle, nobody I know. So I guess he like goes back to his like childhood house or something, and he's just like, I don't really know what the narrative is for this specific character, but it's just kind of like I'm in a place that used to be mine and now it's not, and I feel weird about it, you know?
Yeah. I know for at least one of the songs on here, it is specifically about John Darnell's dying mother-in-law. I don't know if that means the rest of the songs are autobiographical.
Which song, do you know?
I'm trying to remember which one it is. I would have to look at all of them individually to see.
Well, is it the one about like bodies and stuff? That one?
It might be.
Philippians 3:20-21 is but
yeah,
our citizenship is in heaven, and we eagerly await a savior from there, the Lord Jesus Christ, who by the power that enables him to bring everything under his control will transform our lowly bodies into that will be like his glorious body.
Yeah, I think this one is that. So
this one is one that hit me in the emotions the most.
Yeah.
And just particularly this section, like these two lines right here. The nice people said he was with God now, safe in his arms, which like it does say he, so I don't know if that's about his mother-in-law.
Or this might, I don't know. There is one that is specifically, I'm trying to remember the research I did.
But this is like very much like to get a little too personal. My father did die when I was 9 years old and super, super involved in the Catholic Church. And people love saying this to kids. Like, oh, you know, they're with God. They're with the angels. They're in a better place. And I, as a little young atheist Daystar, I never believed in God. Don't tell anybody that. It was very like, it hurt a lot because it felt like, how dare you say that he's anywhere other than with me? Like, how could not being with his family be a better place? You know? So I was like, and the way that it's sung in this song, it's not sung straight. It's sung very like sarcastically. And I was just like, that is exactly how I felt. little baby Daystar, every time anybody would say that to me.
Heartbreak.
Sorry.
This is not the one that's autobiographical, but it is very much about personal things. Like there are like interviews that he's done about sort of this stuff.
So this is probably the most the one that got me the most was this bit. I don't know what this means, but the voices of the angels that he heard in his last days with us, smoke alarms. I don't get the smoke alarms bit.
I think this is specifically about about a specific person, or maybe it's just kind of like a feeling that the voices of angels are in like weird and destructive places.
Hmm. Okay, and now the last one, which I have notes.
Oh, okay.
I have some Genesis 30, Genesis chapter 30, verse 3. The verse is, and she said, "Behold, my maid slave," is what it is originally. They changed it in the King James version. "Behila, go unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her." Which is a little vague, but I know what chapter this is referring to. This is the story of Sarah and Abraham and how they have their first kids and then later their God. Does anybody else know the story of Sarah and Abraham?
I think, yeah.
A bit.
No.
So the story is that Sarah and Abraham are kind of an older couple. They can't have kids and they're really upset about it. And so one day Sarah goes and takes her slave woman who has been like gifted to her and says, "Hey," and like gives her to her husband Abraham and says, "Hey, lay with her so that I can have a kid." So she says basically like impregnate her and then I'll take that kid. So they have a kid, and then later, like, because Sarah proved herself to be like, so like obedient to her husband, or like, selfless to her husband, God then gifts them with like an actual child, which is who Isaac is, and that's a whole other thing.
No, I know that bit, but
Ishmael, do you know who Ishmael is? I know you probably know who Ishmael is.
yeah.
I think if you scroll down to the bottom of this page, there's a there's a part.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I'll get to that because I did see that earlier.
Yeah.
The story.
No, like go even further down to the Q&A.
Yeah. So this is So like, okay, but I listened to the song and I was hearing it from the perspective of, because this is a story that is oftentimes it's used for couples that have problems conceiving. It's more of an inspiring thing, and people tend to not bring up the slave bit. Like that tends to be not the part that people focus on. People tend to focus on the like, just eventually you'll get the kid if you're loyal to God and you're God-fearing good Christians, then eventually, like it is something that means a lot to people. So I thought that was what was going on with why the song is the way that it is, because it is kind of like a happier song about having a kid, and it's kind of like a love song about having a kid. So I was like, okay, that's the angle.
Yeah.
But then I go down and I read that it is supposed to be where is the bit that I saw? The relationship. Who the fuck's Rachel? I thought he was talking about Sarah. I think he might mean Sarah.
He might.
Behila and Sarah, which is the most beautiful love story he's ever read. And I'm like, I don't know how that's the take that you get from this.
Yeah.
This chapter of Genesis. This is literally the story that The Handmaid's Tale is based on.
Yeah.
So, I'm not really sure how I feel about this one in particular.
Yeah.
But
Sometimes your faves are problematic.
I think I don't know.
like,
It's just
I
like
think it's
misguided.
Yeah, like I think it's just a weird interpretation of the text.
Yeah.
Where like he does say like let's see. The part you sort of have to allude. Like he's like, you have to do that a lot in the Bible. Like I think he's just kind of like, I don't know, like I imagine like he has a more fictionalized version of the Bible that exists in his head. Like the
Mhm.
Bible not as a historical document or like a truthful, 100% truthful version of events.
It's just sort
But
of
like
a
something you
mythology.
can write fan fiction about, which I don't know how I feel, especially with this specific story.
I feel I've been thinking about that recently because I keep seeing people writing like Bible retellings, and I'm like, you guys got to be more aware of the fact that this is not like if you're an ex-Christian, it's not just your shit to rewrite and reclaim. You know, like you're sharing a sacred text with other faiths.
You
You
can
know,
like you can do that with the New Testament. You want to do that with like Jesus and the disciples.
go crazy.
Go crazy, but you can't do
crazy
that
on
with
that.
like David.
The Old Testament.
The Old Testament is not
Like-
yours to get crazy with.
Mhm.
Yeah. Like
What about the Third Testament?
it is funny like looking at
That's
some
the
of the
Book of
differences.
Mormon.
It's funny looking at some of the differences with Islam and the Bible because
Mhm.
I remember watching this movie which was like the story of like Lot, or we call him Lut, and when it came to the business with his daughters, like I remember watching with my family, and my sister's like, "Yeah, this does not happen in our version." that whole bit with the daughters, no, that's not canon.
That's not canon. That's not for real. I will say, like, I did think it was. I found out when I read Hijab Butch Blues. It talks about this story, and she's talking about Ishmael and Isaac, which, like, in the Bible, because I've always known it to be that like Isaac is the son that gets sacrificed, or like gets sacrificed and then doesn't. But in the Quran, it is Ishmael. Like it's specifically stated to be Ishmael that gets killed, which is like the son that he had with the slave woman, who then got like once they had the real kid, they kind of got the boot, and so like Ishmael was the one that he ended up sacrificing, which is a lot different than Isaac being the one that gets sacrificed. And I went to read the Bible again because when I got to that part, and I was like, was it Ishmael? I thought it was Isaac that got sacrificed. And I went back, and it doesn't actually say, like, it just says his son. It doesn't say a name in the
that
in the
sorry,
Christian
that
Bible.
that kind of confused me a bit because I'm familiar with the Quran names.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I have to translate it in my head. It's like, which one was Ishmael?
Was it? No, yeah, but so I was like, I don't know. I thought that was interesting that we assume it's Isaac, because I know a lot. Like Isaac is like a big. I always hear about Isaac, but I never really hear about the other guy. So that's what I have. That Mountain Nutcoats album.
My favorite song to listen to on this album is Psalms 42. I just like it is easily the most upbeat
Hold on.
version
Yeah.
on this album. It feels angry, but it's very fun. I don't know what it means, but I like listening to it.
I feel like Stack would like ska music.
Oh, I love ska.
So
I'll freely admit to that.
This one's just very. It goes with it. It matches its verse the most, I think. The spirit of its verse.
Yeah, it just says it. Like, he has fixed his sign in the sky. He has raised me from the pit, and he will set me high.
Yeah.
But it's said almost like the way he says it in the song is like the way that someone who's high off cocaine says, "I'm the king of the world." You know?
Are you
Yeah.
the king of the world?
No, I'm not.
It's
I'm
kind of
not.
how religion works.
Why aren't you on cocaine?
Cocaine's expensive. It's an expensive habit.
You want some?
Yeah.
I like the about on the Genesis here, or the Q&A part, where it says, John Darnell, before playing this song at 35 Denton Festival on March, said, "This song is about the children. It's for the children who like to burn things." And that's me.
It's not even that kind of song. He's just saying shit.
He's just he has so many fucking songs to keep track of. I'm not surprised he's wrong about some of them.
Anyway.
Anyway,
People should get weird about the Bible, but just the bits that are Christian bits.
Yeah. Anyway, if Daystar's all done, the next person to go is Rena, who is off camera.
Oh,
I'm here.
do you want to talk about your album?
Sure. I listened to Transcendental Youth. Full disclosure, I was kind of head empty on this one.
Fair.
I listened to this like an hour before the live. I will tell you the songs I added to my liked songs, and we will talk about them.
Okay.
First one was Amy, aka Spent Gladiator #1.
Very good. Very good song. Hold on, I'm pulling up the.
Yeah, I don't know. This one was just like a good beat. I don't know what this album's really about, but it was fun.
That's like why I put this song on. Like I enjoyed the sound of this song.
Yeah. I was mostly about that sound. I think this was probably the peak of the album, which is wild to say because it's the first song. I just think every other song, like when you're listening to just listen to it because the music sounds good, a lot of the songs kind of like can be bummers.
That's
Next up, what's the word? But this one was like a nice song about like rebellion and like doing things despite everyone else. I liked it.
Yeah. I like the line, play with matches if you think you need to play with matches.
I've played it before.
That's just an objectively funny thing to say.
Next
So
one is
man.
Until I Am Whole.
Another good one.
I didn't know what this one was about. Stack, do you know what this one's about?
It is for sure.
But this one was fine. I probably should have read the lyrics. If I listened to this twice, I'd probably have better things to say about it. I just don't know these well. It was short, which was nice. I really think I was thinking a lot about the construction of the album, and I think 12 songs in 39 minutes is like a perfect album length. Like, not only is it a good album length, but it's a good breakup into like not too many songs, but not too few songs. Songs are long, so that was good. Next one on the list, the Diaz brothers. Oh, this might actually be my favorite one.
Oh, this one's very fun.
This one's very fun. Why did you suggest this album to me?
I thought it sounded nice.
That's good. That's good.
I thought you would. I really did think you were gonna like the first song on the album. I was like, if I can just pick an album that starts good for most people, then they'll stick with the rest of the album.
But I like this song a whole lot. I like the pickup to it. It had a lot of energy to it that I enjoyed, and it went on for a good amount of time. I'm not giving you the most insightful insight, but
I do like the part of the song where he goes, "Merciful, the Diaz brother." It just sounds nice.
Next up, we got In Memory of Satan, which like banger title, always gonna immediately grips me into it. 14th studio album. That's so many albums. But
That's
yeah,
just their studio albums. That's not counting the other ones.
this one was good. I didn't remember much of it, but I enjoyed it. Or otherwise, I wouldn't have added it to my liked songs. Probably would listen to it again. Good stuff. Next one. Spent Gladiator #2. Good sequel. Good sequel. I actually think I like this more than the first one. It was interesting to have an AKA as Spent Gladiator #1. I don't fully understand how they're connected, but you can tell as we get further into the album, the Genius annotations get less and less. Yeah, but good time.
I feel like it's just one person doing the annotations because some of the ones on mine was just people being like, I don't know, maybe this is what it means. And like very unsure annotations that seemed like it was one person writing all of them.
Yeah, no one really knows what's going on. They're just Mountain Goat fans are like, something's happening here for sure. But like part of the fun is that there's not a definitive answer. It's poetry. It's Mountain Goats is music for people who would rather be reading poetry, but can't be reading poetry right now. They need to put their headphones in.
The last one is Transcendental Youth, the title track.
Another fucking banger.
This one was fun. This one was really fun. I really liked this one. It's funny how I don't super remember the songs, but I remember the emotions I felt during the songs.
Yeah.
This one was fun. Anything called Transcendental Youth is going to get my goat. I'm sorry I can't really analyze the lyrics, but
Your mountain goat.
You did say get my goat, and so that's pretty funny.
It was good shit though. Yeah.
Yeah. Cry for Judas is my favorite on this album, mostly because Judas is in the title.
Puts a lot of Christian stuff in it for a not Christian.
Yeah, you know, that happens when you grow up in the Bible Belt.
Kind
Culturally.
of absorb it.
Yeah.
Osmosis. All right.
All right.
Next. We blew through that.
Next would be Squid, but Squid is not here right now. So we
Squid,
will
randomly appear right now.
Squid.
Computer?
You can't run, Ayaan.
Squid, quit your job.
Wait, is
Squid,
it
quit your
affect?
job. Come talk to us about the goats.
I'm gonna tell Squid to kid.
The throat goat.
Wait, what did Ash get?
Ash got getting into knives.
So Ash is next.
Ash, you want to talk about knives?
Okay, so there is no knives in this.
What?
There might be one knife. I was
False
listening to
advertisement.
it, like at work, and I swear to God, there's not a single song in this fucking album about knives. I
Not even like a
I was
track.
misleaded.
This is what the album title looks like, by the way.
Yeah, there was knives on the cover. There was no knives in the song.
Yeah.
False advertisement. I should sue the mountain goats.
So, like, the thing is that I'm probably the I've listened to too much Mountain Goats at this point. Just because I'm dating Stack, and that's what Stack likes.
Before we get into the Mountain Goat, sorry, real quick, I just need to say something. I wanted to bring this up earlier, but I actually went over to a fellow TikToker's house on Wednesday. Because I know
Crazy. Imagine doing that.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
it was Amber Flannery Field, if you know her. She's the tour guide TikToker.
Oh yeah, I follow her.
It's a mutual of mine. We hung out. I hadn't eaten all day. We were supposed to get pizza. We ordered pizza. It took 2 hours to get there. Literally every one of the people left, and then immediately after the pizza came. After I'd left. So, but I got this like newspaper, choose your own adventure, called "You're Being Attacked by a Bear."
You got a zine?
Yeah.
Hell
That
yeah.
made for her kid back in the day. It was a wild hangout. We talked a lot about Amber's a Quaker, so a lot of Amber's church friends were there.
Oh.
Which is fun because they talked a lot about political direct action and stuff like that.
Yeah. Quakers are chill.
Yeah. It was just such a wow. I could be like, "Hi, I know Amber from TikTok." I got called a fan once, which like unfair. We have a mutual agreement on the quality of our content. But yeah, it was cool being able, because I've seen Amber a couple of times, but I haven't talked to her in a month. And Amber's like the only real life friend I've made since I graduated college, and it was via TikTok. So that was dope.
Since I'm the one with the most followers, does that make all of you my fans?
No.
No. I'm not a fan of you, Ayaan.
That's mean. That's unkind. Say sorry.
Say
I'm
something
sorry.
nice about Ayaan, Ash. Ash, look what you did. Ash, say something nice to Ayaan.
You're the only Muslim TikToker I agree with on a regular basis.
That's a weird thing to say. Ash, say something that's kind and not Islamophobic.
Just because your family's
You're one of the
Muslim,
good ones.
you say that. You think
Ayaan,
that
you're the
still
good one.
You can tell Ayaan he's one of the good ones.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a good thing to say.
Look,
You're
I'm the only one who has like a concrete stance on Palestine.
other Muslims don't.
Yeah,
What?
it's
That
crazy.
can't be
I
true.
don't think
No,
that's
because
true.
most of them are still talking about Marvel.
Well, that's just Marvel fans. I don't know if you can put that on all
You don't need
Muslims.
to bring the religion into it.
Can
Marvel
I
fans,
say
being
another
a Marvel fan is
Yeah,
more
you do have
important
to
than
say
religion.
something normal.
Oh
to
god damn it.
Ayaan. Say something nice. Say something neutral. That's
The
not
hat was okay.
the hat was
Wow.
I'm doing a bit. I'm doing a bit, man.
cool. Okay, now
I'll say something nice about Ayaan. I appreciate your dubbing. You are good at dubbing comics.
Oh, you are a really good voice actor.
Yeah.
You are very talented.
Yeah.
There we go. One thing. High five me.
We don't
Well,
deserve
I
that.
like to let you guys know that I'm your fans.
Ayaan
That's
did
a
call me a
lie.
fan once. Ayaan did explicitly say, like, yeah, I noticed you followed me before I followed you, and I knew that you started out as like a fan, and I was like, oh wow, that's how we're going about this.
Were
know
you
that
not a
Zach
fan of
was
me?
my fan.
I guess.
I refuse to follow you. Stack was technically a fan of me first before I was a fan of him.
Being why are you
I
saying
refuse to follow back.
Wow.
Fight. Wow.
Wow.
I for the longest time didn't follow Honey because we constantly got into arguments, and I was like, I hope that Honey knows that I'm being chill about this, and we're just like discussing comics together. I was so worried that she was gonna block me, but then she followed me
Uh-huh.
first, and I followed back, and it was all good.
Sometimes it's
All
hard.
right,
Like
Nemesis.
when you can't tell tone of stuff, it's like, are we having a nice civil conversation, or are we in the most heated argument right now in this TikTok comment section? I can't tell.
Yeah, imagine having arguments in like a tick. Imagine having the arguments you would have in a TikTok comment section in real life. That's what my life's been since I started dating Stack.
Well, that is better because you can kind of tell what the tone is of the
I
conversation.
No, I can't. I'm autistic.
Ash will be talking to me in like a really calm voice, and I'll be like, yeah, that for sure. And then you'll get like really heated, and I'll be like, whoa. And you're like, no, that was my angry voice. It's funny. Hand me liquid, please.
My tongue feels weird.
It's
I
these
guess swelling.
it's these chips. Anyway, what was your
Oh,
favorite
shit.
song on this album?
Honestly, Get Famous.
Wow.
This is
like-
a good one.
Like the album started off really strong because I do really like upbeat music. I couldn't really focus on like the lyrics because I didn't have them pulled up while I was listening like I normally
Get that
do.
out of my face.
I was at
What
work.
the hell, Ayaan?
What did
What?
I do?
Ayaan pulled out the fucking ultimates.
Oh, yeah, because Nemesis.
Hey, pull out Trouble.
No, we're talking about ghosts.
Okay, but
Go
this
for
one,
Trouble.
this one's probably gonna end up. I think I might have put it on my Johnny playlist. If I didn't, then it's probably going on there soon. It had like a picture of my dress was also really good. The album started off really strong, but then because so many of the later ones like slowed down, I did not like them as much. I expected
posting
Getting Into
incest.
Knives to be very fast and quick paced, and then it wasn't, and then I was disappointed.
Yeah,
There's also no knives.
there are knives. There is a song called "Getting Into Knives" at the end.
Yeah, it's not about knives.
I know it's kind of this is one of the Mountain Goats' less popular albums, less popular songs. This song, and we can't play it for copyright reasons. But if I was to describe the vibe of this song, imagine a villain in a 2000s movie who's like trying to convince the young up and coming artist to like sell their soul to Hollywood. That's what this song sounds like. But like they're very charming and charismatic about it.
So it's like a villain
Hawke.
song.
So like Ian Hawke from the Alvin and the Chipmunks movies.
Yeah, but Ian.
Sure.
But he does not.
No. Sure. Sure, Ayaan.
Ayaan,
Which wrestler would you edit to this song?
The Rock.
Yeah.
Oh, Roman Reigns.
Ooh, Roman
Reigns would actually be really good. If I'm remembering the song. I was listening to it at work, so I was also doing stuff.
What if it's The Rock singing it to him?
Also accurate.
I do like this part of the song. Light up the sky like a comet, make yourself want to vomit. Excellent rhyming there, John.
Steven Universe?
Sure.
They have a song called Comet in that show that I like.
They do. Wait, did you watch Steven? You in my comment section
From the
said,
moment that the stove it's a flame, I hear
That's one of that might be one of my favorite. That's a really good one. from
And I
Steven
know
Universe.
deep in my
I
heart it's a
started
world
rewatching Steven Universe recently, mostly so that I could have fun music on in the background every once in a while.
Wow. Watching it without me.
Did
I
you
want-
watch
I don't
Steven
know.
Universe?
You gave Wyatt alcohol?
Yes.
I never finished Steven Universe.
Me
I
either.
recommend it. It ends well. It's good. Finish Steven Universe.
I think I stopped like
Absolutely.
halfway through, maybe.
I stopped like
That's a comment. That's actually pretty far.
I stopped like 2 seasons before the end, I think.
I
stopped
stopped.
when the green one showed up because I thought she was annoying.
You
That's-
would.
That's fair. She is annoying. She gets nicer, but she's still the same kind of annoying. And a lot of people are like, so Paradox like autistic, right?
Yeah, I
She's
think
just annoying.
I stopped
Be
watching.
autistic and annoying.
I think it was the Steven Universe Future episode 20. I stopped watching the show.
That is so late. Just finish the fucking show.
Steven Universe Future has 8 episodes in it.
No, it has 20 episodes.
What? Maybe okay. That's Jesus.
Is there more than one show?
So there's Steven Universe, and then there's Steven Universe the movie, and then there's
Steven
Steven
Universe
Universe.
and then Steven Universe Ultimate Alien, okay?
And I can't believe the bit fell.
Steven Universe, ship it in.
I can't believe Steven Universe Z.
He even gets a jacket. He stole Ben's thing. He stole Ben's jacket.
I can't
Steven
believe
Universe
the
has always been very anime inspired.
bit. The bit flew over your head when I said I stopped watching Steven Universe Future after episode 20.
I really thought that there were only 8 episodes. I guess they're just very short episodes.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Episode 20. What was the bit?
That's when it ends.
That's the last episode.
Oh.
I'm very funny in my own head.
I think that they should do a Ben 10 Steven Universe Generator Rex crossover.
So fun fact, 2 of those have crossed. Well, actually, there is.
Yeah. No,
Ben
the
has
reboot.
crossed over with both of those guys.
No, the reboot.
Can we talk about the Pearl Greg gate? Because that was very funny.
Okay.
Pull up the sketches.
Computer,
I got it.
pull up Greg and Pearl. Fucking.
I don't know if they're fucking. I think they're just kissing.
Oh
Are
yeah,
they
it was Sadie and Amethyst that were fucking.
Like, listen, here's my hot take.
Computer enhance.
My take is Rebecca
Computer-
Sugar.
My
is the
take is
funny-
very funny.
My take is
It's
Rebecca
so
Sugar
funny.
is the funniest motherfucker at Cartoon Network.
I mean, like, animators have always been drawing horny art about their, like,
It's not even horny art. Rebecca Sugar was just sketching ideas
It's a little horny.
into their little sketch pad.
It's just angsty.
I always tie it back to when
I actually
Rebecca
kind of
Sugar-
like it.
Yeah, it tied back to this thing that people always talked about where Rebecca Sugar said they find it really funny when characters cry. Like, characters crying makes them laugh. And I think messy, stupid relationship drama also makes Rebecca Sugar laugh. 'Cause this.
This is just like abandonment issues, the ship.
Hi, Steg.
Hi, Steg.
Spoilers for people
Who the
who
fuck
didn't.
is that? Who is this? Who the
This
fuck is this guy?
This is Steven fused with his dad.
You confused? Oh, I guess you can't fuse with humans.
Fun fact: do you know who plays Shivani, the first human gem fusion?
Ali and or AJ.
It's AJ Mishalka.
Of course, it's one of the two.
Do you know Ali had a
What
kid?
was,
I didn't know Ali was even pregnant, but she's had a kid now.
wow.
Hmm.
How old are the alien AJs?
I think they're like 30 something.
Yeah. That's kid having age.
Now people make mood boards for it.
It's very good. It would be messy, but it would be very funny.
Let's check out the mood board. Why is she? Pearl is not that busty.
It was
So,
Well, it's a meme template. They could have shaved a bit of those
Go on.
titties off, I guess.
I want to see the mood board.
here-
Oh,
this
the
is-
other mood board. Go down. There's another mood board though. No, down.
Mood boards.
No, next one. That's the mood
This is
board.
not. There we go.
Where's the next one?
You just had it on screen.
That
That
don't know
one.
how internet works.
You passed it.
That one. No, that's the lapis one. The
That
second image is that one. Okay, if the powerful pearls met the crystal gems, who do you think would be friends with who?
Bubbles. No. Buttercup would be Blossom would be friends with Garnet.
No, already.
She's
wrong.
commander and the leader.
I don't care. I think those Blossom and Pearl, Buttercup.
Bubbles. And
Buttercup and Amethyst.
Buttercup and Amethyst and Bubbles. Garnet would love
I
Bubbles.
kind of think.
Bubbles reminds her of
I
Steve.
kind of think Bubbles and Amethyst.
Wait, why are we shipping Rick and
We're not
Mortis
shipping,
with
we're
Pearl?
just-
It's just like which ones would team up.
Why is Rick
Oh
and
no!
Mortis
Wait.
Pearl?
Ash
Oh,
is
no,
talking
I
about
know.
whatever's happening on screen.
I remember this ship. I remember.
Why
it
is
so
Rick and
vividly.
Mortis with Pearl?
I do think Bubbles and Amethyst is.
The fuck is Rick and Mortis doing?
This was a big crack ship back in the day.
Yeah.
I think Blossom and Garnet would be.
Okay, I'm now
Like-
canceling anyone who ships Pearl with a man. She is a lesbian.
Well, take that up with
Whoa.
Rebecca Sugar, who put her.
Yeah, I was okay with it, and now I'm not. I'm changing my opinion just because.
You know,
No more
Rebecca
Rick and
Sugar would say
Mortis.
that's
No
bad.
more
Is that
Rick
the
and
Joker?
Mortis.
Is that
No
the
more
fucking
Rick and
Joker?
Mortis. No more Rick and Mortis.
So there's an 8-page spread in one of the Ultimates book.
Oh
And
my
it just-
god. Okay,
it
Ayaan
just-
being removed.
It just
But I am going to talk about his Mountain Goats album.
Oh,
it
shit.
just keeps going.
Did we even finish talking about Ash's Mountain Goats album?
I don't think we started talking about Ash's Mountain Goats
I
album.
didn't have a lot to say. I got bored towards the end.
But there is a song called "Getting Into Knives" where it says, "I'm getting into knives."
He doesn't have the knives. He's just
What are
getting
you
into
zooming
them.
in on? I can't even
Getting into
comprehend
knives.
what I'm
I've
looking
been
at. I just see a lot of
During the
bulges.
buffet several different times. I'm adjusting my focus. I'm getting into knives.
He still hasn't gotten the
the-
knives.
One of the
Me
recurring
too.
bits in this 8-page spread is it's Quicksilver. You see him like throughout the entire
Oh,
fight.
okay.
Yeah.
Not even one of the
Alright, whatever.
not even one of the liked Ultimate series. It's Ultimates 3, right?
No, this one's Ultimates 2. It's the better one, kind
I
of.
like that people always yell about how mischaracterized Clint Barton was in the MCU, and that's literally him. That's him.
I thought you were going to say
That's
how
just him.
I thought you were gonna say how mischaracterized Clinton Barton is. Like in 1610 is like people care enough about Hawkeye to say like, wow, Ultimate's Hawkeye is the one that really sucked bad.
Well, it's just like people do not appreciate how much the MCU is. It's just the Ultimates.
Oh God, guys, I have my camera in my mouth so you can see my point of view.
Oh God, get us out of your mouth! Get us out of here.
No.
Bad mouth.
POV.
No mouth.
POV
No,
or in Ayaan.
no, this is the best bit that Ion's done in a while.
No,
You
put
are
Ayaan back on.
so mean to Ayaan.
No, this is a really good bit. I like this bit. Now try and talk about your goats.
I feel like I'm gonna watch about to watch a cooking video on TikTok.
Start cooking, Ion.
What is that?
Why is that Trigon?
I got some real cooking here.
Oh God.
This is better at least. It's Wonder
Wonder
Woman.
Woman.
I bought the DC Finest Batgirl book. So it's
Okay.
2000s Cassandra.
Yay! I love her. Is it bad that I kind of don't like Steph just because she took over Cass? I'm still kind of bitter about it.
That was like a decade
Fair.
ago.
It's not her fault, I guess.
They should make Steph Robin again. Let's do that for a little bit.
No, she should be spoiler.
No, she needs like a known identity. I thought you were going to throw those out, Ion.
Spoiler's known. Dolly Parton. Jolene.
Okay, who do you think Tim should cheat on Bernard with?
Connor, but that's the basic answer.
No, I think that's bad.
Everyone wants it to be Steph, so I guess Steph.
No, it can't be a straight girl.
Okay, then Anya, is that her name? The other girl he was.
No, I think it should be like
You
a
think it
guy.
needs to be-
You know,
A guy?
We introduced a new anti-hero that is like very similar to Bernard. Like he's a conspiracy theorist. He's a mastermind. He's slowly plotting, like, to take down each individual member of the Bat family, Bat clan, whatever you want to call them. And it's like very conniving, very specific, Rube Goldberg-esque villain plans. And Tim is trying to use his detective skills to find this guy, but this guy seduces him.
What if he cheats on him with Jay?
What are we looking at?
hear me out. Anarchy. He cheats on him with Anarchy.
Okay. So you guys
Jay
remember
Nakamura.
Slobo from Young Justice, right?
Oh,
No.
he's
So
skinny logo.
the skinny little Lobo. Is there some questionable things based on how old that Lobo truly is? Yes.
But also, Tim should be an adult by now. Oh my gosh, the
I don't
Yuri
even know
by
what we're talking about.
Shadow and
All right,
Squid.
hold on. Let me pull up Slobo or
Oh, he's a cheerleader.
Oh my God, he's a cheerleader.
I'm working. Wait, no, that's not the bit.
I'm a
Is it
cheerleader.
Shadow?
Yeah.
I'm gonna send this to Squid and I'm gonna ask for an explanation.
I don't know what happened to the Nikki. Who's the heck is Nikki?
Who's Nikki?
In the Sonic
Who
manga, Sonic has an alternate identity, and it's Nikki.
Oh. So this is this self
Sonic Cest?
self-cest?
No, it's saying like in the manga, what if there was also a female Shadow?
That
Okay.
alternate
So the-
Sonic sure looks a hell of a lot like Shadow.
No. The alternate Shadow is the nerd one. The nerdy
No.
girl is Nikki.
Yeah, the nerdy girl is Nikki, and they're like, what if we had in the Nikki manga a female Shadow, and they dated?
She's cute.
So,
It's
So this
basically
is-
what if we made Sonic Yuri?
so this is
They
Slow-Mo.
literally say that in the comments.
No! Stop showing
This is what you-
Slow-Mo!
This is what you want Tim Drake to fuck?
Yes.
Wait, that's who Tim Drake was making out with?
No.
No.
Uh,
He would never date someone with such dark hair.
yeah. So the thing is, there's Little Lobo, who is basically Lobo turned into a teenager because of the Sins of Youth storyline that happened, and that Lobo got shot to death by the Black Racer. And then all the little blood droplets formed a bunch of Lobos, and they all fought to the death to fight who would be the real Lobo, and the real Lobo would just become him and forget every time he spent with Young Justice, except for this little guy who was the runt of the litter. He was the runt of the litter, and he read and he hid, and he's a coward Lobo, and that's so unlobo of him, so he hates himself. So anyway, I want Tim to get with this one.
Now talk about your mountain goods.
Okay.
How about the goats?
Okay. All right.
So
So first one is training montage. This album Bleed Out is inspired mostly from action movies spanning from like the 60s, 70s, and 80s. First song is training montage, and like I tried thinking about like what bit I was going to do, and all I could do is like which characters I'm editing to these songs. So training montage is just like a character declaring like what he's doing all of this for. Like, how do I explain it? Because he does it in the chorus, like, I'm doing this for revenge, I'm doing this to try it and stay true. Stack, do you know how to explain this better?
I truly think that like this song is literally just kind of like a exaggeration and satire of like the action movie, but like it puts a little bit more emotion into it just by the nature of it being a song. So you kind of have like a lot of sympathy for this guy because you have more interiority for him.
I'm editing Batman to this.
Okay.
Next is Mark on You, which is sort of like, I can only say a fighting lovers song, where but not in the terms of where it's like two people who are kind of a little bit abusive, but it's like two people who are fighting, but it's like love, and all I can think of is Cell and Goku. Perfect Cell and Goku fighting, where that's basically the relationship where they love fighting so much and they love fighting each other. Where it's just like, like, yeah, this is their relationship, especially with abridged Goku and Perfect Cell, where that's very implicit in the text. So shout out to the Cellku fans out there who ship it. I'm with you. Wage wars, get rich, die handsome.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a really I love this song.
This is a good one. I'm editing Booster Gold to this.
Yeah, this is on my fucking Booster
It
Gold
is.
playlist.
Yeah. Just like a guy talking about like basic what's the word to put it as?
It's basically just a guy being like, fuck it.
Do what I need to do.
Fast, die young, and I'm gonna make a lot of fucking money doing it. And I'm gonna be hot about it.
What's that song that the Rock made?
It's
How
about
did it
drive.
go?
It's about power. We stay hungry. We
That
get
one.
power. Put in the work.
This
put in the
song does
hours,
sound
take
similar to
hours.
that.
Look at some more in my veins. Extraction Point. Didn't really pay attention to this. Gonna be honest, I listened to this album at the gym, which was a bad idea. I was under the assumption this would have been like good gym music, and that is not what the Mountain Goats are.
No. maybe
That's
just
not what Mountain Goats is about.
maybe just the wage war. Die
Yeah.
rich, get handsome.
I think Mark on You was also pretty good for the gym, but a lot of these weren't. Let's see. I'm not sure which one I'm editing, and which character I'm editing this song for. Couldn't really get into the story of it all.
That's fair.
Uh,
I have one on hand.
yeah, Bones Don't Rust.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, this one. It's sort of like an old soul who's like, or like it's sort of like an edict someone's telling themselves, where it's like your bones don't rust.
Excuse
You're kind of needed. They stay hard as diamonds. They cut through steel. They still sing when you're hungry, and they ache when you're angry. So the way I kind of visualize it is like an older person still trying to keep up in their prime, or trying to keep up past their prime. And I was thinking Ted Grant Wildcat.
Yeah.
That bitch is dead now.
Yeah, he's unfortunately dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's
Rest
dead.
in peace.
What?
Yeah, he just
Yeah.
died in JFA.
No, Ted can't
He's
be
dead.
dead.
They're
No.
holding a funeral with him.
That can't be.
Just in time for Pride Month.
Not Ted. But I was trying. I don't know how much of that I could really sell.
I don't know the bit that you do. What, are you making a reference to something?
No, it's just me taking it personally.
Oh,
Let's see.
got
Next
big,
one's called
Big Ted fan here.
yeah, Ted Grant fan. Real gonna miss him. First Blood by the Mountain Goats is something about like I didn't understand the story of it, but I did understand John Rambo never went to Vietnam. Where it felt more like sort of is like John Rambo's not real. He's a fictional character. It's like that's a movie. That's the basic theme I got out of it. We worship nothing in the foxholes, empty vessels by the dozen, diamonds in the sun. Basically, like the sort of glorification we have for characters like John Rambo, despite the original First Blood movie being, about PTSD and trauma that a war torn character goes through, or like what a soldier goes through. It kind of felt like we were sympathizing a lot with a soldier who did participate in the Vietnam War. And it felt in the same way, like it's that one tweet where it's like America will destroy your country and then make a movie 20 years later telling you how sorry they feel about it or how sad they feel. Don't know which character I'm editing to this one.
Yeah, this one's kind of about the futility of action, of war.
Yeah. Let's put Captain America on that. Next is Make You Suffer.
Song.
I can't remember why I thought of it, but I was thinking of Future Trunks with this one.
When aren't you thinking of Future Trunks?
This
Hey,
is
man.
like remember that that trend on TikTok a few years ago where it's like you get to live forever, but there's going to be a snail coming to, unless a specific snail comes to touch you, and that snail is coming to get you. That's what I think. This is what I imagine to that song. It is someone persistent, and they will fucking kill you.
Yeah. I was thinking of it in the sense of like it's in the edit in my head, it's just like Future Trunks' whole childhood being all messy and destroyed because of the androids. And the last bit, like the way the edit would end, is when let's see. I think like when it's I'm going to make you suffer is especially when he comes back and he's fully ready to take on the androids and gets his revenge on him. Guys on every corner. It's just about how this guy they got people on every corner.
He's got guys.
He's got guys. He's got guys in It sounds like I didn't actually listen to the song, but I promise you the lyrics. That is generally what this song
There's like nothing highlighted for it either. Except
no one knew how to highlight.
no one knew what was going on here. It's like
They're just guys. It's just like it's as if John was trying to It's like, how do I load this this basic concept into like a long joke? Like,
He's like, there are guys everywhere.
there are guys on every corner.
There are men in the world. Threat.
What's a character that can clone themselves to an like a hilarious amount of? This is Naruto. I'm editing Naruto to this.
Yeah.
I got guys on every corner, and they're all me. They're all my shadow clones. Hostages.
Me and my boys.
This one is a story of a news organization being taken by terrorists, and they're reading out like a one of those like hostage letters. And one of the big lines that like in the chorus is just, "We may run out of bullets, we're never gonna run out of hostages." Wasn't sure which one what I could edit to this. Like what's a good terrorist character that I can go with? Not Cloud Strife. Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Stack, any
Who is
input
that?
on any input on the themes of this one?
I think it's really interesting because it, like, I don't know, like, I'm just trying to make meaning out of the, we may run out of bullets, but we're never going to run out of hostages. Like, in some ways, like, it is very much, like, the intention of this is, like, we are literally trying to depict a hostage situation with this song. But, like, there's something beautiful about it. Like, we will eventually run out of the killing thing, but we will still have the living thing, which I think is nice.
Yeah. You have this verse. Some of you have been here before. Most of you have not. Some will dwell on the details in the futures or work to keep it out of your thoughts. It's like, it's more of like, there's this sort of way how it's making it feel a little run of the mill on how things go. Whereas like, this is just something that's going to happen. It just happens sometimes. You get taken. There are terrorists who are going to be here, but you're always going to be working at this building. So who knows what the true meaning behind this is. Let's see. Helicopters in the distance, music of the spears on the wind. It's going to be a rough ride from here down to the exit. Some might look back and laugh at the end. This might be a metaphor for something I'm too stupid to dwell on right now. Perhaps for life and capitalism, as many such things are. This is me just adding.
When in doubt, assume it's capitalism.
This is just me doing the fucking like kid who did not write his report.
You don't have to write a report. You could have just been like, vibes, it's fun.
That's what I did.
I'm just trying to slowly introduce everyone in my life to the Mountain Goats until you start listening to it without me having to force it.
Needs more bandages. I think this one escapes my mind. I don't think I remember this one as much.
The chorus is really good here.
We're gonna need
The way that he shouts, we're gonna need more bandages, is kind of like visceral. It's really interesting.
I will say Dr. Julian Bashir from DS9.
Oh, the trans one?
Yeah, the trans one. Well, when I say DS9 and you say the trans one, that's kind of a multiple choice answer depending on how you feel about some characters.
Everybody's trans. It's Star Trek.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Ayaan, you need to watch Lower Decks because they do crazy shit. Julian.
Well, yeah. Ayaan knows he was popping off about that.
Yeah, I got spoiled about that.
I'm so sorry.
I
Really?
wonder how the actor feels about it. I hope he isn't a dick about it.
I will, Rena, they have written fan fiction together about their character. They have written and performed fan fiction of their characters getting together 20 years later. They are fully fine with it. Both actors.
I think it really helps when like gay people give you a bunch of money. I think you tend to
Well,
like
there's
them.
that, and like hold on. Like day one, when Garrick was introduced as a character, Andrew Robinson was like, "Oh, I don't know how to perform this because like I don't know any of the spy stuff." And then he took a look at Alexander Siddiq, who plays Julian Bashir, is like, "I know how to play this. I'll play it like he wants to fuck this guy because I know how to do that." and you get that from the performance, like right off the bat. Garrick is so flirty with Bashir, like from the jump. He says some shit like, "Oh, what a thoughtful young man," and like, god damn. And there is a season 2 episode where it's Bashir trying to like help Garrick overcome his addiction issues, and it is the Garashir episode. Cannot stress enough, both of these actors are fully on board with this ship. They know these characters in and out, and they like, yes, this is the correct response.
They
This
were
is-
there day one.
The only person who was against this was Rick Berman, who was the executive producer and didn't want gay people in his show.
No
Shame.
gays in Star Trek. That's the rule.
Anyways,
Yeah, we-
back to Mountain Goats.
Right. That was my Garashir rant for the day.
You and your gay ships.
Yeah, you know. Incandescent Ruins. Not sure what I can do with this one. I wasn't paying attention to much of this.
That's fair. This is probably one of the weaker ones. It's fine.
And then Bleed Out, the song that I was just listening to and stopped halfway to continue this conversation.
Finish it.
I wonder if we could listen to it on stream without getting copyrighted.
Can you click on the cover? What's going on there?
It's like a murder scene in like an action movie.
Oh, I see.
It's really nice artwork. I wonder.
I
I need
see.
to figure out who drew that.
That's Renee Montoya right there.
Yeah, and that's Vic Sage right next to her.
Sure.
Oh, he's wearing it's Rorschach then. He's wearing brown.
It's Rorschach.
Rorschach and Renee just hang out now.
Like, I have seen the errors of my way.
I'm gonna join the GCPD.
I'm gonna work with the pop.
I have respect for the LGBTQ community.
Hey, Ayaan, I have a question. Is Rorschach?
I don't think Rorschach likes cops.
I don't think he likes lesbians.
Yeah.
Oh my
he
god,
doesn't.
he's homophobic.
Spoiler alert, everybody in Watchmen don't like lesbians. They really hated that lady.
Even the lesbians don't like the lesbians.
There's lesbians in Watchmen.
Yeah, there are these two characters.
There's
Yeah, it's a
dead
whole thing.
lesbians in Watchmen.
There's dead lesbians, but there's also these two characters who are like arguing with each other throughout the book and have like relationship issues. Anyway, they also die by the end of the book because of the ending of Watchmen.
Why are there so many lesbians?
Lesbians?
Yeah.
All right,
Why
so
is there-
we're done with Mountain Goats for now.
Yeah,
Yep,
we can
for
be done with
for
Mountain Goats.
now. Until
Until
Squid
you
gets
get-
back.
We throated those goats.
It was a free. It was
Okay, everybody
free,
unmount the goats.
it was free comic book day. Let's talk
Free
about
comic
that.
day.
What are you doing?
Did anybody go get comics?
Oh.
I didn't go get comics.
No. But you know what's an
I'm a
excuse to
bad-
talk about our free
Bad
comic?
comic fan.
Yeah, it's an excuse to talk about free comic book day. My favorite free comic book.
Power Rangers?
That's not free.
No, Speed Racer.
What makes you
Speed
think I
Racer?
care about Speed Racer?
I don't know.
What's your
Vibe?
favorite free comic book day?
Oh, let me share it.
What came out today?
Me.
I feel like I didn't hear anything.
Oh my
about
god,
it this year.
Ion's gay.
No, I already came out as straight today.
Oh.
Ion, you're gay?
No, I'm straight.
Oh.
Look at the Harley Quinn behind me. She'll tell you.
Famous straight character Harley Quinn.
Famous.
Where
You
is
see,
it?
it's actually straight Harley Quinn who's behind me. You can tell because she's the Funko Pop-ified version.
I'm looking. I'm trying to look for it. I guess
Yeah,
I'm
when
just.
she was straight.
All right. Can you see my screen?
No, it's not sharing. Like I see the bit at the
No.
bottom, but it's not putting up on our. All right.
Well, I need one of you guys to click it because
Oh my god, it's the Arms comic again.
let's
Oh.
talk about this. First things first.
Arms a clock.
This scene right here, this 4-panel segment, I think about so much. My friend was talking about it because they're like, "What is there even on Free Comic Book Day?" It's like, I got a free comic book for a comic that never came out, and they're like, "What comic?" And it was like Arms, and then we started talking about it, and it's like, Arms really is disability. Like, there's this whole scene where they're like, if they don't have their disability aid, their arms don't work. And then he has to what's the word? There's the scene where he accidentally punches his phone because he doesn't have his mask on. And when he doesn't have his mask on, he can't control his arms. And I think about that so much. Like, I think about the disability metaphor in Arms so much. I need Ian.
This reminds me of there's this scene in Fantastic Four where Ben has like a special phone that he could use because he can't use a regular phone.
I need a Ian Flynn when he like retires and is no longer working in the comics to just burn every bridge and release and like leak the Arms comic. Come on, Ian Flynn. Come on. I know you have it. I know you have it.
Leak the arms.
This is why you gotta befriend Ian Flynn.
Yes. There's so much cool shit in this. There's also a character called Mechanica who has fake arms. She built a mech suit to use arms with instead, and I think about that a lot. Anyways, that's my favorite comic book. Oh shit, I was sharing my entire screen.
I have been getting more into Smallville again. I'm only halfway through on the first season. And like it is very much a product of like WB. Like it's in that same Buffy the Vampire Slayer Supernatural vein, but I think it understands Superman, or at least it understands how to set up
Daystar
Superman as a
died.
character. Like there are character bits where it's like, oh, I can see how they're setting up how this character becomes Superman later in the future, especially how they use his parents as like mentor figures for him. I think that's pretty cool.
The internet crashed.
Oh wow. I was just talking about how I think Smallville is pretty good. You know what's also good is that Gotham show, where it's just unhinged weirdness for like 5 seasons. Potentially the best Batman show, I think, that has no Batman in it.
Do you like my new phone background?
Yeah, man.
It's got Wrestle Ladies on it.
Bianca Belair.
It's crazy how much you got into the Wrestle Ladies.
Wrestle Ladies.
I mean, you tossed it.
Found a serialized story in which there's a lot of lore. There's very strong women, and also they actually get focus.
Yeah.
Are we getting another Ayaan POV? Is that
What do you
box
got? I can't see what you. Is that matches?
Yeah.
Are we getting
Man,
Arson
you
Ion
suck
right
at
now?
using matches. Why do you suck so badly at using matches?
Whoa,
Jesus
whoa.
fucking Christ, Ayaan.
Hey,
Come on, like
play
you
with
can light
matches,
it.
you gotta play with matches. What? How's that line go?
You're
No,
not gonna
try
light one?
again. Try again. Try again.
I believe in you, Ayaan. Do you have a candle? What are you lighting?
Hang on.
Do you have a microphone?
We gotta have Ayaan be the main.
Ayon's pulling out his
Thank God.
karaoke machine again.
Power on. Bluetooth pairing mode.
Why are
Okay.
you doing
The
this?
Bluetooth device is connected.
Oh, he can't. He's got the camera in his mouth. He's gonna sing, I guess.
Oh.
Oh.
Go for the blue, looking cool, man. Coming
I'm muted.
What are we doing?
What is he singing?
Yeah, we're muted, Ayaan.
I hope he never gets over.
God damn it.
Live some down the line.
Come back and come I will forget that. I can't walk
Oh, I now get what he was singing. It took me a while to realize he was singing potential breakup song.
My favorite Alien AJ song is Joan of Arc is on the dance floor.
Yeah, I thought it like that.
Disturbing the peace, look into my eye.
Wait,
Oh,
how
What
are
are
you
you
able to
singing?
do that with the camera in his mouth?
Sing a Steven Universe.
I want go on. Oh, oh,
This is very Steven activities.
This Steven activities. Steven would break
There's
out of this.
so
Oh,
giant woman. I want someone that could feel giant woman. I want you. Wait, hold on.
Giant woman, all I wanna be is the one who gets to see the giant woman. You pulling up? You can't play a karaoke track.
I will fly with a lamb who will come to
What is
I will find
you have to stop
this? Is just for you, Ayaan, because you do have headphones on.
Ayaan is butchering the best, the most gay song in Steven Universe.
That's really funny when you remove Ion, which just leaves us over here.
It's just the hole that Ayaan leaves when he's gone.
Put Ayaan back and see what happens.
It's just Ion hole.
Ayaan again.
Ayaan's
Isn't
showing
it?
hole.
Oh, we're muting this.
Ayaan's showing hole on Twitter.com.
You can do that on Twitter.
You can?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can show hole on Twitter.
You can,
Oh, I was thinking of Tumblr.
you can show. There's hole returning to Tumblr. Do not worry.
You can show some hole on
What about
Tumblr.
Wyatt?
You gotta sneak it in.
How do I get
You don't
Wyatt
even
hole?
have to sneak it in anymore. You just can post hole.
Hmm.
You commission someone to draw Wyatt's hole.
Was that what commission didn't
I
go
think
through?
the chimps are killing me.
The chimps? You fought a chimp?
Have y'all seen Nope? That chimp was the scariest fucking thing in that movie, and there was
Chimps are really scary.
yeah.
100
Kinda like
ashes
gorillas,
versus
though.
one chimp.
Gorilla's not scary. I think 100 dudes could take a gorilla.
Ash, if there was 100 of you, could you take a chimp?
Yes.
I don't know if 100 matches to take a chance.
Yes.
Chimps don't tire the same way a gorilla does.
I mean,
Chimps are
here's the thing. A chimp is smaller. You could probably throw a chimp against a wall.
You could.
Yeah, but chimps are more vicious.
You could punch him.
My
Chimps are
jaw.
Chimp?
Well, here's the thing. It's 100 of me specifically, not 100 random men.
Oh, you think you're stronger than 100 random men?
Yeah,
I think I
believe
might be
that.
stronger than Ash.
I don't think that's true.
No.
But do you
I-
I
count
kick you in the balls.
I think I could still win.
Kick you in the
against Ash.
balls.
Yeah.
Groin
Well-
grab rip.
Well, that I what
Groin
if
grab rip.
what if I wear a protective cup? What then?
I
I
rip it
feel-
off and I do it.
I feel like you estimate the damage kicking someone in the balls.
You can hit a cup
Like-
hard enough that you hurt the dick. I've
Like,
done it before.
I think media has tricked you into believing that the balls are like a
The Saiyan tail.
video game weak spot that like instant stops the fight.
No, my aunt used to win karate tournaments that way.
I feel like I could. I feel like not to be a braggart or anything, but if this group were to come to blows, I think I might be the strongest one here.
Ion's like the only one who
Don't
works.
say Squid.
No,
I don't think I could take Squid in a fight.
we don't even know what Squid looks like.
Actually, Squid's a dragon. All right, Squid's just like a dragon.
You can see a dragon.
I think I could slay the dragon. Yeah.
I don't think I can. No,
I
Squid,
mean, now you're just
You can
overestimating.
slay Squid.
Squid is a robot dragon.
Yeah, I'll throw water on him.
No,
I-
that's not
I
how
think-
robots work.
I think in a fight it goes Ash, me, Stack, Daystar, Ion.
You're
I'm
putting
the
Ash
only
at the
one who
bottom.
can fight.
Yes.
Ash can fight.
I'm the only one who has physical proof I can fight.
Everyone says they are a black belt in
I
karate.
I
Watched Ash do karate, and it's,
Well, I didn't know that, okay?
I literally have an official document saying I know how to fight.
Fine.
Ash has a degree in good at fight.
Ash versus me is going to be Goku versus Vegeta, I fear.
Yes.
That's not a fair comparison. Goku Vegeta was a one-sided fight the entire time.
No, he was
Goku was losing. Like,
yeah, until Vegeta started losing.
I'm
Vegeta
very
lit-
sturdy though. I can take a punt.
there was one moment where Vegeta was losing, and it was in the beam struggle.
Yeah, but like he was still taking them shots from the Kaioken times 3.
Okay.
Also, I'm like technically like a second generation black belt. My dad was a black belt
That's
too.
not how that
I don't
works.
think you can inherit black belt.
No, but you can both get one.
I think. All right. What if we do like what if scenarios of how we come to like we do like the Ash and their Fantastic Friends like fighting tournament? Like what's the story for each fight?
Stack. I can't fight Stack.
I think you have to fight Stack. I think that might be the finale.
Either that.
this
Or,
is my fighting strategy is please don't hurt me.
And then work on me.
It's just a little guy and I have glasses and it's my birthday.
yeah. All right. So we do it like a World's Martial Arts training tournament where like we have to put it in specific like rows. So let's see. There's how many of us? 1, 2, 3. There's 5 of us. Right. 6 plus Squid. So we have to make it even. So the beginning matches.
Are we taking Wait, how many of them?
There's-
Oh yes. Oh yeah, 6. I counted us as 1.
Yeah. We could be a tag team duo.
Okay. Hold
Okay.
on. Ooh, I have an idea. Everyone, let's see. How do I do like pull a number from a hat thing online?
Roll a die.
Roll a die.
with Anya.
Okay.
Goodness.
Hold on. Let me.
Can I
roll-
fight Stack and
all
Ash?
the
'Cause
easy stuff.
it's just me versus them as a tag team.
Stack would actually drag me down in this tag team.
Okay.
They
So
have to be handcuffed
You're
together.
the
though.
Liv Morgan in
I
this
am
team.
the Liv Morgan.
all right. So the way I'm gonna do it. This one's going to be for Stack's placement on the roll. All right. So Stack is in the 6th rung. Let me try and jot this down. I need a pen.
This is dork bullshit.
Hold on, Nemesis did something really funny. I could take 100 dudes. in a fight, right?
Yeah.
In a fight, right?
Okay. Let's see. Ash is going to get the number 2 slot. So Ash is far at the beginning match. All right. All right. So next is Rena. Rena is getting reroll because. All right. Rena is fighting Ash.
Rena is losing.
Yeah, I lose.
All right. Next is Daystar.
Who am I fighting?
That one's already taken. 4. So let's see. 4 is Daystar.
He's in the middle.
Yeah. Next is me, which is 5. I am
You're
fighting
fighting
Stack.
Stack.
Yeah. I'm sorry,
I think
Stack.
Ayaan would
Stack
win.
me, Ayaan.
Which leaves Squid against Daystar.
Me and Squid. I can
Um,
kick Squid's ass, probably.
How
Okay,
many
so-
tables are in there?
All
How
right,
many tables?
No,
How many tables
so-
and how many chairs?
So just to get to the first match is going to be Rena and Ash, where the winners are going to be Ash.
When Squid
Next,
comes in, Daystar, the first thing you need to say to Squid when we let him on screen.
Chicken tender
Uh-huh.
slut?
No, you need to
Oh.
say, "Can you fight?" Hey, Squid, can you fight?
Can you fight, bitch?
next, yeah. So
Yep.
it's Squid versus Daystar. That one's to be determined. We don't know Squid's feats.
I
Squid
think
feats.
no. I think what's
I'm
that
pretty sure
match with
Squid
the
have
Hardy
tentacles,
Boys?
not fish.
All right.
Squid has
Like,
watched a lot more
First
wrestling
tables
than
and
me.
chairs.
Yeah, we no. Daystar and Squid needs to do a ladders, tables, and chairs match.
Then for the third match is going to be me versus Stack. And I'm pretty
think-
sure.
We
I think
established-
at first, like
No.
Ayaan has to just like
Di-
Ayaan has to
Ayaan,
just demolish Stack,
you
and then
wouldn't
like
hurt me,
way
would you?
later.
I
Oh,
think
hi.
I think one's just going to be a ring out. I just push Stack off of the ring.
You would do that.
Yeah, I
That's so
think you
weird.
just like
What if you're
demolish
fighting-
Stack, and then like
What about the
later
power of
on, Stack
friendship?
is gonna like build up his power, and then like way later they're gonna have a rematch, and Stack's gonna beat your ass
I'm
that time.
pretty sure I can just pick up and throw Stack. I
Mhm.
don't know.
Well, we all could.
Yeah.
Quite possibly, but the whole time I'm gonna be crying. So.
I tried. No, I jokingly tried to flip Stack once, and Stack did so.
Oh, when we get to the semifinale, that's actually we're odd numbered now because
Yeah, I was
We
gonna
have-
say you need buys in the beginning.
right.
Like it's not whether or not it's even; it's whether or not it's a power of 2. Well, that just means we have a 3-way match.
Yeah, we have a 3-way match between Ash, Daystar, Squid, and me.
How many tables, chairs, and ladders?
That's four.
That's
As
rest-
the only one who has seen Squid's true form, I think Daystar can take Squid.
How many tables, chairs, and ladders are we getting?
So this is going to be an Ash, Daystar, and Ayaan match.
Can I hit people with?
You're thinking
No.
of wrestling, and I'm thinking of the Dragon Ball World Martial Art Tournament stage.
Oh,
Ayaan, do you no Ash? You know, like the farther away you get from traditional fighting, the worse your chances get.
no, I can swing a chair. I've done
Like,
it.
Ash is just gonna hit us in the shins and take us out.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of being tiny.
Yeah, do I get weapons? Because I'm very proficient in size.
No, you don't get weapons. Unless you
Yeah.
hide them under you can hide them under the ring.
Under
Pull
the
'em out.
ring? Yeah, I would
Yeah.
hide size under the ring.
I think my strategy to win is like
Hide a gun
gain-
under the ring.
gain distance enough from Daystar and Ash to let
Mhm.
themselves like tire themselves out while I sweep in for the kill.
You're
I
just
will
like
throw
perched up on
side.
the ropes.
I've done it.
Like Batman.
Hold on, let me just pull up the World Martial
Pulling
Arts.
Electra from Daredevil.
Hold on.
Pulling an Electra is very good.
I want my size back so badly.
What's the storyline though?
What?
Daystar brings up an important point.
We got to
How
keep the
many-
drama up. What's going to be the
Alright.
drama?
Well, but first of all, let me just show you what my ring's gonna look like. There's no ropes keeping us tethered here. If you fall out of the ring, you're out of the match.
Okay, but I can hide the sides in that little creature's mouth.
They no weapons are allowed at the Budokai Tenkaichi.
Okay, but how are they
You
gonna
get
know?
disqualified.
The
You
sides
get
are in.
disqualified.
The sides are
You
in.
got to get. No, this is what you got to do. You got to get Stack on the side of the ring to distract the ref.
Exactly. You gotta pull Liv Morgan.
Be like, don't, no, ref, look at me. Look at me.
You gotta get better at your distracting.
What's
That's
really
pretty-
funny.
And then you just start stabbing while the ref's back is turned.
Wait, anyway, I started stabbing.
Yeah.
The ref turns around and is like, why does Ayaan look so stabbed? Anyway.
You know how refs are.
Like this is another way how it's done. Big
It's gonna be harder
square.
to get away with stuff in here.
Yeah.
No, you
Well-
can hide stuff under the square.
Yeah, but if you touch anything under the square, then you're out of the match.
Okay, but the sands
Can't
can
leave the
fly.
square.
I feel like we
There-
need a middle ground between WWE and Dragon Ball. And I think that
So
Yeah.
chairs, tables, ladders.
middle ground might be MMA.
The octagon?
Yeah.
I could take
MMA doesn't have fun storylines though.
Yeah.
It's just beating the shit out of each other.
Well, then there's the Cell games,
Whoa.
the Cell games tournament.
That looks pointy. I don't know about all that.
Huh. Anyway, Goku and Cell fight in this ring to this Mountain Goat song "Mark on You."
Everybody needs to come up with what
Makes me
their
sleepy
entrance
by
song is.
rubbing the one part of my forehead that makes me sleepy.
Yeah, what is everyone's entrance song?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
like I know I made like fan
Wait,
ones when you did
Zach, you have
Squidamania.
to assign us all a Mountain Goat song to be our entrance song.
Okay. I think Daystar's entry song is going to be the best death metal band out of Denton. And it's going to be specifically the end where they're just chanting Hail Satan. So that'll be fun. Let me see. I need a minute. There's a lot of fucking Mountain Goat songs.
All right. In the meantime, we try and pick our own songs because I know I tried picking out songs for you guys for Squidamania for your entrance songs. Let's see. For Daystar, I gave her the Batman theme from 2004.
I don't know what that is, but all right.
It's an animated show for Batman in the 2000s.
The new Batman. Batman.
I don't know what the theme song is.
It's this. That's all I can do for right now.
Copyright.
Ian's gonna get us taken down again.
And I didn't even get to play a single Mountain Goat song.
Yeah, for Rena, I decided on the Ben 10 credits theme.
Stop playing the songs.
It's just a little tiny seconds. They won't catch us while we're talking.
Everybody keep talking.
And debatable.
Yeah. I remember for Ash and Stack, I just used our old theme song that I commissioned.
We can legally play this one.
Yeah, legally. I paid for it. It's a shame we don't use this. It's a good theme.
We need to make a new edit to this.
Can you sing American Idiot to that song?
Huh, hold on. Wait, let it finish up first.
Squid's entry song is going to be Up the Wolves, and it's specifically the part where it says, but there's gonna be a party when the wolf comes home.
Yes.
That just
The Squid Wolf.
Squid Wolf.
All All right, let me try singing American Idiot to this. Bing. Don't wanna be an American idiot. Welcome to a new kind of tension all across the alien nation, where everything isn't meant to be okay. Television dreams of tomorrow.
You're like kind of. I think that you might be lagging because you're off.
Yeah.
You're like a beat off. I think it might just be lag from your thing.
Dog,
Ash's Mountain Goat entry song is going to be foreign object, where it's just going to be, I'm going to stab you in the eye with a foreign object.
It's a sigh. Hold on. Who's knocking at my door? Hold on. We'll be-
Disturbing the peace, look into my eyes and tell me the things you're talking about behind my back.
It's kind of at 11. That's kind of creepy. Who's knocking?
I think they got a little cousin, the child. I think.
Oh, are they back? Are they back?
I don't know.
Are they at their apartment?
I
trying to think of what I just saw with my eyeballs.
I believe they are not at their apartment because they mentioned kids interrupting.
Bump-a-dum, bump-a-da. How much? I'm trying to keep this low as possible. Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you in awkward silence. Don't you dare look at me that way.
One Creed song.
I don't need reminders of how you don't feel the same. Oh, the burning pain.
This is your entrance song?
Yeah. There's also Persona 3's thing. I don't know the rapping bits. Disturbing the peace. Look into my eyes. Now tell me the things you blabbing about behind my back. I'm offbeat on that one.
Mm-hmm. You could do that one Creed song. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm
to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see.
Did you see
what
Cynthia
spring
in
is
this?
like. I did not.
She did. It was really fucking good. That's
You'd
Cynthia
be like
Erivo. What a talent.
The children are dabbing and doing
I
Fortnite
wanna
dances.
hold you so much.
Great.
At long last, love has arrived.
This
And
can't be your
that's
entrance song.
that I'm alive.
They're Fortnite dancing to this. They're doing the gritty to this. There's 2 children who went into my room just to
You
do
chucked
gritty.
me out like I was trash. For that you should be dead. But then it hit me like a flash. What if high school went away instead? Those assholes are the key. They're keeping you away from me. They made you blind, messed up your mind, but I can set you free. You left me and I fell apart. I punched the wall and cried, bam, bam, bam. Then I found you, changed my heart.
And I don't think you can use a song about high school as your entrance song for wrestling.
They killed Kermit the Frog.
The children did?
Yes.
Well, he had it coming probably. What were his crimes?
For this hypothetical fight we're doing is going to be from heel turn 2, where he sings, I don't want to die in here, over and over again. Just to really drive home that my gimmick is being pathetic and unable to find.
Yes.
Yeah, but then like at the last minute, you're like the ultimate champion at the end of the thing.
I will give you more snacks.
You've been secretly building up your strength the whole time.
Do you like them?
Okay.
School bag in hand, She lives
What
home
are you doing?
in the
You
early
can't. We're gonna
morning.
get.
Oh wait, no.
Hey,
Oh
you're
my
gonna get in
God.
trouble.
Ayaan, stop singing ABBA.
Close the karaoke machine.
You are
Thank you.
making the children do the gritty. They're still grittying. I don't know
I like
why.
to dance with you, honey. If you think it's funny, doesn't matter, know that you're.
Stop grittying.
Did you pick your entrance song? Are you just gonna have a different song every time, Ayaan?
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Johan. Well, that's one stick.
Stop grittying.
Now,
You're gonna knock things over.
now, if I did Good Luck, Babe.
No.
All right.
Vetoed.
Gross. Stop grittying.
Don't care if it hurts.
Now
Wanna
get
have
out of here.
control.
I will.
Want a perfect
I'm gonna take you guys
body.
over there later if we
It
get out.
can't be creep.
I
It
would
can't be
assign you guys
creep.
Alien Age.
Not
I would
lying.
assign you guys Alien Age albums, but there's not that.
I have Build-A-Bear gift cards.
It's too few.
They're in my
I could do
wallet. I
Queen
don't know where
album.
my wallet is.
Heartbreak is one thing, my ego's another. Begging you to embarrass me, motherfucker.
Do you
We lost
Do
Daystar.
you want your intro to be?
Jiffy, stop.
Do we?
Oh wait, no, we got you back.
Hang on.
Okay. Why Wingfoot Stinson?
Let me see what this like mix this YouTube mix playlist thing is giving me. Next up on this is Hot to Go. Am I
Okay,
allowed to
what is this bit? What are we doing?
I don't know. I got.
Are we just
distracted.
listening to Ayaan sing?
Children started grittying, and I didn't know what to do with that.
Yeah, I'm just debating which one of these is going to be my intro music.
Children just started grittying, and I don't.
You can take me hot to go.
I like spelling things to the tune of "hot to go" to confuse Stack.
Can you look up for me Alien Age karaoke?
No, we're not doing karaoke.
We're not doing karaoke. What?
This is
One
a
L.
potential breakup song.
Hang on.
No, none of these ones. Find one that's good, okay?
Chemicals react.
I hate this so much.
What?
Never mind. Anything that is a song anything that's a song they wrote while anything that's a song they wrote while Ali was blonde is a bad song.
There is a C.
So you
Oh,
Yeah.
whoa.
Your song's gonna be "Baby" by Justin Bieber. Is that really what you're telling me right now?
You know you love me. I know you care. Just show whenever, and I'll be there.
Where'd my phone go? I don't know, baby.
Okay.
I think we'll do the one Creed or that one Evanescence song.
I want everyone to see this sick comic I saw on Twitter.com.
I love it.
Very good.
Ass.
Is it ass?
Ass.
Ass.
Oh.
Have you seen people that do this? They do the butt art. Have you seen the butt art?
I've not seen the butt art. I've just seen this guy. And
People,
his comic.
I like this guy. There's like a thing that people do where they do butt art where you paint, you put paint on your ass and then the bottom of your foot and then you lean against a canvas and it leaves like an imprint of your ass and your foot.
I think it's.
I don't know how to Google that without it being a problem.
Ass.
to show you what I'm talking about.
So ominous. I love it.
Have you guys seen that game that's just Pac-Man but first person perspective?
Oh, there's more ass on it.
This is commentary on the viral art. If you see like the guys that they just put like a shit ton of paint and they just spin it and they just make it a mess.
Yeah.
That's what
It's
this is
not
about.
really art. It's just
Well,
It's
created
content.
created by humans. Art is art. It's not generated. It is made. We can argue about how it lacks intention, but it is art.
Most of those people then moved on to AI art.
Well,
It's the same grift.
I would rather encourage.
That feels like a
weird,
blanket
really
statement.
fun- Oh, cool. There's a lot of butts here. Wagon cam.
Now.
Like this comic is so fucking funny to me.
You knew they're river beavers and they can dunk. I don't think they can dunk.
Are we really like defaulting to fucking
Yes, we are.
Twitter?
We are a comic podcast. We're talking about a comic.
We are technically talking about comics. We're more on topic than we normally are.
Whoa.
Uh,
That one's freaky.
I like this one. I like this.
Did you guys watch the Ethan Klein Hasanabi debate?
Why would I do that?
No,
Yeah.
no, no.
Use those names.
Those words aren't in the Bible.
I was halfway through. I'm halfway through it, and like, by God, Ethan Klein sucks. Like, that goes without saying, but like, holy shit, you know?
He's lost his marbles.
Jesus. Oh, y'all see this shit?
Did see this. I made a TikTok about this, kind of.
He's literally the Antichrist. This is
I showed my mom this picture, and I said, "Well, I walked in. I was like, hey, Mom, guess what your president just posted?" And she was like,
Wait,
"My
wait.
president."
Wait,
You
did your
like-
mom vote for Trump?
No,
Okay.
but I
Make
said,
sure mom pays this out.
but I was like, your president just posted this, and I showed her the picture, and she went, "Oh my God, no, he didn't." And she like wouldn't believe me at first. I'm like, "Yeah, he posted this." And she's like, "Oh my God!" Like she was like,
It's not even
she had a
Catholic.
moment. She is my mother.
No, Donald Trump.
Yeah, because
that was also her first thing. It's like she's not even Catholic.
But Donald Trump isn't Catholic.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing.
He just wants to be Pope because he wants
Guys.
power.
Why is he wanting
I want to share something. Hold on. Let's see. I want to show you guys first person perspective Pac-Man.
Oh.
Oh God. What happens
Yeah.
when you see a ghost?
First, I'm just trying to collect a dot.
It's kind of crazy how first person perspective Pac-Man is just drawn.
Yeah.
It's very dark.
No dots. The whole part of Batman is that there's a bunch of dots.
I think I may have messed up.
Yeah,
Let me
What are the
reset it.
dots?
Oh, good lord. Ah!
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
Why is that
You
the
got
death
to go.
screen?
You got ghosted.
Am I
Sorry.
crashing? Wait, is Roblox crashing?
the
It's not
game
letting me
crash?
click out.
Oh, it's Roblox.
Guys, it won't even let me.
Okay, turn your computer off. Turn your computer off real quick before the ghost gets you. Ayaan, quick.
Stop it.
Gonna remove the evil ghost just so our stream don't get haunted.
Open task manager.
Scares you.
Control Alt Delete Ayaan. Open your task manager. Just shut down. Control. Go to Roblox and end Roblox.
Just delete it from your computer while you're there too.
Yeah. Also, open up System 32. Delete that.
Jesus. That was. I just wanted to play the little game.
Did you get spooked?
I got spooked.
Aw.
I actually had a dream the other night where we were hanging out at the place that I work at, but like it's at the basement, and we open up the elevator, and then like a creature appears, and it just starts like grab me by the neck, and it's one of those things where like you feel the blanket around your neck, and you still think there's a creature around you when you wake up. And it's like, creature!
Is it Squid?
I don't know. It was like a weird, like eldritch horror beast. I felt it was a presence.
I'm surprised Squid isn't here yet.
It was that damn cat.
Perhaps.
Racist cat.
No, the cat's chill.
The cat has grown. The cat's now anti-racist. Well, is the cat? Maybe not anti-racist. You're just not racist. Anti-racist is the next step.
Yeah.
Did you put a pink cowboy hat on Wyatt Wingfoot cow?
Yes. It's too small for him.
So we have to put it on the horn.
Mm-hmm. One
Yeah,
Ash, one Wyatt Wingfoot bear. Who's gonna win that?
I need Wyatt Wingfoot.
Stack, how does it feel? Stack, how does it feel to know that if Wyatt Wingfoot were real, your partner would leave you for him?
I just try to remember that Wyatt Wingfoot probably wouldn't date Ash.
Wow.
Partly because I think Wyatt Wingfoot would be like a little creeped out by the obsession.
That's fair.
And you're also not a giant green lady, so.
Do you guys want to do a frantic fanfic round?
Not really.
No.
You guys do.
I will.
We were looking at wrestling fan fiction the other night.
Oh, look more at wrestling fan fiction.
We're looking at the stats and making some observations.
You guys want to talk about the? Oh wait. Never
Oh
mind.
wait, new thing in my inbox. Never mind, it's not the new fanfic. Hey, loyal viewers, Ash has posted a fanfic on AO3.
Don't look at it.
Oh, don't look at it.
Or do look at it.
I read it.
Look at it
It's
a
good.
little bit. Look at it like a tiny bit.
No.
There's one tag that is WWE, and there's another one that's just professional wrestling. And I think that they just kind of like wrap into each other. Like if you click on the professional wrestling one, there will just be things that are tagged only WWE. So I
yeah,
think
professional wrestling is like the umbrella tag. So like, there's many things that are professional wrestling, but not everything.
You even saying?
Let's look at the stats here. I don't know who's Dean.
Dean's in a lot of them.
Dean.
Yeah.
Dean
Yeah. Look up Dean Ambrose.
I just heard
He also has a Magic the Gathering card named after him.
Huh.
The only fem/ship in the main. Oh no, there's two. Is Charlotte Flair and Becky Lynch, and then Sasha Banks and Bailey. This is the top 10 fics overall. Top 10 ships overall.
Yeah, it's for professional wrestling. It might be a little bit different if we went to WWE.
So like, Would the fanfic in the Marvel and DC universe be something akin to what wrestling fanfic is like?
I stand by it being true crime.
That makes more sense.
Yeah. People would be doing podcasts about superheroes.
I mean, it's literally crime.
Yeah, but also, I don't know, because I feel like with the existence of aliens and otherworldly beasts, art that might open itself up to a whole new world of culture and how the world operates.
You'd think. That doesn't seem to.
Because, like, I think it'd become less conspiratorial and more just like, well, now what?
More conspiratorial.
With the two that we were calling gay last time we watched Raw.
What?
It was that CM Punk and Seth Rollins?
I think it was Sami Zayn and Seth Rollins.
Sammy. The scruffy looking one. Which one was that?
Sami Zayn.
And then the one that was super like clean cut. His fancy rich guy coat.
Seth Rollins.
Yeah. Are people getting crazy about them? Yeah. Yeah, so Rhea's in a bunch.
Let's just put this. Yeah. The Rhea Ripley / reader tag is mostly femme slash.
Yeah. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I'm confused about the ones that are male.
Oh, those probably are just like there are two gay dudes who are also here.
Rhea Ripley.
Daystar, is this what you were asking about? You know what? Never mind.
It's not.
Well,
You didn't actually read
oh,
it.
that's loaded.
Hmm?
Nothing. Some of these tags are a little strange. Little over the top.
They're very horny for sure. Hold on.
They're horny. One of them was a little bit too much for me personally.
Yeah.
What was it?
Don't worry.
Underage.
Yeah, most of these fics are.
How is it underage and it's all just like adult wrestlers wrestling?
Well, it was underage because the reader was underage.
Oh.
Oh, that's probably a minor idea then.
Yeah. What's going on with Rhea and Liv? What do we got happening there?
Let me go back.
I will say going through this, I did fall down a rabbit hole of watching Bailey and Sasha TikTok edits, and I get it. Just gonna put that out there.
Okay.
Hey,
So
you
Liv
can be a
Rhea,
girlfriend.
pretty small amount. Ratings? It's a tie between teen and explicit.
Very split audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know what we're about.
The tags
Also,
are...
mature is up there.
Of course, angst would be the top one.
Angst has gotta be the top.
Of course.
For sure.
But these are all very
surprisingly fluff is up there.
Sometimes you just want them to make up and be happy.
I've never seen comedy as a tag.
My sexuality crisis is very good. Hold on. I'm going to exclude crossovers because they tend to kind of pollute the tag a little bit.
What are the top crossovers?
Usually there's always like a couple fics that are like 20 different fandoms and they're all tagged with everything and they're only like 500 words. And you're like, what the fuck is going on here?
Sonya Deville is so hot.
I have not seen her.
She's very, very hot. I will say, like, I had that like feel like I saw her on Raw and I was like, oh my god, she's so fucking hot. Like, I was kind of fixated on her, and then I mentioned that on the stream, and Squid was like, you know, she's a lesbian, right? And I was like, oh my god,
she is. Oh hell yeah! Oh my god, the suits are Yeah.
I could
This
feel
is
it.
what. Yeah.
By the way, guess who got let go from WWE?
Man.
Oh.
Well, so Sonia, if you're not doing anything, I have my good friend Daystar here. Who
Hey, Sonia. Hey, Sonia, what's up?
I'm wingmanning. Sonia, if you're watching this, this is my good friend Daystar. They
Okay.
help.
Big fan.
They helped out at the soup kitchen. They drive. And they used to drive a
There
Bugatti
is a
before they gave
bitch
it
who
away. for
deserves to be thrown through a table. I'm
They
still
used to-
thinking about the cranberry sauce.
They helped save a kitten out of a tree, Sonia. Like total package right here.
Yeah, I did that for sure.
I'm looking for fun tags.
Hmm.
But
Bo Dallas / Uncle Howie. What is that?
where do you see this?
It's in like near the no. Go back down. That one. That big old. It's one. It's down in the bottom half. Go to the left a little bit.
Oh,
Bo Dallas,
Dallas.
Uncle Howdy.
What does that mean? Someone who knows wrestling translate.
No.
Bo Dallas. Let me look.
We
up.
need Squid. Where were you when we need you?
Bo Dallas is a wrestler.
I need to look at these two men. Roxanne Perez is hot too. I don't know if she's gay.
It looks like they're the same person, but like what? Like Uncle
Oh.
Howie is just Bo.
Oh, that's why it's
Oh,
that's why it's like that.
Like wearing a mask. Hold on, let me just make sure that I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it's not being shipped. It's just they're like he's here.
Thank
Oh,
you,
Squid.
Squid.
Thank you, Squid. Nice.
Uh,
uh,
what else? Why did they put sex position?
I think that's just for like clarification. You might tag something as 69 in the like code for like I don't know chapter numbers or something.
So next week I wanted to try, or at least maybe not next week because it's a lot of comics. I wanted for us to discuss the death and return of Superman.
Don't make us do that.
All right, we can just cover the death because that's just less issues to read.
I just like Steel.
All right.
I like
But there
Steel
are-
because he's like DC Iron Man.
Oh, right. Hold on. Because I wanted to show off just more of the Triangle era. Let's see. The Death Superman starts in 1992. Later. Just remember this cover. Average Superman plot.
The boner cover.
So, yeah. It's very funny. The death of Superman happened right after all of the Babe Tonica stuff for the like round one before it got crazy. Oh yeah, this is it. The Doom. It starts with Man of Steel issue 17, which is the 1992.
Jimmy Olsen fumbled so hard it killed Superman.
Yeah. So yeah. I'm using my comic shop because they do this neat thing where if you're trying to get the Triangle era, they will give you the order in which it was released. So yeah, we have here that it starts with Man of Steel issue 17. Like for the first couple issues, it's just like this lead up where we see that Doomsday is breaking out of some prison of sort. So we get all these fun little one-off things. We have Superman and Wave Rider. A neat little Mixia Spitalik adventure. This one is funny because it has a Watchmen reference in it. I want to pull that up. This is Adventures of Superman number 496. To give
like I know you like the Triangle era, Ayaan, but it's like it makes it pretty much unreadable trying to like it's rough.
I
Trying
mean,
to navigate.
the whole the whole point is that the little triangles make it easier.
Yeah, but it makes it harder for people that are trying
It's
to
hard to read it
read the
digitally.
fucking book.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how anybody here who doesn't have a DC Infinite account can read it, because they know it sucks, so they've kind of put it in. They split stuff up by events sometimes. So like if there's an event where it's like you have to read this and then this and then this and then this and then this.
DC Infinite actually does have the Triangle Era like in a 3-volume order, where it's like the first couple of years in one volume, then the next, and then the third. So yeah,
Why is it called the triangle area? Where's his triangle?
I think it's
They put
because
triangle on it.
I think it's originally called the Triangle Era because it was just 3 books at the time until they started building more. So we had Man of Steel, regular Superman. Oh, it originally started as Adventures of Superman, Superman, and Action Comics, and then they started the Man of Steel series with Louise Simonson as the main writer, and it became more of a square, and then later a pentagon when they introduced Superman, Man of Tomorrow as a series. But ultimately, it's referred to as the Triangle Era. They got a neat little triangle to let you know what year it is and which order to read it in.
Oh.
I love talking about this because like a lot of people refer to only Dan Jurgens as like a major Superman artist and writer at this time, but people forget about Jerry Ordway, David Michelin, Louise Simonson, and a lot of the artists that they worked with throughout this era. And I think they kind of have a lot in this. They are owed a lot more in terms of credit for this era. I love Dan Jurgens and a lot of the work that he's done, but I feel like because
I think it's just because he did Death of Superman.
they all did.
Can
Death
I fight
of
him
Superman.
at your wedding?
Fight Dan Jurgens? He's an incredibly old man.
That feels like
I could take him.
Yeah.
Well, yes, that's not a question.
Mixie Spitalik just hated Lex Luthor in particular because he taught him how to lie in an earlier issue. So what he's doing, to give a lore explanation, Lex Luthor had actually died and put his mind into a clone body and said, actually, I'm Lex Luthor's nephew. And he's pretending to be good. And so Mixie Spitalik put him back in his old body. So there's this bit with the Watchmen reference where he's trying to open up a can of beans. Or it's like, reduced me to this, living in the squalid pit. His infernal magic sent me back to square one, back to this bloated body, even this medieval hook. It's just not fair for me to lose so much. So youthful, so handsome, so hungry. Oh God, what I wouldn't do for a blackened swordfish steak and capers, and he's eating it, and he's got bean juice over the little smiley face. And he's just like
Rorschach.
He's cryingly eating this this can of beans. Like, oh, I've been down before. I've come back. I'll do it again, stronger than ever. I'm so tired. And then someone breaks into his house and then beats him up, just like the comedian in Watchmen. It was like, Lex Luthor, you've been causing the boss a lot of trouble. Wait, you used to work for me. Stop this. I'll give you money. Make you rich. What are you, a comedian? So this is just like, it's just in out of nowhere Watchmen. They don't, Superman just saves them. They don't do more Watchmen references. They just, they just did that one bit because Jerry Ordway thinks he's really funny, and he is. Let's see. So yeah, I think this issue ended with, this is basically what was going on.
Is dried out.
Yeah, this is all that Doomsday was doing in a lot of these things, where it's just this threat that Doomsday is coming. And boy, did he come.
Well, there's stuff in here, but whoa.
Let's see.
I have no black nail polish. How can I function?
Very funny how Doomsday, a character who appeared in Batman v Superman Technically, his first appearance was in those earlier issues with the Doomsday is Coming bit, but like his full on the cover like debut, you could get this for $8 on mycomicshop.com for a pretty good price. There are like higher rated scans here on the shop, but like very easy comic to get your hands on. And that's something I noticed with like the whole Death of Superman thing in general, because you get to this bit. Let's see.
It's no Space Babes.
Yeah. Let's see. The actual Death of Superman issue, you could get the little baggie that has all the stuff in it for $15. And the actual issue itself without the baggie with stuff in it, you could just get for $9. And I think that's really funny.
Well, they probably printed a lot of them.
I agree with Nemesis. This might be the triangle era, but Ayaan square.
Oh man.
Got him.
Got him. All right. Are we?
I wish Squid was here. I want to hear their take about mountain goats. I love the fucking goats, man.
That's why he's the goat. The goat.
Mountain goats.
Shout out to John Darnell, the goat.
Of mountain fame.
1993 is the Reign of Superman, Funeral for a Friend, and Return of Superman era.
Where did Steel show up?
Steel, he showed up.
Steel.
I think he shows up at the end of Adventures of Superman at number 500. Let me double check just to be sure. Because I know that they tease the other characters coming in this, but
Superman should have stayed dead.
No, he shouldn't have.
No, I like Superman should exist. You know who should die in comics and stay dead? Spider-Man.
I forgot this was a thing where part of the plot was Jor-El trying to get Superman back from heaven. Don't worry about it. It's very metaphorical. Because Jonathan Kent is also fighting for his own life after a heart attack. Anyway, I think this
Daredevil? Why is Daredevil here?
I don't know. He's here to get beaten up by, I guess. Let's see who intervenes. Jonathan Kent. Hold on.
Jonathan Kent with a gun.
Here's Cat Grant. This was still being the time where she was being harassed by her boss.
Kill him.
Yeah, she will. Well, she won't kill him.
Cat Grant a gun. Give her a gun.
She reports on his sexual harassment and humiliates him, and then he makes her like the executive producer of their little thing. This is a very long issue. I could have sworn it does end because like they do mention different people who are saving everyone around the area, and they're not sure who's who. And also, Superman's body is missing, so that means Superman's back.
This happened to Jesus one time.
Yeah.
Did they not bury his body?
No, they kept him in a little thingy.
He's in a coffin.
I think that's Steel, but I'm not sure.
Steel?
No, he's not wearing the Steel thing.
Well, he puts it on later.
Here.
Good God.
I fucking type it in chat over and over on private chat. Squid's here. Let's squid in. Squid's here. Let's squid in.
Sorry, Squid.
So
disturbing the peace.
No, Ayaan, shut up. I want to hear Squid Mountain goating. It's goats time. Goats. Goats.
I'm pulling because I did a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
I do have a lot of things to talk about a little bit because I think you undersold what this album was.
I don't have the full context of like the wrestling history. I'm just like these songs go crazy, and I think there's something here.
Make sure I'm sharing the right thing because it's not giving me the Yeah, I'm sharing the right one. Okay, put my thing up. Okay, so I was given the Mountain Goats Beat the Champ album, which I was told was the narrative of like a wrestler going from a face to a heel, which undersells what that is. So I'm going to kind of go what my interpretation of the album was when I was listening to it from beginning to end in the intended order. So when you start watching wrestling, especially as a child, you kind of have like this unbridled like enjoyment of it. Everything's good about it because not a lot of genres are like the way it is. Like there are even like stupid shit. When you're a kid, you enjoy it. Like a person who I look back on now, I'm like, oh, they couldn't wrestle worth shit. Was the Boogeyman? But he was like a creepy little gimmick. He came out, ate worms, made other people eat worms. When Chavo Guerrero Jr. got drafted to Raw and he pretended to be like a stereotypical white person and he came to the ring in a golf cart. Like, I thought that shit was hilarious.
I think that shit's hilarious now.
He changed his fucking name to Kerwin White.
Good.
Like, it's very funny, but it was also like, oh, they were turning someone actually talented into like a mid-card joke because Vince is weird. Like you kind of enjoy kind of everything that's thrown at you a little bit. But as you kind of age, like even as a fan, you grow more cynical about it because you learn things about it. And the album is definitely from that perspective of like of growing up. The protagonist of this concept album starts as a wrestling fan, and then very quickly in the course of the first song, it then jumps to them being an indie wrestler, having to drive from town to town. And as the songs go on, it very much like gets more and more cynical, which is then also metaphorically reflected against just aging in general.
Hell yeah.
So I went song by song
Fun
on
fact,
this one.
I'm actually friends with an indie wrestler. They're Canadian, Robbie Cosmos.
What
The
do
Canadians,
Canadians
the
say?
Canadians are where we grow most of the good ones, I think. So
The tariffs, though.
the first song is Southwest Territory, which the name of it refers to the territory days of wrestling, where the country, because very clearly the goats are fans of wrestling, but they're very much shaped by 70s and 80s era of wrestling based on kind of the things that they pick to talk about a little bit. So this territory area of wrestling was basically every wrestling company across the country was part of one group called the NWA, which is very funny to say in retrospect, but it was the National Wrestling Alliance. And they basically all agreed like they could do talent exchanges, like, hey, your person who's really popular has been booked too much of your place, bring them to my place, they'll make good money, like trading talent for a bit, stuff like that. Vince McMahon fucked that all over by leaving the NWA and driving every company out of business. But he sucks really bad. We know this about Vince. So again, the opening part of the song is very much like about like being a kid watching wrestling. They specifically talk about watching it on a black and white TV. Ash looks like they're dead right now.
I can hear them breathing, don't worry.
And then it develops to like, you know, them having to drive from town to town. And it's like a very mellow song where it's like, it's nostalgic, it's happy, but it's kind of glum that it's not easy anymore. The next song is The Legend of Chavo Guerrero, which is about the wrestler, Chavo Guerrero Sr., or who more gets called Chavo Classic. The lesbians have disappeared. Okay, you came back.
We're here.
Okay. They do mention in the song about like I heard his son got famous, Chavo Jr., who became Kerwin White briefly, as I mentioned. But what this song kind of is about, it's about kind of the way people attach themselves to like wrestlers, about like being heroes, like the line of let me pull up the specific line. I'm not pulling it on screen, but I'll just read the lyric out. Of like, he was my hero back when I was a kid. You let me down, but Chavo never once did. You called him names to try to get beneath my skin. Now your ashes are scattered on the wind, which is kind of how a lot of people view like their childhood like heroes of wrestling, which I think is like, you know, when they kind of betray your trust. That's why people like hate Hogan so much, because a lot of people grew up with Hogan and then like, oh, he's a capital S piece of shit.
Yeah.
But like for me, it's like, you know, it's the 2005 SmackDown roster is like that. People like Cena, Angle, Eddie, especially Rey Mysterio, Booker T, Rob Van Dam, Undertaker. Like this roster was my favorite, especially Eddie. I've talked about this a lot. Very funny that Eddie was my guy, even when the song is about his brother Chavo. I picked a picture when he had a very more Dom like haircut when he had a mullet, because I don't think you've ever seen the clips of Eddie with a mullet.
I know you mean like Dominic, but it is funny for you to mean like Dom.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite lyrics. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just saying like Dom, like the title.
Yeah, they're both Intercontinental champions now too.
What were you saying, Stack?
Oh, one of my favorite lines from this song is, "I hated all of Chavo's enemies. I would pray nightly for their death."
That's real shit, though.
Yeah, like
that's.
It's really funny to me because it's like this child. Like I'm picturing a child like staring at the like wrestling on TV, but then also like sitting in bed like Timmy Turner, being like, I pray that everyone who has ever faced Chavo Guerrero dies horribly. Fuck him. It's so funny to me.
It is, but that is like kind of how it was because of the way it is. Like, you know, there's it's like, you know, it's like an Easter Bunny Santa Claus thing a little bit. You like when kids get into wrestling, you let them believe it for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then like when it's like when you get to something especially silly, you're like, okay, this is the real shit of it. This is what it is.
It's very
like it's so you know, when they're really little, you know, when you get those dastardly heels, like
yeah.
It's like gets especially like that. Animal Mask. There's not like a lot of pointed references in Animal Mask, but it is like a reference to a kind of an overall gimmick. I have included. Did I skip it one? Did I not do a thing for Foreign Object? I think I forgot to do one for Foreign Object. I'll just do Foreign Object real quick. I don't really have a lot because Foreign Object is like, it just talks about weapons being used in the ring, which is like, it's an evil thing, but it's weirdly placed near the beginning. But it's like, it's also just kind of common, talks about blood being sprayed and stuff. And I kind of fell down a rabbit hole of looking at all the gross eyeball stuff that has happened over the years. I get stuck on Big Van Vader's eye accidentally being popped out of its socket in Japan. And then he takes off his mask, pushes it back in, and then continues the match. Because that's just how Vader was.
That's not cool. That's not a thing to be cool about. That's bad.
Not. It's fucked up. But that's just how Vader was. That's all I'm saying. I don't think it was good, but it's how he was. In retrospect, now we have wrestler match would be stopped if that happened. But you know, in the fucking 80s and 90s, you know, and maybe it would still happen in a CZW or a GCW match. But we won't worry about that. So Animal Mask. Animal Mask is another thing that kind of reflects kind of like an era of wrestling because it's about coming out with kind of an animal mask, and here I've included a picture of probably the best known animal mask gimmick, Tiger Mask, who is an anime character turned real wrestler. Do I need to elaborate on that?
No, I get it.
I mean, no, it was it's not just like, oh, it needs it was a sports he was a character in a wrestling sports anime, and then they were like, well, let's make him real.
That's good.
Translated to real life.
Because he's in a fucking mask anyway. There's been 6 Tiger Masks. But the song overall, Animal Mask, it's about one of the goats' child being born. Like that's kind of like a lot of double entendres in the song. So picking like a very like wholesome gimmick, you won't see a bloody Tiger Mask match. Essentially, you'll see cool flips and shit. They will not be covered in gore. It's kind of like it's like a very like most people, because all the people they choose for Tiger Mask are genuinely talented, but usually they are on the way up and they stop being Tiger Mask when they reach their full potential and they let them be their own name. That's kind of how it works. But you know, it's kind of like he can be up top, but he's kind of a mid-card act by being essential. But it's like, you know, it's a thing it's another thing that's like it speaks to like kind of like the child part of enjoyment of wrestling. Choked Out is an interesting one. The lyrics are definitely specifically referencing sleeper holds. We've seen this a couple times when they're getting choked out, and like, you know, the ref lifts the hand. And I think in the Sami Zayn match, we saw that happen. I remember the screaming when Sami was being choked out and like his hand was being lifted and dropped. It's kind of that. But a lot of the lyrics are talking about like doing extreme stuff to make sure you get paid, and like that's kind of a lot of wrestling too. I thought of Mick Foley. I've found a relatively bloodless one of him about to take a barbed wire bat to the face.
Crazy work.
I love Mick Foley. But yeah, this one is kind of about that. Heel turn is one that I specifically had to go more in depth of because like I had such clear visuals in my head of, because it is describing like a really strong heel turn. So I kind of separated lyrics out and then went to specific moments. So get stomped like a snake, lie down in the dirt, cling to my convictions even when I get hurt, be an upstanding, well-loved man about town. In your child's mind, that's how it go down. Basically, faces for 9/10 of the time in the lead up, because the faces have to they have to be wronged in order to have the big triumphant thing at the end. So, being who's had the big heel turn, my brain was very much on Cena.
Yeah.
And, you know, well, like any child minds how it go down. You know, he's very popular with children up until recently. I tried the losing side. I don't want to die here. I don't want to die here. Here's him looking very sad at a WrestleMania. But you know,
it's hard
because
to look sad in jorts.
Yeah, but you know, because the heels get a lot of the faces get a lot of the beating in the lead up to the big match. They're gonna take the worst of it in the way up to it. Essentially, you're more likely to get hurt as a face than as a heel. Again, I think of a time where Cena was in like a 4-on-1 match for one thing because he was the good guy. He accidentally gets kicked in the face mid-match and they fucking break his nose and it's turned like sideways and you can see he's out of it, but he's like, I still gotta fucking finish this match. And then after that match ended, WWE's official Twitter tweeted out the sentence, "John is fine," and nothing else. Which I'm like, it distinctly sounds like he's not fine.
He's fine.
John is fine.
So then drift down to the New Dark Light without any reservations. Would have immediately thought of him siding with The Rock and beating the shit out of Cody at Elimination Chamber.
It is
Congratulations.
somehow in a medium in which, like, no matter who you are, you have to beat the shit out of another person. There are ways to beat the shit out of another person that are considered like low blows.
Yeah, like dastardly to do. Especially because, like, you know, he went from hugging him to kicking him in the balls and beating him till he was bleeding.
Jesus.
Congratulate! You found my breaking point. Congratulations. There's a specific Cena image that that is always on my mind.
So we hate Cena. It's funny.
Fucking good.
It says something that the current like popular chant for Cena, that is the one people do, is that half the audience goes, "Let's go Cena," and then the other half responds, "Cena sucks."
Whoa.
So they go back and forth, and Cena leaned into that because, you know, spent too much of my life now trying to play fair, throw myself overboard, shoot at him when he's coming up for air. Obviously, still thinking of him beating the shit out of Cody. Stay good under pressure for years and years. Presidents of the fan club up there choking in tears. I thought about going through those TikToks of children crying at Cena's heel turn. There's a lot of those. But instead, I decided to go with this image.
Very funny image for the guy who's done the most Make-A-Wish on the
They had their chance.
Let the trash rain down, way up in the rafters. I'm walking out here in one piece, don't care what comes after. Wrestling now has much better security. So I had to get a picture from a past era, but this used to be a thing when a big heel turn happened. I used a picture of Hogan. They fucking were throwing trash in the ring when he turned heel. People were throwing all their fucking shit in the ring. This was a betrayal on the deepest level.
Damn, that's crazy.
Fire editorial. This one is about a specific man. Ed Farhat, who is the original Sheik. He was just called the Sheik. He trained the Iron Sheik. And he trained a bunch of people, actually. He trained Sabu, who I don't think I've shown y'all Sabu. Actually, I have. He was the one who was fighting Terry Funk, and they both got tangled in barbed wire. And he was the one trying to pin Terry down. It's just like, fucking take the pin. And Terry's like, no, we can keep going. But the song is very much about a thing the original Sheik would do, which was throw fireballs.
Cool.
Holy shit, that's rad as fuck. Why don't they have fireballs in current wrestling?
They got some pyrotechnics, but
he was wild. The one match I always think about was a match when he was much older. It was in a Japanese wrestling federation called FMW. There's a Dark Side of the Ring episode about that wrestling company because it was so wild. It was like him and Sabu versus the person who owned the company and like another tag team partner, and they did like a flaming rope match where you set the fucking ropes on fire. They fucked up real bad in that match, and the arena had to be evacuated.
oh no.
That's so good. Oh my god, that's awful, but it's so funny.
Stabbed to death outside of San Juan. I've already talked about this on the previous stream, I think, or in a call. I don't remember.
It was in a call.
It was in a call. Okay. So this song is all about the wrestler Bruiser Brody. And in this, it's kind of, while it's easier to be a heel in like the ring, he talks about how it gets to follow you around a little bit. And I'll summarize the story of Bruiser Brody because I know most of the people here have heard it now, not people watching. Basically, he was at a show in San Juan. Another wrestler, Invader #1, was like, hey, come talk to me in the shower. And back in the day, that was like, oh, we need to talk something serious because no one could hear you. That was the only private place in the locker room, was to walk back in the shower. And he stabbed Brody several times in the stomach. And Brody died. And they have the line in it that is a summary of what sort of happened, because there was literally only one person who was telling the police what happened. But they say when the blade hits the bone, everybody hears it sing. Shower room full of people, no one hears a goddamn thing, because pretty much everyone shut up because Invader was the most popular wrestler in that territory, and he was also friends with the person who owned that territory. So not great.
That's crazy.
There is a Dark Side of the Ring episode about it, which will be a thing I'm going to say a couple times. Dark Side of the Ring is a good show. You will be depressed, though. It's important wrestling history, but you will be sad. Werewolf gimmick, which is
Hell
a very...
yeah.
This is a 180. Okay.
This one is describing a very specific type of gimmick of someone just fucking running in the ring and tearing people apart, going super hard. There's a couple wrestlers that come to mind when I was thinking about it. The first one I thought was Stone Cold with his shirt "Arrive, Raise Hell, and Leave." Obviously, there are some other ones who fit that as well. They show up, beat the shit out of everyone, leave, refuse to explain or elaborate. However, in the lyrics, they kind of lean into him not playing well backstage either. These three are known for being safe in the ring. Kane is actually known as the safest person to work with in all of wrestling. Like, if you don't want to get hurt, you're working with fucking Kane tonight.
Wild.
But they talk specifically about like people in backstage being like slowed down or people being actually hurt. And there are a couple wrestlers that come to mind who are notoriously stiff. The first one that came to mind was the late New Jack, who also has a Dark Side of the Ring episode about him.
We lost Rena.
But most famously, he is the most famous incident he was involved in was called the mass transit incident, which I'll explain very briefly. But there's a lot of incidents there's many incidents in which New Jack plays a very pivotal part where he is the aggressor. Okay, so the mass transit incident was someone missed their...
What did I miss?
What I'm talking about, because in the lyrics of the song, basically they talk about the wrestler not just being like crazy in the ring, but he's kind of hurting people in real. He's being told to slow down. So I'm giving an example of a wrestler who has that. That's New Jack here on the right, and I'm going to give a summary of one of his worst incidents because he's as many. But the mass transit incident. So basically, this was at an ECW show. It was like a house show, so it wasn't even a televised one. We only have footage of this match because someone brought a VHS camera to this. But basically, what happened? It was going to be New Jack and someone else against, I think it was Bubba and Devon, the Dudley boys. Bubba misses his flight. Shit happens. But so they didn't have someone for Devon to team with. This really fairly large gentleman accompanied by his father says like, "Oh, I'm a trained wrestler. I can be part of it." He's going by the name of Mass Transit. He's dressed like a bus driver. And they're like, "Okay, how old are you?" And he's like, "I'm 20. In reality, he was 16. But his father also agrees that he's 20. And they're like, "Okay, have you been trained?" They tell him the name of who trained. The person that he says trained him was at the show. Just no one bothered to check. He was not trained. He was not trained at all. He was lying.
He just threw a random 16-year-old in the ring.
So they go back to start talking about the match, and there is like an etiquette to wrestling back in the day. It's less so now, but it's still like you respect the ones coming up. You don't like tell people more experienced than you what to do, essentially. Especially not New Jack, who's fucking crazy. Basically, fucking Mass Transit is like, oh, I want to get some offense in, which is like, I would never say that my fucking first night in the ring. Like, no, you're gonna beat the shit out of me. But he's like, oh, I want to get some color, but I don't know how to blade. Can you blade for me, New Jack? Like, bust him open. And like, New Jack's like, yeah, I'll fucking do that. Which is the monkey, like it's like the paw curls. It's like, oh, he's getting his wish, but oh no. Basically, the second they get out to the ring, they start beating the shit out of Mass Transit for real. Devon tries to interfere a few times to try to like stop him because Devon's a good dude. New Jack eventually goes like, if you get back in the ring, I'm going to actually kill you. Like, for real. Like, and so Devon's like, I'm just going to continue laying outside the ring now. So he does blade Mass Transit, but he blades so deep, he basically cuts down to the boy's skull. He continues beating the shit out of him. Mass Transit has to be taken out on a stretcher, all while his father from the audience is screaming that he's 16. So, you know.
Yeah.
They did try to sue both New Jack and ECW. Did not work because he did lie about his age and everything else there.
Oof.
It's like, well, if you had those credentials, these things wouldn't have happened. So maybe you shouldn't have lied. that was the takeaway.
It's crazy that they did just like just some random 16-year-old came up and was like, I can fight, put me in, and they're like, all right.
I mean, they were like, how old are you? 20. And who trained you? They said a name of someone at the show, and no one checked. Which was
like
just how it was. You have.
I can fight. Yeah. And like, all right, get in there.
So why did they beat the shit out of him? Just because they were
because he was telling him because he was new and he was trying to tell the veterans of how they wanted the match to go, and they didn't like that. Like, because usually if you do that, you're gonna catch an ass whooping regardless. But this was a New Jack ass whooping.
That sucks.
New Jack has plenty of stories like this. He did try to murder Vic Grimes, another wrestler, mid-match. He was normal for a little bit, but he got brain damage in a different stunt, and he just was never normal after that. It's like, oh, there's multiple murder things he's attempted to do. Another one who's notoriously stiff is Brock Lesnar and his fucking Jimmy John's pants.
Is he sponsored by Jimmy John's?
Yeah. He's the only wrestler that was allowed to do that. I assume because Vince was afraid he would eat him.
You got a sub in there? You got a foot long in there?
Yeah, is he allowed to pull out sandwiches in the ring?
He should. But there's a story Chris Jericho tells of it was one of the SummerSlams a few years ago. They were hyping up because Brock's also a legitimate UFC fighter. He was UFC world champion for many years. Not a stable man.
He looks like one.
He started as a wrestler, then went to UFC, came back, and was doing both at the same time. He was WWE champion and UFC champion at the same time for a very brief period, which I think is insane. So they were advertising him versus Randy Orton. Everyone's like, "Oh, this is like a classic, like early 2000s match." Thinking like it was thinking about early 2000s Brock Lesnar. This match lasts 1 minute, because basically what they do is that they go in, Brock immediately beats the shit out of Randy, busts him open hard way, which is to say they didn't use a blade. He just did that shit with his hands. And keeps going. They don't tell the other wrestlers how the match is gonna go. So another wrestler, Chris Jericho, sees what's happening, and he's the first one to see Brock when he comes back through the curtain. And he was like, Was that the way it was supposed to go, or were you doing some bullshit? And Brock starts laughing at him, not explaining. Brock calls Jericho some homophobic slurs. Jericho is not gay. So Jericho is just like, yeah, it could probably get him canceled. But like they're about to fight because Jericho's not afraid of fighting someone bigger than him. He's done it before. But his only thought in his interview and the story he tells is like, I'm gonna bite his fucking nose off. He's putting his big bulbous nose in my face. He's probably gonna kill me, but he's gonna walk around the rest of his fucking life without a fucking nose.
Insane.
The fight got broken up before it got that far, and then they explained to Jericho, like, no, this was the way it was supposed to go, and Brock is just being a dick right now. Which is just kind of the way Brock is. Luna, this song is named after wrestler Luna Vachon. She also has a Dark Side of the Ring episode about her.
Oh no. Oh no.
The lyrics of the song talk a lot about she had a lot of issues in her life, a lot of drug specific issues, but some other stuff too. Recommend the episode. But it's talking specifically about what occurred right near the end of her life, as right before Christmas, her house burnt down and she lost all of her possessions. And a lot of the lyrics are about that, using that as metaphor to like kind of realizing stuff about your life and stuff like that. It is very sad because other wrestlers tried to get her, because she was retired from wrestling, but other wrestlers who are good people like Mick Foley tried to get her work to like try to make up for it. They were he tried to get her a manager job at TNA Wrestling, you know, the one I keep calling tits and ass wrestling, which is not what it is. But she got the call to do it, but she denied because she didn't want to be involved in any way, and she was dead less than a year later. And she was only in her 40s. So Unmasked, this is about the unmasking of like a luchador character in Lucha Libre. Usually an unmasking can mean a couple things. For an older wrestler who's a more legacy wrestler, that usually is a sign of an end of a career. That's kind of the old one. If you're a heel, if you mainly play a heel, you'll go through like 5 or 6 gimmicks for a thing that I'll talk about for a later song. But like the real famous luchadors never unmask. They're usually buried in their mask. El Santo is one that specifically, his name literally means the saint. One of the most popular wrestlers. He had to testify in a court trial, and he got special provisions that he was allowed to keep his mask on while testifying.
Crazy.
And he only unmasked right at the end of his life, and he was like dead like a couple weeks later. Wow. And also tons of movies of him fighting zombies and vampires and stuff, so that's fun too. But so this song, it's definitely in the context of being retired, and it kind of frames the act of losing the mask as now you're free, essentially. That it's very envious of the person he just unmasked. Like, it's very clear he won the match, but he feels like the person he forcibly unmasked is who's really free at this point because they don't have to wrestle anymore. The Ballad of Bull Ramos. I'm going to summarize who Bull Ramos was real fast. He was a popular wrestling heel. He was a villain for all the top guys. His main thing was he had a bull whip. I don't know why that was allowed in his context. But this is a song, it works as a direct parallel to the Legend of Chavo Guerrero. Because the Legend of Chavo Guerrero is very much about like how he was on top, he continued working, he stayed at the top, just like all the Guerreros. Because fucking Chavo Classic was wrestling when Chavo Jr. was in WWE. So that was, some people just don't leave the business. See Hulk Hogan and his knees that he can no longer bend. But Bull Ramos is, we don't have to feel bad for Hulk Hogan.
Fuck that man and his knees.
It was more of like, I was like, Imagine having knees that fucked up, and then my knees started hurting.
So this is an opposite of this because Bull Ramos actually got to retire pretty early, and he transitioned to owning a tow truck business.
Oh, good for him.
He had some issues in his later life. He went blind for like health related issues, but it's like it's a song about his death and like him coming to the end of his life, but it frames it as like it's like happy. He got to spend the last years of his life not tearing apart his body, working like a normal job while still being stable, and got to spend like the last years of his life normal. So this whole album in general, it feels very much like talking about the tragedy of what happened to older wrestlers. And again, it feels like we're in a better place now. I mean, I guess we'll know for sure in 20 years when we double check in on Rhea Ripley. But like it's very much like the opposite and like a parallel to the Legend of Chavo Guerrero in what it is. Hair match. This is seems like a very silly one in what it is. This is specifically a type of match called I'm gonna butcher this pronunciation. Luchas de apuestas, which literally translates to gambling fight. Basically, it's a match where it originated in Lucha Libre in the mask versus mask match, which is like whoever loses has to unmask. There were some variations of like mask versus title. So like, if the champion lost, he didn't have to unmask, but he lost his title, but the person challenging is putting their mask on the line to get the title shot. But then when you factor in wrestlers who don't wear masks, trying to think of the team. I thought of the team name. Like the famous lucha team Los Gringos Locos. It was the crazy white boys.
That's a really good name. Oh gosh.
They couldn't put a mask on the line. They didn't wear masks, so they would put their hair on the line. And you would do like a hair versus mask match. If you lost, you had to shave your head. Which is like in itself very silly. Here is Edge and the ending of Edge and Kurt Angle's hair versus hair match.
I feel like one of them was giving up more, shaving their head than the other one.
The funny thing about it is that it does play this like very, very dramatically, because like it definitely frames it as like, because like I'm like this match type is very much used, like it's oftentimes used to end someone's career. Like I imagine Ray's last match is going to be a hair versus mask match between him and Dominic. Like that's what I imagine Ray's last match is going to be when he retires. So, but it's very clearly like he's wrestling one of his heroes in this. Like he describes how he wins the match, and the line that really sticks with me about this song is "I loved you before I even ever knew what love was like."
Crazy line for to me about wrestling. It's so good. It's so good. They engage with it so earnestly. It's great.
Which is, I know this is me just being open about how fucking destroyed I was when Eddie died. I didn't go to school most that week because I was inconsolable when Eddie Guerrero died, and it felt very weird that the shows kept going after that. Like it's like it. That's like kind of like how you learn to deal with like crazy loss and stuff like that. I don't think it's like the loss that hurts as much as it's the that things keep going.
Yeah.
That's what sucks more about it. So it takes the very silly concept, but it's framing it and how it gets used, where it's like this is probably the end of someone's career in this match, and this is like kind of a goodbye in equal parts to it. Next one is Blood Capsules, which was a bonus track. This one is much lighter. It still like speaks to something very sad in wrestling, where not a lot of money. Like I'll pull up the lyrics in this one. This one is not technically on the album listing because it's a bonus track. Let me just get this pulled up for us.
I appreciate you going this hard for it, Squid.
I liked it. I liked the album.
Yay!
So
You did it.
I got one. Got one.
you did no one else like theirs?
I didn't dislike mine.
Yes, I got a lot of that.
I'm off the juice for 7 months. I learned to like living clean, but there isn't any money on the independent scene. Which is talking about like it's referencing some things about WWE specifically that like when Vince was in charge, Vince was what a lot of wrestling fans would call a body guy, in that he didn't really give a shit about someone's work rate. He'd hire people at very shitty work rate who didn't really know how to do a lot, but they looked good. So sometimes when people were not on like steroids, he'd be like, you look like you look like shit, because he's probably on steroids. He looks like a bunch of rocks glued together. Tangential to this, we're gonna get into like what the song's actually about, but it reminded me of another story about why Vince is insane. So fucking the wrestler Johnny Nitro, he's also known as John Morrison. He has a couple different names. Johnny TV is another one. It's all some variation on John. He told a story about he was tan, but then he was wrestling like the wrestler Sheamus, and Vince apparently likes when his wrestlers are very tan. As you can see, why Hogan is orange.
Yeah, it's a medium.
That's why Hogan looks like a cooked hot dog. But so Johnny was wrestling Sheamus, who is a very pale ginger Irish person, and like Johnny had gotten a little tan, but because he was compared against that, Vince was like, "Oh, you look great out there, so tan." The next night, Johnny was wrestling Kofi Kingston, who is a black person. And when Johnny, who is still the same amount of tan, comes back to the curtain, Vince goes, "You look like shit." Because he was only comparing. I don't fucking understand how this man has existed so long in life. He has no object permanence.
No thoughts in his head. Oh god, only steroid.
So this is about a wrestler robbing a bank with a bunch of fucking blood capsules in his mouth. And all I could think about was,
why does he have blood capsules in his mouth?
I think it's like his best plan. He says openly it's not going to work, because I think his idea is that if he like robs the bank and then he bites down, blood starts pouring out of his mouth, they'll think he's crazy and they're just going to give him the fucking money. But he says in the song this is not going to work. Like he says that, but it's like this is my best bet, because he talks a lot of the song about like, the bills don't stop. So I could only think of Nick Gage, who also has a Dark Side of the Rings episode about him. He is alive though. He's fine. He did a tag team match with Maki recently. He also has a very funny Twitter. But he did rob a bank.
Oh.
Sometimes stuff happens.
Not the worst crime.
Yeah. He did rob a bank. He went to Atlantic City with his girlfriend, gambled for a weekend, and upon coming back was promptly arrested.
Wild.
Yeah.
I assume what actually happened, because his girlfriend didn't get arrested because she played like, I didn't know. They said they lost all the money. I think what happened, they went to Atlantic City. He gave her the money. They spent the weekend there. They came back, pretended they didn't have the money, and then she just kept it. That's what I assume actually happened. because it is like a believable story to me.
That would be the smart thing to happen, but we're also talking about a guy that robbed a bank.
Yeah, this is also the one where I
Not
tell the
exactly
story
making
of
the
like
most sound decision.
this is the story the wrestler involved in the match of the AEW match I talk about, where he starts cutting Chris Jericho's forehead with a pizza cutter, and then they do like, we'll be back to the
Oh.
picture-in-picture ads, and the first ad is a Papa John's ad. It's the fucking funniest shit. In the little corner, fucking Chris Jericho's being sliced up by a pizza cutter, and they're like, Papa John.
Here's some pizza.
Pizza.
So you like
I really like the album. I did not listen to Dub Capsules because I looked at the lyrics and I realized that this is a remix of Blood Capsules without any lyrical content, which is not what I'm here for the Mountain Goats for.
no, yeah. No one listens to Mountain Goats for the music.
I'm listening to I'm here to listen to the. It's really listening to poetry with music behind it, if anything.
Yeah, that's generally how I would describe the Mountain Goats. It's like a guy who can't quite write poetry, but he's getting close for sure. But
he has some raw emotions he's dealing with.
Oh yeah, he's feeling a lot of feelings.
Sheldon loves the Mountain Goats, especially everything they contributed to Moral Oral.
You missed when I was talking about the Tallahassee album, and that's 2 of the songs on there were in Moral Oral, and that's how I started listening to the Mountain Goats.
Moral Oral is a good show.
That's a fucking good show. It's like what every adult cartoon wants to be. Everyone wishes they were Moral Oral. Okay, hold on. I have to pull this up just in case anyone doesn't know what Moral Oral is.
I've never watched it, but I know what you're talking about.
I don't.
Oh, let me pull it up. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to take Squid off.
Ayyaan's dead.
Ash is dead. Okay, so Moral Oral was a TV show on, I think it was on, I can't remember where it was airing.
Adult Swim.
That checks out, yeah. But essentially it follows Oral, who lives in this like very Christian town, and he's essentially like one of the few good people in town who has like a genuine moral compass, but like he kind of Amelia Bedelia's it a lot. And everyone else around him is horrible people, but they know how to pervert scripture in a way that makes sense and justifies their awful behavior, or they just ignore their awful behavior. But like he so desperately wants to do the right thing, and it is so sad to watch. Every episode is like some kind of like moral or lesson where Oral will make kind of like a silly mistake, and then like it kind of gets out of hand, and then his dad comes in and he's like, Oral, I want to see you in my study.
Yeah,
then,
every episode ends with his dad beating him.
Yeah, and then like his dad gives him a lecture after beating him.
It's rough stuff.
It's sad, but it's also funny.
Mm-hmm.
Really fucking funny.
It also is one of the many Adult Swim shows that really got the short end of the stick of the stuff that happened to it. You heard how it got canceled, right?
I don't remember the exact details, but I know it was canceled prematurely because
it was a bullshit reason. I'll get the exact episode name for us. It was the episode Alone. Season 3, episode 4. Basically, going into season 3, they were like, "Hey, we want you guys to go darker with it," because you notice season 3 is 7 episodes shorter than season 2. And so they did Alone, which has a lot of like trauma shit built into it. And they had like 7 more episodes to do, and they were like explicitly told like you can go as dark as you want. They did that episode. And then the same person who told them that is like, yeah, we're going to cancel you at 13 episodes. So they had to fucking rework the end of their season to be 7 episodes shorter. You probably remember that one.
Yeah.
They get canceled for being too rowdy.
It deals with rape trauma a lot in this one, and it deals with it in a very genuine, really not funny way. Like it plays it dead serious.
Yeah.
It like recontextualized characters we think are really funny to like, and to be like, oh, their whole existence makes me very sad now.
That is something I really appreciate about this show is it deals with very like dark, edgy humor for sure, and it's definitely like taking the piss out of like Christian moralist and stuff. But like at the end of the day, all of the really serious things are addressed with a level of gravity that no other like adult show really does anymore. Like it's always like the joke is always on the people who are horrible to the victims.
You're not getting this in Family Guy.
You're not getting this in Family Guy. I'm pretty sure the Christmas episode is not
okay. So this is what happened. I've had to read the behind the scenes stuff. Is that the Christmas episode was supposed to be the season finale?
Yeah, because like,
but for some reason they were like, we want to open your series on Christmas, so they played that one first, and so the rest of the season is like, let's go back.
Yeah, because I remember rewatching it on, I think it was on HBO for a while. And like it did start with like the zombie episode.
Yeah. With all the naked zombies because cleanliness is next to godliness.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's like, oh, it's really sad that people are dead. And so he resurrects them and he's like, they're gonna be dirty. He takes their clothes off. And then like his dad's like, can I see you in my study? And he's like, what'd you do wrong? And Laura's like, raise the dead. And he's like, no, they're naked, dumbass. That's a sin.
Nakedness is a sin.
Yeah, so it just pisses me off, especially because it was like, I hate when people get punished for the things that they were told to do.
Yeah.
Like it's like it's like that's what you want. It's literally that fucking TikTok audio of that's what you voted for. We don't read.
This is a really good show. And one of my favorite bits about it is like the opening starts with like a slow zoom in on the earth. That's why this shot is framed like that, is because it's slowly zooming in on Oral and they like take the lid off the church. But like it zooms in and it's called like, I think it's just called like Stateville or something like that. Where like, a giant chunk out of the US is just like into like a weird little shape.
How did the thing go where you're like, this is the church, this is the steeple, open the door, and there's all the people? Did you guys ever do that?
Yeah, like that's what they're referencing. It's State Soda. This is the map
State Soda.
So fucking funny to me.
Oh, when they like, I think they find like Bigfoot, either that or they unfreeze a caveman. I forget. It's either find Bigfoot or unfreeze a caveman and turn him into like a right-wing radio pundit.
It's hilarious. Everyone needs to watch Moral Oral.
I think Daystar would especially appreciate. I think everyone will appreciate Stephanie Putty specifically, but
Stephanie Putty.
Yeah.
I like how Kansas and Missouri are just kind of chonked. Missouri's just a little strip. They got a piece out of Arkansas. This is really good.
That's pretty much Illinois.
Pull up Stephanie from Moral Oral real fast. I think she's one of the best characters.
Oh yeah, love her. She's got fan art.
They lesbianed her.
She is a lesbian.
Yeah, she just is.
Her funniest line is that she does something like really nice for Oral, and Oral's like very happy about it, and like he like thanks her, and then as he walks away, she goes, "Oh no, maternal pang," and then she gives herself a piercing, and then she's like, "Now better."
Like, do I want children? No. Someone made a TikTok out of her.
Me
It
for
is claymation, which I know some people have phobias of, but get over it and watch this.
Yeah, like genuinely.
What phobias of what?
Claymation.
Like some people are really unnerved by it, but it's like I don't give a shit.
I feel like I've been inoculated by watching enough VeggieTales, and that's weird as hell. But claymation can't really touch me.
I think whenever someone, I think from now on, whenever like someone says they have a fear of claymation, a thing I've never come across, but I think I will say, okay, but think of how much work they do.
Yeah,
Imagine them moving them frame by frame.
People were really mean to that one girl that did the Dochi claymation thing on TikTok.
Reverend Putty is voiced by Rigby from Regular Show.
Oh,
that is true. That is a true statement. Thank you, Nemesis. I forgot that was a fact.
I never knew this. I am so terrible with voice actors.
Squid, did you want to weigh in on it? Yeah.
What's the word? Everyone go commission Nemesis.
What am I weighing in on?
Oh, did you want to weigh in on Greg Pearl Gate?
Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit?
I give a shit. Real. I think it's very funny.
How do you feel about Pearl and Rick from Rick and Morty?
How'd you feel about that?
I just saw that out of context. I more hate the way that child looks.
Prick. Can their ship name be Prick?
Prick? If it's Prick, that's very funny. I need someone to describe a dynamic to me, because if someone just comes at me with a random crack ship, I just think it's stupid until you can explain why.
I don't know what the dynamic is. From most of what I see of the fan art of Rick and Pearl, it's Pearl gets turned into a housewife by Rick from Rick and Morty.
That's whack.
And that's whack.
I mean, I think the idea is that they're both very broken people.
Yeah, but they don't have to be domestic about it. They can.
Here's the thing, though. I definitely think it would be the opposite, though, right?
Yeah.
Like Rick would not be like a typical like housewife thing, but it's like he's the one that wants to stay home. He only goes out when he fucking has to. He doesn't give a shit otherwise.
He'd be the housewife.
Pearl's got shit to do.
Doing missions.
Pearl's got shit to do. Just because she's like neat and orderly does not mean she is maternal. She is the one that is most willing to kill Steven early on in the universe.
Early on? That continues for a while.
No, like I mean, like when she sees him as a baby, she is.
When she tried to rip out the gem.
Murder time.
Not just acting irresponsible in a way that Steven could die.
No, like she just.
Yeah.
I love her for that.
I guess she doesn't like Steven.
She likes Steven. I think when she really like gets to like Steven, she's like obsessed. Like she is like, I wouldn't say maternal.
She's a little neurotic.
Yeah.
She cares for Steven in the same way
that's the ship, I think. George Costanza and Pearl. I think that's the one. George Costanza, like the two most neurotic people in all of fiction.
Okay, who are you matching up the rest of the Seinfeld crew with?
We know Kramer and Amethyst are having a subplot.
Oh yeah.
There's a Kramer and Amethyst subplot. I think Jerry gets really upset that Garnet doesn't laugh at any of his jokes or even like chuckle. That she just goes, "That was funny."
Though. She would never laugh at that.
She'd just be like, "That was funny." Like that, like, and he gets really upset about it. So that's that subplot, which I guess leaves
That's their plot.
Elaine and Steven is a very
Just
funny
Elaine and
combination. Elaine and Steven is extremely funny.
I'm just picturing someone needs to edit the image of Julia Louise Dreyfus and the Rizzler.
Ronaldo's very, very. Let me check how much money I had.
The Rizzler is just Steven Universe.
Newman and Ronaldo is very funny, but picture this in our Kramer Amethyst subplot, like Newman rushes to tell Kramer something, and every time Newman turns his back, Amethyst shape shifts into a purple Newman. Like, when he looks back, it's like just back to normal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna commission Nemesis for Pearl and George Costanza fan art. We're gonna get
Hell yeah. We're gonna start something here. Beautiful.
I think George is the real main character of that show.
It depends on the episode.
I think Jerry is the point of view character, and George is pushing that boulder up that hill just to have it roll down the next day.
Just like Kate Bush.
Just like Kate Bush! Not like Sisyphus!
No. Just like Kate
She was
Bush.
doing something else on that hill.
That hill. Who's hanging out with Greg?
Ooh, who's hanging out with Greg?
What was Elaine's boyfriend with the really deep voice? Was always fucking like squinting. Was it Putty?
Squid, I'm gonna be honest with you. The only way I've watched Seinfeld is I've read a lot of Tumblr text posts that are supposedly Seinfeld core.
A lot of them are. There's like some people who write. There are groups of people who write like fan episodes of Seinfeld in modern context, and they're so fucking funny.
They are so fucking funny. I want to watch new Seinfeld, but if they actually got Jerry Seinfeld to do Seinfeld again, it would suck so much ass.
We need a second Jerry Seinfeld.
That would be funny.
Hold on, let me find Tumblr Seinfeld.
You mean fake Seinfeld plots? Is that it? Because I think I found it.
Fake Seinfeld plot.
No, but
let's just reinvent the sitcom.
Not Haley Steinfeld. God damn it!
George Costanza and Pearl. It's so beautiful.
Fake.
I
found a it's a very small Reddit post, but this one is hitting me in a very funny way because someone submitted it to a Seinfeld thing. Elaine's new boyfriend has his ex's names tattooed all over his body, so she becomes obsessed with getting hers tattooed on him. Next sentence: George finally gets velvet furniture.
Finally.
And then Kramer tries to memorize the dictionary, but is challenged when Jerry asks him for the definition of aardvark. That's the first one.
It's the first one. Off to a bad start.
Hold on, I'm putting an image share. We gotta do a reading. We gotta. I can't do a Seinfeld impression, so someone else is gonna have to do that.
Ayaan would have been perfect for this.
Oh, I'll do
Ayaan,
If only Ayaan was alive.
I'll do it. So the post is. Someone just share the screen and I'll read it.
I got you.
Ayaan, you're awake.
Are you awake enough to be George Costanza?
I can see your eyes open. Oh, he doesn't have his headphones on. Okay.
Oh. What are we doing? Are we fighting?
Okay.
All right,
Put it on screen. So my number one woman behavior is saying I'm fine with any pronouns and silently ranking people in my regard based on what they do with that information. Hey, can I say something real quick?
Hmm.
I also do this.
Yeah.
This is George Costanza behavior. She heed me exclusively the whole evening. And this is the girl who had ACAB, land back, fuck turfs in her profile. I told you, Jerry. I told you that was a huge red flag. All performativity. No understanding behind it. I just don't get it. Who hears any pronouns and doesn't throw in a they into the mix? 6 women on Tinder, apparently. George, how'd that Tinder date go? Terrible. I warned you, Jerry. I warned her. I warned her. Keep to Hinge and her. Keep to Hinge and her. That's nothing for you on Tinder. And did they listen? She didn't listen.
So fucking funny.
Pretty
Which
good.
Jerry Seinfeld
You
was
do
on.
know, this is not the George Costanza pronoun post that I thought it was going to be. There's a different George Costanza
Many.
pronoun.
Many George Costanza
I think
pronouns.
this is going to be something I say, but it's something that I found to be true in the life experience I've had. I
Mhm.
find a lot of trans men resonate with George Costanza.
Yeah.
It's not like a universal experience, but a lot do.
Mhm.
Hold on. Let me see if I find the other George Costanza. God, get out of here. Fuck you.
Okay, here, I found it. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. Damn it. There's a different George Costanza pronoun post. The internet is tricking me into believing that this one that Stack posted is more popular.
Hold on. I think I found another one.
How many pronouns can one George Costanza have?
Any.
I got it. Here. Let me share screen.
Hold on. Oh, wait.
I got it.
This one. Is this the one? Are we looking at the same one?
Well, the Arthur is told up. It's loading. No.
Is yours funnier?
I mean, we can read this one
I
first.
think that is a very George swears off dating she theys, but is tested when he meets a they she.
It's really fucking funny.
Elaine is annoyed that a local chaser won't show any interest in her,
Oh my
which
God.
is it's even funnier if Elaine is cis. That
Oh my God, I saw a woman that was like that on TikTok one time, and I was like, "Girl, what are you even doing?" She was on fucking Grindr,
Girl,
and
what are
then
you doing?
she was surprised that chasers were into her.
I'm
And
done
I'm like,
dating she theys. You're done dating she theys. I'm done. It's too much trouble. They always dress better than me and give me lectures. They give you lectures. I love leftist political discourse as much as the next, Jerry. But sometimes we can just talk about the weather. You want to talk about the weather? What's there to talk about? It's hot. It's cold. Sometimes it rains. Weather. That's it. I like hail. Hail's great. Door slam. Hello. Hello. Hey, Kramer, did you hear that George is swearing off as she theys? But George, I thought you had that park date with Moss tomorrow. Moss uses she and they pronouns. I never understood the park date thing. I like parks. Besides, Moss uses they, she pronouns. What's the difference? There is a difference. It's about the sequencing. And Kramer snaps his fingers. I can hear it. He snaps his fingers and points. Goes, the sequencing. Yes. Yes, the sequencing. I'm not eating potatoes and steak, potatoes and steak dinner, but I'll eat steak and potatoes. I don't even know what you're saying anymore. So you guys remember the Cape? Oh no, this is Kramer. So you remember these voices are very similar. So remember the K-pop stan who threatened to dox me? The Jungkook stan or the Jimin stan? Now this is the new one. They stan V. What about them? I think they work for the CIA.
Oh my God, Seinfeld would be so funny.
The funny thing is, like, I hate watching full episodes, but like individual clips are the funniest fucking shit in the world.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
like I have not watched like full episodes of Seinfeld, but I've definitely think I've watched like equivalent amounts of just like clips out of sequence or context where I know what the dynamic is.
Dork, you can't do that. You gotta just watch the show.
I don't want to. That see, back in the day that required sitting next to my mother for an extended period of time. And now I just don't have the time to sit there and watch. So
I gotta tell you more about this Grinder girl, okay? Because this was a crazy story. She was on. She's doing a story on TikTok. What do you got?
I got another sharing. This is the pronoun one that I thought that was going to.
It's a good thing we can read it.
Hold up.
It's a good thing that we can see and read the words.
You got.
This is the same post, but it's different dialogue.
It's different dialogue.
Same hat.
Multiple people. It's not. Do it.
Pronouns. Oh, anything. Anything's fine. It's 21st century, right? Him, Jerry. They just himmed you? He, him. I gave them a buffet, and they went for the plain white bread. Genders as far as the eye could see. Something with an X in it. The X ones are fun. If they can't abbreviate a good Z or A, then that's it. I'm swearing off pronouns for good. No more pronouns for George Costanza. No pronouns? No pronouns. No nouns? No nouns. All right, well, if that's what you want. Oh, it is. I'm living the pronoun-free life starting now. The buffet is closed, Jerry. From here on out, I am George and only George. What's his problem? Ah!
Trans Seinfeld, make it happen. Trans Seinfeld, make it happen, folks.
I found an odd one. We don't have to do a dramatic reading if Squid's voice is getting tired, but this one captivates me.
Oh my god! I don't know about this Green Knight fella. I mean, chopping a knight's head off? What kind of sick man does that? It was part of the game, Jerry. How do I say this name? I always fucking change it. Is it Gavin in this case?
I think it's Gawain.
I've heard it pronounced Gawain. That's how my Middle English professor pronounced it, but then the movie pronounced it just Gawain. Get silly with it.
Okay. It's part of the game, Jerry. Sir Gawain willingly stepped up to it. 100% fair play. Yeah, and Gawain didn't even have to chop off the guy's head. Could have cut off a pinky or something. Oh, like you wouldn't have cut his head off. Beheaded. I can only wish to get beheaded. The Lord would never grant me a death so honorable. Yeah, you're more of a run over by an oxen cart kind of guy. I'm gonna do it! I'm gonna find the Holy Grail!
It's so Tumblr's always doing this with Seinfeld. It's great.
Because they're really good character archetypes. I remember I think when we were playing Marvel Rivals, I think Daystar found the 1984 Seinfeld crossover.
Oh yeah, the fanfic where they're in 1984.
Kramer and his droogs. Because Clockwork Orange was there for some reason.
Oh yeah.
Clockwork Orange was there. People have a great time at Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld had a good idea one time. Have funny friends.
I never think Jerry as the main character. It's always like it feels like there's like an ensemble cast, but I feel like George always has something going on.
But the fact that he doesn't feel like a main character, the main character is always the most boring character.
The fact that George had a season-long arc where he was engaged to a woman he didn't want to be engaged to, and then the moment he warms up to marrying her, she dies by licking wedding invitations because he bought like subpar envelopes, and she licked so many she dies of poisoning.
That's funny. Poor George.
I was watching the Cinderella movie with Jason Alexander in it, and he's very good in it.
Jason Alexander's fucking rips in whatever he's in. I think he's just the funniest one.
He's a funny guy.
Jason Alexander can be cast in a direct-to-video Disney sequel, and he's fucking hilarious in it.
Was he?
Yeah, in one of the sequels to 101 Dalmatians, he was like, there was like a television dog that was in it who was like a character, and he was like the dog's sidekick, but he wanted to take over the show because he hated being the sidekick. So it's like he's doing it's the George voice, but it's like just as neurotic. Nemesis brings up an excellent point. Duckman is also a fucking excellent show. Who has seen Duckman?
I have not. I've seen DuckTales. Does that count?
Duckman is the full title of Duckman is Duckman Private Dick. He's a detective who's a duck, voiced by Jason Alexander, and it's just like George Costanza got his own show, but has like no. It's like I don't know how to say it. Neurotic, like instead of bloodlusted, neurotic lusted. George. it's like he's gonna hone in on some eccentricity that he has to talk about. And I think it's by like the animation team that did Rugrats, so it's got that kind of like dirty style that's really fun.
It's crazy.
If you've heard the audio that's like, "Careful, Duckman, I know 101 ways to kill a man," and then like a voice spikes up and goes, "You could glue a jar of rats to his face and heat up the bottom of the jar so the rats have to eat their way out through his face." 102. That's
okay.
That's
I've heard a lot of Duckman on TikTok then. It's very good.
He has assistants who are like Care Bear characters. Their names are Fluffy and Uranus. He kills them every episode. Like he's like, just murders them because they say some shit that gets under his skin.
He's like, I gotta get rid of them.
Oh, I tell you about Grindr Girl.
Oh, Grindr Girl.
So, okay, cis woman has a Grindr account, is on Grindr looking for boys, right? She's looking for bisexual men. She specifies this. She's like, because they're gonna be on there. I'm looking, and so she goes on there, and I'm like, okay. And then she's just like, and I happened to run into a straight guy on there, and then she's like, so I talked to him, and they went to go meet up, and he's just like, he thought that I was a trans woman. It's just like, yeah, girl, you're on Grindr.
Yeah, like,
and it's like, she's just like, yeah, he's like, he's not a chaser though. I'm like, girl, he is.
Yeah, he's on Grindr. Of course he is.
He's a straight man on Grindr. Where else would he be?
It's like
what else could he possibly be? Yeah. You found a fork in the kitchen. You were like, this is a spoon, obviously.
This isn't a fork. This is a weed whacker.
This straight man's just lost.
I have
he doesn't
a
know what he's
question.
doing. Yeah.
This may just be, being in a committed relationship for a very long time and never feeling the need to like look at what the dating world is outside of us.
Mm-hmm.
Why would someone want to get with specifically a bi man? I don't understand.
I think it's more like they're trying to find a guy and they think Grindr is a good place, so they're looking specifically for bi men because it's Grindr.
I think that there's a lot of women that don't want to date straight men.
There's like I think there's an idea among some straight women that like bi men are going to be like.
I don't think she was straight, which is like a whole other thing. Like she's like, if you are bisexual and you want to date another bisexual person, I'm like, the bisexual guys are also on Tinder, girl, and that one has a section for you.
Well, that is true. Like, I get it if you're a bi woman, you want to date another queer person.
Mm-hmm. Not a woman, though.
Well, maybe she's looking.
I-
She's got a hankering for men right now.
I get that, but I feel like rather than being in that space, this could be like something to talk about. Maybe like I don't think you don't need to go on a date right away. You don't have to. You can talk a little bit through a messaging thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
So,
I don't
so
understand.
she did start dating that straight man
The chaser?
from Grindr.
What?
Yeah.
I guess he wasn't too good at chasing then. Man, you fucking suck. You can't keep up.
You did not get one.
You did not catch what you were looking for, sir.
You went hunting for ducks, but you got a fish. That's real bad. You trained your water dog bad.
That's rough, bud. She also did not get a bisexual man.
No one got one.
Nobody got what they were looking for, but hell, they found love in a crazy place, huh?
On a dating app, who would have guessed?
On a gay dating app.
I think calling Grindr dating app's a little generous.
That's a dating app.
I think going to someone's house at 1 a.m. and fucking nasty style for 30 minutes is a date.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So for lesbians, a date is renting a U-Haul.
For lesbians, a date is looking at each other and going like, I wonder if they like me after they've been dating for 5 years.
Yeah. It's like
This
that.
is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Your first date is either not sure if it's a date or getting a U-Haul, or sometimes both. Sometimes you're just like, are we just roommates?
It's 72 hours minimum.
Of course.
Uh-huh.
That was me and Ash's first date. 72 hours.
Pretty much. So two people found love on Grindr.
Wow. There's a first time for everything.
I love happy endings, huh?
A man and a woman fell in love on Grindr.
I think there was something about her being like, yeah, I know everything about Grindr. I have a bunch of gay friends. And then she was like, had no idea that there were trans women on Grindr. It's just like,
I love being a cis woman on Grindr, but not knowing that there's trans women on Grindr.
exactly.
Yeah, it's like, why would they be here? I'm allowed to be here, but not them. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
This is something entirely unrelated, but it's just I've been reading a little bit of fan fiction the past couple of days, just a mismatch of different things. I found
Squid wouldn't tell me what he was reading.
Yeah, you don't gotta know.
I want to know.
You don't gotta know. I'm 300,000 words deep on another one, and I'm working on one that's 500,000 words. Going through that one.
I need to see them, Squid, please.
You
Please.
gotta know what the fandom is at least.
Well, I'm reading like different ones. I'm reading around.
Yeah. Reading around what fandoms
You
though?
fucking slut.
I just want to talk about the a genre of thing that I came across, a very hyper specific one that I keep finding, and I think conceptually it's very funny. So it's a popular like ship thing, like to have like a character who's kind of evil, and then like they're made soft by the love of the other person. I found a subgenre of that where the love of the other person comes specifically from the other person basically deciding, I'm going to fuck the evil out of this person. Which I'm choosing to call that the Bulma special, because that's just what happens in Dragon Ball Z.
Well, I wish Ayaan was here to hear it. Understand that joke for you.
I'm sure Rena gets it.
I get it.
Yeah. I think it's pretty. Vegeta's evil for a bit, stays with Bulma for a little bit. Oh, that's gone now.
The I can fix him instinct.
But it's not really an I can fix him. I'm just going to fill him with something else. And there just won't be room for it otherwise.
Now, can we guess what ship Squid is reading based on context of this?
Is it Shadow and Amy?
That's one of them.
That's one of them. Is the other one Sonic?
No.
Why would
different fandom.
Why would you have to? I don't know. Why would you read fan fiction for Sonic? He's already in so many things. There's too much of him, frankly.
Well, no, like Sonic.
So
like
I've read a couple
Sonic,
Chat
like the
Amy
fandom.
fan fictions, but there is like I've read enough that I know like kind of like what the very poorly done Chat Amy fan fictions do. A lot of them like from like baby's first fan fiction, they decide to make Sonic like a big dick in it, which I'm like, it's not what he is. It's like he's an asshole, but it's because he's inattentive. Like he'll be callous to someone's feelings, but he does not mean to. And if you tell him, he'll be like, "Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Whoopsie."
Stupid.
But otherwise, like, so I like when he's like just randomly supportive, like, yeah, that's fine. The ones where he's just like, I've been gay this whole time. It's funny.
He's like, Amy, I'm so glad you found love. It was not gonna be with me.
Yeah. The other one I think is very funny that I never considered, that he's supportive, but he's a little bit of a piss baby about it. It's just very funny. Like he's not being a dick about it. He's like, well, this is the way it is, but he's still like I'm gonna fuck with Shadow as much as physically possible.
That's very fun.
It was one fic where they were like playing like a truth or dare card game. And they're going around in a circle, and Sonic pulls a card and it's like you have to drink a gross shot of something, or you have to do the dare or the truth or whatever. So fucking Sonic pulls this card. It's like kiss the person either to the left or the right of you. And it's Knuckles on one side, and then it's Amy on the other one. And like Sonic looks at the shot, and he's like, "Well, I guess I'm gonna do Amy." And then Shadow gets in the way of Amy and switches the order, thinking that'll be it. And Sonic's like, "No, I'm still gonna do it." Like you're just the one.
Oh, that's really funny. Being Knuckles in that situation, you're like, damn, you'd rather kiss Shadow than me?
I thought we were bros.
Come on, man.
That would be the only thing that would enhance that situation.
Knuckles at the end being like, Sonic, come on, man.
that would have been like the funniest one. Like, what's wrong with me? Like in a really deep
It's
voice.
like you want to fuck with their relationship, but what about us?
What about our relationship, man?
I have seen a lot of Sonic and Knuckles fan art floating around, and I'm intrigued by
I
it.
feel like Sonic and Knuckles is like it's taken a backseat. It's like how I know that Knuckles is black coded because like he's in the main ship between him and the main guy just kind of dead in the water now, despite their decades of connection.
No, it's really funny that some writers actively try to like lean into it a little bit.
I was just making a joke about how black characters are treated in fandom.
No, like I'm trying to pull up which year. I forget how annuals work and what year for what. I'm just pulling this up real fast.
Oh, we are behind. But yeah, continue.
Like in the 2024 annual, like Ayaan was the first one that pointed this out in one of the stories. I think it's called. I'm trying to look at the name. I don't remember. Oh, For My Destiny from the 2024 Sonic Annual. Why is there a Sonux story in the middle of this? There's some parts in Sonic Frontiers, like their interaction. That was like the time I was like, okay, and I get Sonic and Knuckles then. I get that.
You have to ship the main character with his rival turned best friend. Like
It just makes sense.
I understand that they just did Shadow again. Like they basically redid Knuckles for Shadow, but like you can't like steal that away from him.
I think probably the reason Knuckles isn't shipped with Sonic as much is because Knuckles and Rouge have so much going on.
Yeah. Anyways, we are very behind.
I do want to say
about very.
some people do like the what I think about you based on your Sonic ship type thing. My fucking favorite is that every person who, when they talk about Sonic and Rouge, they always say, "I think you are addicted to pornography." It's the first thing they say. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Interacted? Like
They have, but I think they interact in a very like gay and lesbian alliance type way. That's the only way I can describe it.
I cannot picture Rouge and Sonic in like any sort of meaningful romantic relationship.
I can't picture them in any kind of meaningful relationship, period.
Yeah, probably.
Like it's a friend of a friend of a friend. It's like when you go to a mixer and you're like, well, I guess you're my friend's partner, so
Yeah, it's like Sonic's friends with Amy, who's friends with Rouge because they're girls. And then Sonic ends up dead on a train, and then Rouge is in. But Rouge really didn't want to go to the birthday party. She just wanted to steal that egg.
yeah.
That game was
It's like I'm sharing my screen real fast for the image. I know we have to end it at some point, but this is like the two mean people in the corner talking shit about everyone else in the party.
Maybe you should. Maybe they should hang out then.
This is what they are to me. It's like they're talking shit. Like that's it.
Cheese says.
Anyways, thank you everyone for joining us on Ash and the Fantastic Friends. I hope you've had a lovely time today. I hope you've learned that you should listen to some mountain goats.
Listen to the goats. I love them.
Don't just listen to them.
If you had a goth phase in middle school, they have an album for that.
Don't just listen to No Children. But
there's songs. There's more songs.
Anyway,
All Hail West Texas.
You should listen to your children, though. They are the future.
Yeah, they are the future.
Don't listen to No Children.
Anyway, thank you, everyone. Have a good night. Bye.
Night.
I don't make no money on this website, folks. Cost me $5,000 a month to host it.